Chapter 2531 Recruitment. Shi Qiyao didn't seem to mind, however. She knew a little about some of Yi Futian's past and knew of Yi Futian's character. He was not an ungrateful person. Therefore, Shi Qiyao didn't think she needed to say anything. As long as she did it, there was no need to mention it, and Yi Futian would not forget what she had done for him. Moreover, Yi Futian's choice to leave just now was the best choice in itself, because there was not much sense in staying. However, the people in West Imperial Palace were not very happy with him. It seemed to them that Yi Futian had gotten all the benefits with no repercussions. The island had been plundered by all the cultivators. It didn't take long for Celestial Mountain to be stripped entirely completely. Not even a tree was left, nor any plants, which was quite astounding. Afterward, they came to Shi Qiyao and surrounded her. Some cultivator from the ancient god clan asked her, "Shi Qiyao, what did you get?" Shi Qiyao glanced at the man and responded, "I got no more than you." "You had helped Yi Futian, so he should be returning to the West Imperial Palace, right?" Some cultivators guessed. Shi Qiyao and Yi Futian had worked together. Therefore, the West Imperial Palace must have played a significant role. Otherwise, why would the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace arrange the raindrop divine matrix? "Why are you asking me where he's going?" Shi Qiyao asked with a smile. Upon hearing her words, a coldness came out from these people, and a pressure of might fell on her. Although the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were unhappy with Shi Qiao's decision, they came forward at this moment and scolded, "Insolent creatures!" Shi Qiao's face turned icy as well. Her eyes became wickedly enchanting and indifferent. A faint chill was released from her. She said coldly, "Don't forget, everyone, the place where you are standing now is the West Sea Domain." And the West Sea Domain was the territory of the West Imperial Palace. Even if it was other ancient god clan, would they dare to challenge the goddess of West Imperial Place in the West Sea Domain? The expressions on these cultivators spoke volumes. They had come, this time purely based on rumors, and the top-level cultivators were not with them. In this West Sea Domain, if the top figures of the West Imperial Palace were to rush over as reinforcements, none of them would end up well. We will make it public that the West Imperial Palace and Yi Futian have teamed up. If West Imperial Palace wants to become a public enemy in the Divine Prefecture, we will make it a reality. Someone threatened coldly. It was not a total exaggeration to speak of Yi Futian as a public enemy in the Divine Prefecture. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was the successor of Emperor Yi Qing, who was the enemy of Donghuang Imperial Palace. This made him a natural enemy of the Divine Prefecture. "Let's go." These people flickered away and withdrew from this area. After a while, they had all disappeared. Although they made some gains, the biggest gain was reaped by Yi Futian. He might have swept away an imperial-level treasure and had now fled away. The West Imperial Palace didn't get anything out of this. We had just given it all away for nothing. Furthermore, we have offended all the major forces in the Divine Prefecture and possibly caused the displeasure of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Is this the result that the goddess wanted? Shi Qiao's uncle remarked coldly. After the outsiders had left, he no longer maintained any formalities as he had before. He didn't even address her as Qiyao but called her goddess instead. Obviously, he was still sore from before, when Shi Qiyao overruled him with her title and status. "My uncle is worrying too much. The relationship between the principalities of the Divine Prefecture has never been particularly friendly anyway. There was no offense to speak of. Donghuang Imperial Palace has never really interfered much in affairs among these principalities anyways. As for giving everything away," Shi Qiao smiled, "I'm afraid I don't much agree with that sentiment either." "Humph." The other man didn't buy it and snorted coldly. He said, "I will report the situation to the palace lord after returning to the West Imperial Palace." "Uncle, you are free to do whatever you wish." Shi Qiao smiled gently as if she didn't care about anything that had taken place here. Let's go, another person said, and the group nodded. They then left through the air and proceeded to make their way back to the West Imperial Palace. In this area of the sea, only a barren island was left. There was nothing that remained to suggest anything celestial about the place. After being looted, it was nothing but a deserted island now. The news that Futian had obtained the relic from the ancient imperial celestial mountain quickly spread in the West Sea domain and rocked the entire West Sea domain. Not long ago, Futian had caused an uproar in Yingzhou City, whose attacks on the West Sea domain chief's manor had severely limited the mobility of its cultivators. The domain chief's manor did not even participate in this event, which suggested the magnitude of their fear as caused by Futian. What happened in Yingzhou City had made Futian famous. However, afterward, Futian had gotten hold of the deity map and swept away the relic, which caught everyone by surprise. What was the role that Taoist monk Mu played in all this? Soon, there were all kinds of speculations circulating in the West Sea domain. After stealing the deity map, some said that Taoist monk Mu went to the West Imperial Palace and offered to work with them. Then the West Imperial Palace found Futian to work for them, and together they joined forces to take away the relic. Now, had Futian gone to West Imperial Palace to share the loot? The relationship between Futian and Shi Qiyao, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, must be very good. But Futian did not go to the West Imperial Palace. At this time, he was on top of Zhou Celestial Mountain, where Futian stood quietly on a peak, his white hair flying in the wind. At this time, a figure flickered and appeared behind Futian, calling out, "Palace Lord." The person who came was Taoist monk Mu. Taoist monk Mu looked at Futian, many different emotions flitting through his eyes. Word in Zhou City claimed that Futian had obtained the relics of the ancient emperor. Does the palace lord really have it? Taoist monk Mu asked Futian in slight disbelief. Futian turned his head to look at Taoist Mu and nodded. Phew! Taoist monk Mu took a deep breath. The divine treasure had been obtained by Futian, which was also what he dreamed of. If he were to work on his own, it would probably be an incredibly difficult task. But Futian had done it just like that. Does it belong to the Western Imperial Palace, or? Taoist monk Mu asked again. He shouldn't have asked any more, but his strong desire to know compelled him to pose the question. This was very important, but it was especially important to him. Shi Qiyao has helped a lot. Without her help, it would be difficult to get it so quickly. We are in a cooperative relationship. This time we obtain the divine treasure, so we will not cheat West Imperial Palace of what is theirs in the future, Futian responded. Taoist monk Mu understood immediately. It was completely different from the rumors circulating on the outside world. It was not the West Imperial Palace in the lead, but it was cooperation between Futian and goddess Shi Qiyao. Shi Qiyao helped Futian obtain the divine treasure. This also meant that Futian was the dominant lead and the divine treasure belonged to him, not the West Imperial Palace. How are the matters here that needed to be handled? Futian asked. It's all been handled, Taoist monk Mu responded. Go and pick up your family? Futian said. Yes, Taoist monk Mu nodded. Without saying anything further, the two disappeared above the mountain together, leaving Zhou City. After picking up Taoist monk Mu's family members on this trip, they returned to the Ziwei segmentum to begin the next step, alchemy. In the Ziwei segmentum at Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian returned with Taoist monk Mu and his family. The deputy palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuangqin, came out to greet them. He came to Futian and said, "The palace lord has returned." Futian nodded. "How is everything?" "Everything is good," Renhuangqin said. "After the incident at Donghua Palace, everyone is a little worried about Palace Lord being outside alone, but they will be relieved to know that you have returned safely." At Donghua Palace, Chief Shihai had slain Mo Yunzi as a show of force. As a result, Yi Futian asked the others to leave while he stayed behind by himself. The West Sea Domain Chief's manor has paid the price. From now on, no one will dare to touch us when we are out and about, Yi Futian said confidently. However, now the world is embroiled in chaos, and the original realm is a mess. If we want to open up the Z-Way segmentum, we will need to be much stronger. This hope has to be carried by you, Ren Huangqin. Me? Ren Huangqin was a little stunned at first, but then understood what Yi Futian meant. He said with a smile, "Although I have been through the first divine tribulation many years ago, the second divine tribulation seems to elude me. I am afraid it will be a little difficult." In the Z-Way segmentum, his realm was the highest. Yi Futian said that the hope was on him. It was naturally meant to encourage him, hoping that he would become the first cultivator here to survive the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Ren Huangqin is now in charge of the Z-Way scepter, and there is the starry cultivation court. I will draw the imperial star to resonate with Ren Huangqin, so you can use this to comprehend and cultivate. Ren Huangqin must have confidence in this as well, said Yi Futian. Ren Huangqin showed a strange look when he heard Yi Futian's words, but he nodded soberly. Palace Lord is right, of course. I am getting on in age, and it kills my ambition. The Z-Way segmentum was also far too comfortable before Palace Lord appeared. This is Taoist monk Mu and his family. He's an alchemist of the tribulation plane. Yi Futian introduced Taoist monk Mu Ren Huangqin, who was a little impressed. He nodded slightly to Taoist monk Mu, who also nodded back in acknowledgement. There are still some things to be done. I need to trouble you to accompany Taoist monk Mu, Yi Futian said again. He needed to get some people to come here, and Taoist monk Mu would also assemble a team of alchemists for him. Of course, Ren Huangqin agreed readily. Let's go to the cultivation court first, Yi Futian said. Then moving forward in that direction, the group came to the starry cultivation court, and many people came to greet him. You are back. Hua Jiu came up to him. Yi Futian stepped forward and took her hand. He then looked around the crowd and said, I may have to retreat for some time. You don't need to be concerned about me. Just go on with your cultivation. Everyone laughed when they heard what he said. He had just gotten back, and now he wanted to go into retreat right away. All they could do was smile and shake their heads as they walked away. Come with me, Yi Futian said to Taoist monk Mu. He walked with Hua Jiu while Taoist monk Mu followed behind. They came to a place in the starry sky, and Yi Futian faced Taoist monk Mu. You cultivated the lotus of creation. I will teach you a cultivation method of the flaming great path. Do not resist me. Yes. Taoist monk Mu looked serious as he nodded, opening up his consciousness. A divine light shot out of Yi Futian. It directly burrowed into Taoist monk Mu's brow chakra as he passed the method to him. After a while, Taoist monk Mu opened his eyes, his heart beating quickly, and a brilliance flashed through his eyes. This was the divine method passed down by the great emperor. Yi Futian passed this on to him at this moment because obviously he didn't fully trust Taoist monk Mu until he came here with his family just now. Finally, Yi Futian felt comfortable enough to treat him as one of his own. But Taoist monk Mu could understand it. After all, the way they got to know each other was kind of irregular. Thank you, Palace Lord. Taoist monk Mu bowed down to thank him. Yi Futian had passed divine method to him. His actions spoke volumes as to the kind of person he was. No need to be formal. You and Ren Huangqin have some hard work ahead of you, and this matter must be done flawlessly. Yi Futian said, if you encounter someone powerful that you want to recruit, you may teach parts of the divine method when necessary. Understood. Taoist monk Mu nodded, then turned to leave. He would work hard to recruit an alchemy team worthy of Yi Futian. Chapter 2532 Subdivine Elixir. Next, Yi Futian began to cultivate in retreat. West Sea Celestial Mountain did not have divine treasure or any other artifacts, but it did have a trace of will left by the ancient emperor, which was discovered and awakened by Yi Futian. This trace of will had bestowed the inheritance to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's view, this was more precious than divine treasure. In the inheritance from the will of the ancient emperor, there were cultivation techniques, alchemical methods, extremely precious alchemical recipes, and the ancient emperor's own alchemical experience. These were divine treasures in their truest sense. The inheritance from a great emperor of alchemy. In Yi Futian's view, this inheritance was way more valuable than inheritance from many other great emperors. It was no wonder that it had fallen into the hands of a top alchemy master. The divine method that Yi Futian passed on to Taoist monk Mu before was a set of divine flame cultivation methods, which could swallow and assimilate other flames of the way in order to continuously strengthen oneself. This technique was called the divine flames of creation. In ancient times, it was the premier divine flame cultivation method. It was understandable that Taoist monk Mu became quite emotional after having received this divine method. Yi Futian was not worried about the recruitment. He knew Taoist monk Mu would complete this mission beautifully. Moreover, on this trip, Taoist monk Mu may also go collect some other flames of the way to improve his strength. However, Yi Futian himself did not intend to cultivate this divine method. His main energy needed to be spent on alchemy. At the starry cultivation court, Yi Futian began a period of retreat for the sake of cultivation. For the time being, all affairs on the outside had come to an end. He had made a name for himself on his trip to the West Sea domain. What happened at Yingzhou City served as a deterrent, so no forces in the divine prefecture would dare move on them recklessly. Furthermore, Taoist monk Mu and Renhuang Qin, two tribulation plane cultivators traveling together, should be successful in their mission as long as they did not encounter giant-level figures from those top principalities. In addition, other cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were working hard to improve their strength. Time passed, day after day, and several months passed by in a blink of an eye. Soon, Renhuang Qin and Taoist monk Mu returned. Not only did they come back, but they also brought back a group of alchemy masters. Back in the day when Yi Futian inherited the alchemy from the supreme deity Donglai on Eastern Deity Island, he met many alchemy masters. They were now also arriving here with Goddess Donglai and the alchemy emperor. Renhuang Qin did not disturb Yi Futian when he saw that Yi Futian was in retreat. He understood what Yi Futian wanted to do, so he set up an alchemy pavilion in Ziwei Imperial Palace and appointed Taoist monk Mu as the pavilion master. As Ziwei Imperial Palace continued to grow in strength, he planned to propose some structural revisions to Yi Futian and appoint other major cultivators to take up different positions within the organization. On this day, above the starry cultivation court, an extremely hot current manifested. Many people looked up in the sky and could see divine flames burning. A furnace of the great path seemed to be inside the divine flames, and Yi Futian could be seen practicing alchemy there. Moreover, Yi Futian had been practicing alchemy for quite some time already, but no one knew how much progress he had made by this time. Above the firmament, aside from the radiant divine flames, a potent and strong fragrance of an elixir now wafted through the air. It diffused and filled the entire starry sky. At this moment, an extremely oppressing aura came from above, causing all the cultivators of the starry cultivation court to look up and pay attention. What is happening? Everyone's eyes sharpened as they focused on the sky above. A powerful aura came from outside the firmament, penetrating through the starry sky. Dark clouds overtaken the starry sky, make this space incredibly oppressive. The hearts of many powerful cultivators were beating quickly especially Renhong Chen and Taoist monk Mu. They stared at the sky. This was the aura of tribulation. Elixir, tribulation. Taoist monk Mu murmured, and his eyes were filled with shock. He, who was already a cultivator of the tribulation plane, could not conceal the shock he felt inside. Just like there were tribulations for cultivators, there were also elixir tribulations in alchemy. But what astonished him was whether Yi Futian was able to refine elixir at this level. The elixir that attracted the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path was known as the subdivine elixir. He had been practicing alchemy for many years. Not only had he never been able to achieve it himself, but he had never even seen anything like it before. But today he was finally seeing it. Just what kind of monstrous existence was Yi Futian? Master, what is that? In another direction, Yang Wuqi asked his teacher, Emperor Shi, somewhat amazed in his heart. Next to him, the Millet Emperor and Li Chongsheng were both also present as well. They all looked up yonder as they experienced the aura of the tribulation. Elixir tribulation. Yi Futian has refined subdivine elixir, Emperor, she said. Even as knowledgeable as he was, it was the first time he saw the elixir tribulation with his own eyes. The things that Yi Futian was capable of were simply too stunning. Wasn't this going against the laws of nature? As the world was undergoing drastic changes at the moment, such an enchanting figure as he would probably become a major player in this troubled world. One of the major players. The changes of heaven and earth originating in the original realm were no vain predicament. Nowadays, the original realm was already rewriting the history of the world. Hua, Jiu, Zhuge Mingyue, Gudonglu, and the others all looked up at what was happening before them. Yi Futian's return this time would mean another metamorphosis for the Ziwei segmentum. The coercion became greater and stronger as the aura of tribulation descended. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and a light of tribulation came from outside the sky, directly blasting above Yi Futian. There a bright and brilliant pill was welcoming the light of tribulation, and it exploded with an incredibly splendid divine brilliance. Boom! The tribulation descended, baptizing and impacting the pill, but did not blast it into pieces. The tribulation of alchemy is a little different from the tribulation of the cultivators, Emperor, she murmured to himself. But this was to be expected. It was alchemy after all. Boom! Elixir tribulation descended successively, blasting on that pill again and again. Everyone counted to themselves each time the blast came down, and their hearts throbbed with each descendant of the elixir tribulation. Finally, the elixir tribulation gradually dissipated after 10 consecutive light of tribulation. The divine light that illuminated from the pill was even more radiant and dazzling. Success. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the pill. After working so hard for so many days, he had finally produced the first subdivine elixir. Wisps of aura shrouded the pill as Yi Futian swept it towards him. He reached out and grabbed it, a big smile on his face. Xinyuan pill, grade 10. In the ancient emperor's inheritance, Xinyuan pill was a legendary elixir. Xinyuan pill was said to have a total of 12 grades. Xinyuan pill of grade 12 was an elixir at the imperial level already. Grade 10 and grade 11 were at the level of subdivine elixirs. According to legend, there was even a grade 13 Xinyuan pill. But even the ancient emperor would not know whether this was true or not. However, these concerns were still a little distant from Yi Futian at the moment, as he had no time to think that far ahead. It was a rare feat to be able to produce Xinyuan pill of the 10th grade. Only one, that's not enough to share. And a Xinyuan pill alone may not necessarily be enough, Yi Futian thought as he put away the pill. Fortunately, he had collected enough medicinal plants on the celestial island this time. Any one of those medicinal plants traded in the outside world would be a rare treasure, invaluable and priceless. but to refine the elixir of the topmost quality, only the most precious medicinal plants could be used. At a time like this, he couldn't afford to be stingy. Yi Futian continued to work on the pills and elixirs, so everyone went about doing their own things again. However, it was hard to calm themselves down for a long time afterward. At the same time, some hopes and expectations sparked within them. However, this shock seemed to have just begun. In the next few months, as they cultivated under constant tribulation, they frequently encountered elixir tribulations. Gradually, they got accustomed to seeing them. They knew that Yi Futian was massively producing a large amount of subdivine elixirs. Because of the preciousness of these medicinal plants, Yi Futian couldn't afford to waste any of them. He didn't dare to risk producing the elixirs in batches, so he was forced to refine one pill at a time. However, regarding anything below the grade of the subdivine elixir, Yi Futian was able to produce en masse. He treated the times he spent producing these elixirs as times for rest. At the same time, he also did it to help his family and friends who were still in the Renhuang realm. In the future, the pills they'd take would be handed over to Taoist monk Mu to produce. Of course, besides using them on the cultivators belonging to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian also needed to prepare some other elixirs for another use. Finally, on this day, Yi Futian stopped alchemy. Afterward, he summoned Renhong Chen, Taoist monk Mu, Emperor Shi, and other cultivators. Elder, I will give some prescriptions to you because I will need to trouble you to make some of these elixirs in the future. Yi Futian smiled at Taoist monk Mu. No problem. No need for palace, lord to be so formal. Old Mu will do it in the future, Taoist monk Mu said. Palace lord, I had a suggestion in mind before, but I did not want to bother you during your cultivation. Ziwei Imperial Palace will only become stronger in the future, and some things should get started now. Taoist monk Mu is a tribulation plane cultivator, and I had taken the liberty to set up the alchemy pavilion, naming him the pavilion master. In addition, I proposed Taoist monk Mu be named the deputy palace master, and Emperor Shi as well, Ren Huangqin said. At present, there were 4 tribulation plane cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Hua Jiu needed no mentioning for the time being. She was the wife of the palace lord and did not need to be appointed to any other positions. In addition, Ren Huangchen, Taoist monk Mu, and Emperor Shi were all tribulation plane cultivators. Emperor Shi had been cultivating here for many years, and Taoist monk Mu had been recently recruited by Yi Futian. They would both serve as deputy palace masters, uniting everyone, old and new. Yi Futian nodded. It is true, but before that, first use the elixir to improve your cultivation to see if there is a chance for a breakthrough. With that said, he took out 2 pills and handed them over to Ren Huangqin. Both of these pills are subdivine elixirs and are to be taken at the same time. I will summon the divine glory of the imperial star again to see if there is an opportunity to be had. Very well. Ren Huangqin nodded with a grave expression. He appeared particularly serious. Yi Futian handed the same 2 pills to Taoist monk Mu and Emperor Shi as well, saying, You can take it now, or you can take it when your realm is deeper, and the chances might be greater. I need to cultivate for a few more years and see. After all, my realm still has a lot to be desired, Taoist monk Mu said. Emperor Shi solemnly put them away, and he didn't need anyone to tell him just how precious these 2 subdivine elixirs were. His decision to stay in the Ziwei segmentum seemed to be the right one. In the future, perhaps he would have the opportunity to move upward in realm. I won't say anything so mundane as thank you, Emperor Shi told Yi Futian. This was something that he could only be repaid down the road later. Emperor Shi had taken risks on my account, staying behind in the Ziwei segmentum to maneuver between life and death. This kind of favor cannot be simply repaid by 2 little pills. Right now, my ability is limited, but in the future I will be able to produce stronger elixir to help everyone's cultivation, said Yi Futian. He was not humble. He had offended Danhuang imperial palace, which qualified him as a public enemy of all of the divine prefecture. Emperor Shi staying behind had put him at a huge risk. No matter where he was, a character like him could enjoy a high position and cultivate at will if he wanted to, just like he did before on Turtle Deity Island, carefree and without a care in the world. Chapter 2533 Uncle Xia and Palace, Lord Yi. After Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to the three of them, he then headed towards the starry sky with Renhuang Qin. They came under the starry sky. Renhuang Qin sat cross-legged with the starry scepter placed across his lap. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Yi Futian raised his head. Suddenly, above the firmament, imperial stars sprinkled down all of their divine brilliance as they landed on Renhuang Qin. This was not communicated by Renhuang Qin himself, but was summoned by Yi Futian so that Renhuang Qin may better perceive the divine glory of the imperial stars. At the same time, a phantom appeared in the starry sky. It turned out to be the face of Ziwei the Great. An infinite imperial majesty descended like the divine might. This divine might also descended on Renhuang Qin, as if the divine power of the entire starry sky was shrouding him. At the same time, Renhuang Qin felt a powerful oppressive force from the imperial majesty, which was precisely Yi Futian's purpose, to allow Renhuang Qin to perceive the imperial majesty clearly. Renhuang Qin bathed in the divine glory. Even his robe was now rendered in tremendous brilliance as the divine light flowed all around him. Yi Futian took a look at him before he turned to leave. At the same time, Renhuang Qin tossed a pill into his mouth. This was all that Yi Futian could do. Renhuang Qin must rely on himself to comprehend everything else that came after. He had remained in the first stage of divine tribulation for many years, and there was great depth in his realm. However, he had never been able to find the aura of the second divine tribulation. Yi Futian hoped this starry sky world and the two elixirs could help him achieve that. In the starry cultivation court, many were focusing on Renhuang Qin. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had placed his hopes on him. Under the current circumstances, they were facing nothing but giant-level principalities. But in Ziwei Segimentum, they lacked giant-level cultivators. Renhuang Qin was the cultivator closest to impacting the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Later, Yi Futian gathered a group of cultivators to his side again. These cultivators were not the ones who had experienced the divine tribulations, but they were other important figures in the organization. There were cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and some of his old allies like his big brother, third senior brother, Dozhao, Xiaomuyu, and some others. Among them were elders such as Lord Taishian, Sky River Great Elder, Emperor Nan, and Xiao Dingtian. Yi Futian had been cultivating alchemy in retreat. He was then preoccupied with the production of the elixirs and produced the first batch of elixirs. He personally refined the first batch of elixirs and distributed them to everyone. But after this, he planned to hand over the production of the elixirs to Taoist Monk Mu and the others, unless it was some special potion. Elixirs below the grade of subdivine elixir were relatively simple for Yi Futian, so he spent most of his time refining subdivine elixir. Many of these elixirs were refined in batches, but for Renhuang level cultivators, it was extremely precious nonetheless. Some of these elixirs had been long lost, and their recipes came from the inheritance of the elixir emperor. Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to everyone. Many cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace already had strong cultivation themselves, and many of them were in peak Renhuang realm. Now that they had obtained elixirs of such high grade, all of them were elated. These people, as well as Blind Tai, Old Ma, and the others, had a great chance to elevate themselves to the tribulation plane. Ziwei Segmentum, as it were, was not as strong as it could be. However, the rest of the cultivators all had great potentials, especially this upcoming generation of cultivators, such as Gu Donglu, Yi Wuqian, Feng Huan, Dou Zhao. Many of them had followed Yi Futian and grew along with him for a long time. Although they had not yet reached peak level in their own cultivation, their foundation was solid enough. In addition, they cultivated while bathing under the imperial stars in the starry cultivation court. Several of Yi Futian's disciples, like Feng Xiyuan and the others, all possessed unlimited potential with natural bodies of the Great Path. Now, with the help of the elixirs, as long as Ziwei Segmentum was given proper time to develop, they would not be weaker than any other principalities, except for those truly magnificent, great emperor-level forces. Finally, Yi Futian received Lord Taishian, Sky River Great Elder Xiao Dingtian, and the clan chief of the Dou clan, basically the older generation that came out of the original realm, and took out quite a lot of elixirs to give to them. "My lord and grandmaster," he said, "your cultivation is somewhat different. The path you walked on is different also, perhaps a bit more difficult than the rest. Even amongst false emperors, there is a distinction between weak and strong. We can only work with this imperfect, heavenly path the best we can." Lord Taishian and the others nodded. They knew that their foundations were a little shakier than the others, and they were quite sorry for this as well. With an imperfect great path, they could not go as far as the others, and their combat effectiveness was also not as great. Although they broke through the realm of Renhuang, it was difficult for them to fight against Renhuang in the Ninth Realm, because their great path was flawed. The so-called false emperors were those destined never to become true emperors in this life. The elixir here is capable of building up the physical body and spiritual soul, but will do nothing to the perception of the great path. Yi Futian continued, "I heard that there are actually 3 realms in the realm of the false emperor, corresponding to the 3 tribulations, the only difference being that its combat effectiveness was considerably lesser. However, it is said that after the collapse of the heavenly path, there were cultivators who had cultivated to the top level of this realm, integrated with this imperfect path, and their combat effectiveness was no lesser than those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path." Lord Taishian and the others nodded, knowing that Yi Futian was trying to comfort them. In fact, they knew that it was too difficult to elevate in the realm they were in. Most of the cultivators who could reach the peak were cultivators with perfect Great Path. Moreover, when it came to combat in their current state, they were not as effective as peak Renhuang with a perfect Great Path. Even Yi Futian had said that if they cultivated to the extent that they could, they would only ever be at the level comparable to the existence of those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. It was the same as saying that their combat effectiveness was 1 whole level lower than their realm. However, it was a rare opportunity to have a chance to continue to elevate themselves. If they were to rely on their cultivation, it would be a difficult task, but Yi Futian's elixirs and this cultivating court should improve their chances. "I'm visiting several other teachers." Yi Futian said goodbye with a smile. He would never forget to share anything good with his teachers. Qi Xiangang, Douzhan, and Hua Fenglu were a little bit lower in their cultivation and had all relocated to the Ziwei Imperial Palace as well. Although they may not be able to raise their cultivation to the top level, especially Hua Fenglu and Douzhan, at least Yi Futian would not allow their cultivation to be too poorly, even if it was to delay their aging process. Of course, there were many other elders from the 9 states to think of, including Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. However, the making of these elixirs would be handed over to the alchemists assembled by Taoist monk Mu in the future. Having visited several of his teachers, Yi Futian came to another palace within the complex of Ziwei Imperial Palace. The person residing here was someone who had been kind to him before Emperor Xia. After chaos erupted in the original realm, and before leaving the original realm, Yi Futian brought all his family and friends to the Ziwei Segmentum. Because he worried about Emperor Xia's safety in the turbulent realm, he took him to the Ziwei Segmentum and arranged a palace for Emperor Xia, his family, and associates in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. After all, Emperor Xia used to be the lord of an entire realm. This particular palace was very spacious, with many other halls attached to it. In addition to Emperor Xia, Yaya and Sword Master Lihin were cultivating here as well. They were Emperor Xia's subordinates from before, but now they were acquaintances and old friends. Staying together meant that they could keep each other company. They would often go to the Ziwei Segmentum to walk around and experience its people and culture. Ziwei Segmentum, as an independent body, was much larger than Emperor Xiao's realm. At this time, Emperor Xia was playing chess with Sword Master of Lihin in the courtyard in front of the main hall. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, Emperor Xia merely glanced at him and ignored his presence altogether. The Sword Master of Lihin smiled at Yi Futian and nodded to acknowledge him. Futian. Sword Master. Yi Futian responded with a smile, then looked at Emperor Xia and addressed him. Uncle Xia. I don't deserve to be addressed like that. Emperor Xia looked neither right nor left as he put down the chess piece in his hand. He never once looked at Yi Futian. Ahem, Sword Master of Lihin was a little embarrassed and said, I think I am losing this game. Emperor Xia, I have some issues regarding cultivation that I need to look at, so I'm going to take my leave now. No, it's not over yet. Keep going, Emperor Xia replied, quite demandingly. Although he could no longer defeat the Sword Master of Lihin nowadays, he was once the liege of the Sword Master, and as such he still held the upper hand in the relationship. Sword Master of Lihin smiled sheepishly and kept his head low as he continued with the game. How could he not know the good and the bad between Emperor Xia and Yi Futian? He was no fool. Many years ago, when he was still in Emperor Xiao's realm, he thought that some things would come to fruition, but in the end, they didn't pan out as expected. Yi Futian could do nothing about it either, so he said, Uncle Xia, I just refined some elixirs and am here to give them to you. I have no need for them. Palace, Lord, you better not interrupt me playing chess. Emperor Xia still did not look at Yi Futian. He replied coldly with an unfriendly tone. Unable to do anything, Yi Futian looked at Sword Master of Lihin for help. Give them to me. Sword Master of Lihin took the initiative to speak at this time. I recently encountered some problems in cultivation, and these elixirs might help. Yes, of course. Yi Futian nodded. He proceeded to give 3 portions to Sword Master of Lihin. Both of them understood for whom they were intended. Uncle Xia, where is Qingyuan? I have some elixirs to give her also, said Yi Futian. She's cultivating in retreat and is not receiving guests. Palace, Lord, yet better come again another day, Emperor Xia replied. I will leave after I have delivered the elixirs to her. Yi Futian had no temper at all when facing Emperor Xia. After all, Emperor Xia was an elder who had done him favors before. Back then, in the 9 states, if it weren't for Emperor Xia, he would have perished a long time ago. Just set it down, Emperor Xia replied as if he was upset. Yi Futian smiled awkwardly, but at this moment he saw a beautiful figure coming at him. I just happen to need some elixirs for cultivation, said a voice. Xia Qingyuan walked to Yi Futian and took the elixirs from him. She said with a smile, thank you. Useless, Emperor Xia muttered. Xia Qingyuan had always been his favorite, but at the moment he wished she could be a little more strict. But Xia Qingyuan didn't care. Yi Futian gave a wry smile when he heard her say, thank you. What these 2 words represented was a sense of distance. If it were before, Xia Qingyuan would have never said thank you to him. If there is nothing else, I will go cultivate now. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian with those beautiful eyes of hers, and there was nothing unusual in them. She was just overly polite, and politeness created a sense of distance. Yes, go. Yi Futian wanted to say something else, but wasn't sure what to say, so he could only give her a nod. Xia Qingyuan nodded lightly, then turned to leave. Emperor Xia looked at her departing figure and sighed secretly in his heart. Then, with even more displeasure, He looked at Yi Futian and said, "In the future, Palace Lord, you should refrain from coming here to disrupt my chess game. I'll visit Uncle Xia again when I have time." Yi Futian didn't take offense. He was indeed the one who wronged her, so how could he be mad? Chapter 2534. Successive Breakthroughs. After Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to everyone, all cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace began a period of retreat and cultivation without any distractions, focusing solely on improving their strength. The elixirs that Yi Futian produced were exceptional, far better than the elixirs made by ordinary alchemy grandmasters. This was because of his enlightened path. His great path was flawless, and the elixirs produced by such great path would naturally be extraordinary as well. After that, a group of alchemists led by Taoist monk Mu, who served as the pavilion master, began to assemble in the alchemy pavilion, which was established by Yi Futian in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The alchemy emperor and goddess Donglai both assisted the monk as deputy pavilion masters of the alchemy pavilion. The two of them worked together to assist Taoist monk Mu. The alchemy emperor was responsible for matters relating to alchemy, while goddess Donglai handled issues outside of alchemy. The two had known Yi Futian for a very long time and from very early on. One of them was half a disciple of Supreme Deity Donglai, and the other was the daughter of Supreme Deity Donglai. Both of them had quarrels with Donghua Domain Chief's manor. Yi Futian had inherited Supreme Deity Donglai's inheritance and held a grudge against Donghua Domain Chief's manser, so it was natural that they would assist him with all they had. Furthermore, this place held great attraction to them, as it was the best place for them to cultivate. Yi Futian trusted goddess Donglai implicitly and made her responsible for some of the most precious medicinal materials to be distributed. At the same time, he taught many alchemical methods as well as divine flame cultivation methods to the alchemy emperor, which were all from the elixir emperor, so that he could pass them on to the alchemists in the alchemy pavilion. After finishing all this, Yi Futian left the alchemy pavilion and was ready to be a hands-off boss. In the future, except for matters relating to special elixirs, all other alchemical matters were now handed over to Taoist monk Mu and the others. Nowadays, in the alchemy pavilion, besides Taoist monk Mu and the alchemy emperor, Taoist monk Mu had also summoned a number of very powerful alchemy grandmasters. Still, they had not made any contributions just yet. Yi Futian was generous to them by teaching them cultivation methods and the art of alchemy. The position of deputy palace lord had to be held by someone he trusted. Afterward, Yi Futian gave more thought to the proposal of Ren Huangqin. The Ziwei segmentum was still sealed, but sooner or later, they had to open up to go to the outside world. Now that his own strength was enough to deter principalities from all sides, at least no one dared to touch anyone from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Once Ren Huangqin made a breakthrough, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be regarded as a top principality. With the expansion and strengthening of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the cultivators of the Imperial Palace needed clearly defined roles, which he must consider in advance. About a month after Yi Futian distributed the elixirs, a horrible tribulation might appeared above the firmament in the starry cultivation court. It woke up all the cultivators with its shocking force. They looked up at the sky, their hearts palpitating. Who was about to experience the tribulation? This was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Futian was also there. He looked up to the sky like everyone else, with a slight disturbance in his heart. Then he saw an old man in a starry robe, sitting cross-legged, with a terrifying aura all around him. The divine light of the great path flowed, and the vast heaven and earth were shrouded by a might of the way. Murong Elder. Yi Futian smiled. He didn't expect that the first person to make a breakthrough would be Murong Elder. Murong Elder was known as Murong Yu. In the Ziwei Imperial Palace, apart from Ren Huangqin, his cultivation was the deepest. He had stayed at the peak of Ren Huang for many years, so it was not surprising for him to make a breakthrough now. "Master, It seems that the elixir is working, Fang Xiyuan said. Not necessarily. The elixir is only used to assist in cultivation, so there is no direct causal effect. Any elixir that can directly help break through the realm has its disadvantages. Therefore, the elixir that I produced does not directly help break through the realm. In the inheritance of the ancient emperor, the same is true. Top-notch elixirs work to improve the foundation, Yi Futian explained. Renhuang Chen had said before that Murong Elder is a cultivator, same as him from the older generation. His realm was already elevated with great depth, and he might have made a breakthrough based on his own cultivation. The fact that this happened right after him taking the elixir is just icing on the cake. Fang Xiyuan shrugged and said, Master denied the effectiveness of the elixir, and all this was to prevent me from being too superstitious and relying on the elixir or other external forces to improve myself. Cultivation is still dependent on me. Yi Futian glanced at the guy next to him, then smiled and said, As long as you know. Since he was a child, Fang Xiyuan had been very spiritual, and this spirituality had been there all along. He cultivated very fast, and his ability to comprehend was excellent. He understood his intention right away with just a little push. Watch it carefully. One day, you will also come to this point, Yi Futian said to Fang Xiyuan as he looked up at the sky. Me? Fang Xiyuan had an odd look on his face. He didn't think that the master had even broken the shackles of Renhuang and experienced tribulation. However, he dared not say this out loud. Although Yi Futian had not broken the shackles of Renhuang, he knew that his master was fully capable of slaying cultivators in the tribulation plane, as he had already done exactly that. I know in the future, when master becomes the emperor, us disciples will be your four guardians, Fang Xiyuan said with a smile. I can't wait to see it. Yi Futian glanced at him. Murong Yu survived the tribulation, and all the cultivators in the starry cultivation court were watching. The divine tribulation of the great path was terrifying, and the power of the divine tribulation amazed everyone. The starry sky was vast and endless, but every cultivator at every location could feel that power of heaven. Murong Yu successfully survived the divine tribulation of the great path. Although he suffered a slight injury while undergoing the divine tribulation, it didn't bother him much. There is another cultivator who survived the divine tribulation, many people thought. The strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was only growing. Congratulations to Murong Elder. Murong Elder has survived the divine tribulation of the great path, breaking through the shackles of Renhuang. It is indeed a happy event. Those who had always been at Ziwei Imperial Palace took the lead in congratulating him. After all, their relationship was a little closer, but then all the others gave their praise as well. Congratulations, Elder. Yi Futian also smiled and gave his congratulations. However, Murong Yu didn't dare to feel proud. He looked down in the direction where Yi Futian was and saluted. Many thanks to the palace lord for granting me the divine elixir so that I have the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Eder speaks too seriously. Even without the elixir, it will only be a matter of time before you break through the realm. The elixir only speeds up the process a little bit, Yi Futian replied modestly. After Murong Yu survived the tribulation, Yi Futian had a thought in his mind. This meant that the appointments of positions would be a lot easier. Just as they were speaking, a heavenly might suddenly appeared above the sky. This time, the heavenly might was even stronger, suffocating everyone. What's happening? Many people looked up in the sky, and even Murong Yu showed a look of surprise. Could it be that the tribulation hadn't come yet? However, he didn't seem to feel anything. No, that's not right. It's not my tribulation. Murong Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was a little stunned. Others realized as well at this juncture that this was not Murong Yu's tribulation, after all. Someone else was experiencing the tribulation again, The heavenly might above the firmament, was getting stronger, much stronger than when Morongyu was experiencing his tribulation previously. Yi Futian's attention was drawn toward that direction. In the starry sky, Ren Huangqin sat cross-legged, alone somewhere. The divine light from the imperial stars descended on Ren Huangqin. He bathed in the divine glory, and his whole body was radiant and extremely brilliant. That heavenly might was pressing toward him. The original cultivators from the Ziwei Imperial Palace were all pleasantly surprised that the Deputy Palace Lord was about to break through also. Today, 2 top figures from the Ziwei Imperial Palace had successive breakthroughs. Moreover, if the Deputy Palace Lord broke through the realm, it would be the second tribulation, and he would leap into the topmost existence here. After all 3 tribulations, one was considered a deity. Rumble. The descending divine might was becoming more and more terrifying, containing supreme coercion. Ren Huangqin opened his eyes, and sharp lights shot out from them. He picked up the starry scepter in front of him, and suddenly, above the starry sky, the infinite divine light of the stars flowed and fell on the scepter. It seemed as if it was the ruler of the starry sky. They are successively experiencing the divine tribulations. Lord Taishian and others looked at the sky above them, a little envious. It seemed that they would never have the opportunity to experience the divine tribulation. The elixir that Futian made is truly astonishing, Sky River Great Elder said. Although Yi Futian himself was humble, these 2 top figures successively experiencing divine tribulations and breaking through the realms was not a mere coincidence. Even though their realm was ripe for such an occurrence, the elixir's effect was also indispensable. Otherwise, why did both of them break through the realm right after they had taken the elixir? That's the subdivine elixir. In the entire divine prefecture, few forces can obtain this level of elixir. Moreover, the grade of the elixir refined by Futian cannot be compared with those of other alchemy masters. Everyone nodded in agreement. The divine prefecture lacked a top alchemy master, and the subdivine elixirs refined by Yi Futian were almost at the pinnacle of all elixirs available in the divine prefecture. After Ren Huangqin's breakthrough, the power of the Ziwei segmentum will be comparable to the top forces in the divine prefecture. It may even stand head and shoulder above most top principalities. Ren Huangqin possessed the starry scepter and was already capable of slaying the cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. After his breakthrough, his combat effectiveness would only be that much stronger. This was the peak. In the next phase, Yi Futian's strength was a mystery to them. Then there were still Huajiu, Emperor Shi, Taoist monk Mu, and Morongyu, who had just had the breakthrough as well. How could many forces in the divine prefecture claim to be its match? Perhaps only several most powerful domain chiefs manners and the ancient god clan from the divine prefecture could match such an impressive roster. The terrifying light of tribulation descended one after another, causing everyone's heart to tremble non-stop. Bathing under the imperial stars and using the starry scepter, Ren Huangqin was able to bear all that was dealt by the powerful divine tribulation. When the divine tribulation dissipated, a giant was born in Ziwei segmentum. Congratulations to the Deputy Palace Lord for the breakthrough. All these voices were heard at the same time, echoing in the starry sky. For the Ziwei segmentum, this breakthrough was exciting and encouraging. Yi Futian's eyes were full of smiles. He floated in midair, looking at the figure that was bathed in starlight in the sky, and said, "Congratulations, Lord Qin." This voice resounded throughout the starry sky, and all the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were amazed. Now that their Deputy Palace Lord broke through the realm and successfully survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, he's worthy of the appellation of Lord. Congratulations to Lord Qin. A chorus of voices spoke, one after another, resonating in the starry sky. From this day forward, Lord Qin is the supreme elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Taoist monk Mu, Emperor Shi, and Murongyu are appointed as deputy palace lords of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian continued. Chapter 2535. Start of the Four Palaces. Looking up at Yi Futian, who was bathing in starlights, they felt motivated by his speech. The Ziwei Imperial Palace was turning into a domineering force. Yi Futian looked at those powerful cultivators before he finished his speech. Then he added, "Besides, for palaces will be established under the leadership of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Palace, Heavenly Mandate Palace, and Wangshan Palace will be founded in addition to the Alchemy Pavilion, which already exists. Taoist monk Mu will be in charge of the Alchemy Palace, and aided by Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai. Murongyu will be in charge of the Ziwei Palace, aided by the elders of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Emperor, she will be in charge of the Wangshan Palace, aided by the Millet Emperor, Li Changxing, and the thunder-punishing Skylord. Lord Qin was titled the Supreme Elder. Each of the three powerful cultivators on the Tribulation Plane would lead a palace. So, what about the Heavenly Mandate? The names of the four palaces were quite suggestive. It was not hard to infer what they meant. The Heavenly Mandate was supposed to refer to the force that had been following Yi Futian. So, who would be in charge of that force? Would it be Yi Futian himself? The Heavenly Mandate Palace will be led by Hua Jiu. Hua Qingqing and Zhuge Mingyue will be her assistants, added Yi Futian. That appointment made everyone relieved. The wife of the palace lord was doubtless the perfect candidate to take over such a position. It was satisfying for everyone, and Yi Futian's followers would be happy to listen to her orders, too. Besides, Hua Jiu was on the Tribulation Plane herself, and Hua Qingqing made fast progress. Rumor had it that she was reincarnated from a Buddhist lamp. Since she had realized the way by then, she was already a powerful person. Zhuge Mingyue's situation was different from both of theirs. Her cultivation level was not noteworthy, but her appointment was absolutely not because of her cultivation level. Instead, she got chosen for her wisdom. She would help Hua Jiu manage things well. Moreover, due to her unusual relationship with Yi Futian and her special position, Yi Futian's followers were not weird that she got appointed. Yi Futian put the person closest to him, whom he valued the most, in the Heavenly Mandate Palace to lead it with the wife and the second eldest sister of the palace lord. Who would oppose that? In fact, Gu Donglu could do the same job. However, Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu were almost like the same person. If Zhuge Mingyue focused on management, Gu Donglu would cultivate more concentratedly to improve his strength. At last, Uncle Tai, Old Ma, Fongai, and Chen Yi will form the four great protectors of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and they will report to me, went on Yi Futian. That was the arrangement for the four-corner village. The four powerful Renhuang would take care of his things in person. Enlightened Master, what about us? Asked little Ling. Yi Futian seemed to have forgotten about the younger ones. You will report to me, too, and you'll be called the Four Junior Protectors, said Yi Futian, laughing. The others laughed, too. In fact, after so many years, those four young men were already quite strong. However, it was not time for them to make their debut in the world yet. They still had a long way to go, and that day would finally come. Seeing all that, Lord Chen showed a smile. The Ziwei Imperial Palace had been growing since Yi Futian had taken it over, despite the various ordeals they had gone through. By then, they were already powerful enough to compete against world powers, except for Emperor-level forces. This arrangement was kind of perfect. Among the four newly established palaces, the Alchemy Palace was an alchemy force that would have a big influence. The Ziwei Palace was the original force of the Ziwei Imperial Palace with a grand lineup. The Wangshan Palace was obviously named after Wangshan Watchtower. However, Yi Futian made emperor, she instead of the Millet Emperor lead it, and the latter and Li Changxing would work as Emperor Shi's assistants. The members of this force were all from the Divine Prefecture. Despite the few people they had compared to the other 3 palaces, many of them were elites. Besides, the Wangshan Palace would go on growing. At last, the Heavenly Mandate Palace, led by Huaju, used to be a force of the original realm. Its members were Yi Futian's earliest followers. With all of them, plus 4 Corner Village, the 4 great protectors, including Chen Yi Futian and Lord Qin, this force had already taken shape. Now that there are plenty of powerful cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum, it will be the Ziwei Palace's job to recruit more top cultivators and talented people to cultivate, said Yi Futian to Morongyu. I see, Lord, responded Morongyu with a nod. He had never called anyone Lord before. He did not get full of himself after his strength improvement following the divine tribulation of the great path he had taken. Instead, he was showing more respect to Yi Futian. He knew, although he had realized this breakthrough with his effort, the subdivine elixir Yi Futian had given him had been of great help. Besides that, he sincerely felt Yi Futian would have a dreadfully promising future, and he saw a bright one of the Ziwei Imperial Palace too. Therefore, he was looking forward to such it with a humble heart. The Wangshan Palace is short of staff at the moment, but if any practitioners from the outer realms surrender to us, I will make them join it first. Emperor Shi, you can also recruit people by yourself, said Yi Futian to Emperor Shi. The Wangshan Palace was short of staff, but they had 2 outstanding people, namely Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, who had Wangshan Watchtower on his back. The latter's combat power was as great as that of a strong cultivator on the tribulation plane. I see, Lord. Emperor, she nodded with a smile. He addressed Yi Futian as Lord, too. He had just been dawdling in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, but from that moment on he would need to work seriously. Since he got appointed as the Lord of the Palace, he naturally became Yi Futian's subordinate, no matter who he had been. Yi Futian nodded. Looking around at the powerful cultivators there, he said, I will count on you, guys. The work can be hard. I hope we can stand at the top of the world of cultivation together someday to look down at the other influential people. Yi Futian's modest language left some cultivators of the older generation very motivated. They felt as if they were still not too old yet. Looking at the influential people in the future, would they be able to stand on the top of the world of cultivation to do that? At least Yi Futian had an excellent chance of achieving that. Next, you will put the 4 palaces in good order. The Alchemy Palace will allocate elixirs based on the quantity of the elixirs refined. Taoist monk Mu will decide all of the details. If you want to refine elixirs, you can collect materials by yourselves and entrust the Alchemy Palace to refine for you. I will stay out of all this in the future, said Yi Futian with a big smile. The establishment of the 4 palaces served the purpose of management. There were quite many cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The Alchemy Palace could not provide them with endless elixirs. To avoid internal problems, he had to make everything clear beforehand and make rules about it. He told Old Ma, Blind Tai, and the other 2 to report to him and tilted them the 4 great protectors. By doing that, he gave them the power to enforce laws in the future if anything of that type came up. Of course, if the Ziwei Imperial Palace kept growing, he certainly would have to establish new organizations again. This was just an initial arrangement of the 4 palaces. Changes would be incorporated as time went by. In Yi Futian's plan, the Heavenly Mandate Palace would eventually be led by his 3rd eldest brother, Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu was not powerful enough to convince people for the time being, so Ji would stay in charge on his behalf. When Gu Donglu achieved the tribulation plane, it would be time for him to take over the palace. I will manage everything well, Lord. Taoist monk Mu nodded with a serious look. He knew what Yi Futian meant, and he certainly would do everything he could to bring things under control to avoid internal problems in the palace. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. So, what needed to be done had been done. Okay, now go and get busy. There is somewhere I need to go, said Yi Futian, looking at those people. Since the Ziwei Imperial Palace was already in order, He was going to pay the West Imperial Palace a visit. Last time he got away and left Shi Qiao behind as soon as he got the inheritance of the Celestial Mountain. But that thing had always been on his mind. He even set some of the refined elixirs aside to gift the West Imperial Palace. Shi Qiao invited him over last time, but he did not take a risk to go. However, it was different this time. He really thought he should go. First of all, he needed to give the elixirs to them as a thank you gift. Secondly, although the Ziwei Imperial Palace was powerful at the moment, it was still inferior to the ancient God clan, given the latter's long history. Besides, there were also a few people below the imperial realm that were almost invincible. Feng Ru, whom he met earlier, was a good example. He was so dreadful that he dealt with the battle matrix of the rocks alone. Moreover, Yi Futian was known as the common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, so he really could use some friends. The West Imperial Palace could be his future ally. And since he would go with elixirs this time, he was sure the West Imperial Palace would not hurt him. Who would hurt a top alchemy master that could refine subdivine elixirs? More than that, this top alchemy palace would gift them more subdivine elixirs in the future. Even if the West Imperial Palace did have some bad intentions, they absolutely would not kill the goose that lays the golden egg. "I will go with you, Lord," said Blind Tai. "Well, it's okay. It's not for anything serious. I'm going there to give them a gift, and I'll return once that is done. You can work on your strength at the same time. The lockdown will be lifted in the Ziwei segmentum very soon," said Yi Futian. The others nodded. The Ziwei segmentum had been in lockdown for years. Was Yi Futian finally going to lift it? Well, the right timing would come soon anyway. Okay. Blind Tai nodded. "See you." Yi Futian disappeared into thin air as soon as he finished speaking. The Ziwei Imperial Palace could function smoothly without him since he had arranged everything well. Songhuan Island was a very ancient island in the West Sea. It was where the West Imperial Palace, which had been existing since ancient times, was located. The West Imperial Palace was in a coastal city called the West Imperial City on Songhuan Island. It was the most powerful and prosperous city in the West Sea domain. Of course, as a force of the ancient god clan, the interior of the West Imperial Palace was magnificent enough to be called a city. According to some people, the entire West Imperial City was actually fortification for the West Imperial Palace and was under its rule. It was not very peaceful lately in the West Imperial Palace. Rumor had it that several elders were not very happy with the goddess Shi Qiao and would depose her because they thought she was helping the outsiders and could not be responsible for the future West Imperial Palace. The rumor could be dated back to several months ago when Shi Qiao used the power of the West Imperial Palace to disclose the location marked on the deity map. She even located the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. However, she ordered the practitioners of the West Imperial Palace to protect an outsider, as a result of which, that outsider took away the divine treasure of the ancient emperor. Many big shots held her accountable for that after her return. They petitioned the palace lord to replace her. Although the palace lord had not agreed, as an aftermath of that, the West Imperial Palace had been in chaos lately. Factional fights had been quite intense. Some people wanted to help other big shots to become the new successor. However, Shi Qiao had never responded to such accusations. She had been cultivating in seclusion, ignoring the chaos in the outside world, as if she was not worried about her position at all. Chapter 2536 Out of Spite. Situated in the West Imperial City on Songhuan Island, the magnificent West Imperial Palace looked like an ancient big city. At this moment, there was a white-haired figure suspended in the air outside this ancient imperial palace. A look was drawn to him, an odd look. Who is that? How dare he? He was flying so close to the West Imperial Palace, standing in the air outside it. The West Imperial City was under complete control of the West Imperial Palace. That man would end up in tragedy if the West Imperial Palace interpreted his intention in a wrong way. The gate of the West Imperial Palace was 100 zhang tall. Situated there, it looked like Heaven's Gate. A team of guards, all of whom were Ren Huang with great strength, were at the gate. They also noticed Yi Futian's presence at this moment. They looked up and threw him a cold and overwhelming glance. Even though they knew Yi Futian could be very strong, this was the West Imperial Palace. "Who is there?" said a cold voice. It had the might of thunder in it. The air shook. Thunderbolts seemed to be approaching Yi Futian, carrying from the gate of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian looked down and moved down but remained suspended in the air. He stopped when the roof of the palace was at his eye level. "Yi Futian is here to see Shi Qi Yao." Yi Futian was standing there in white with his hands behind his back. He spoke in a very calm tone, giving an elegant and confident vibe. Actually, standing outside the West Imperial Palace, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he appeared as mighty as the palace itself. "Yi Futian." The guarding Ren Huang's pupils shrank. That was a familiar name to them. In fact, it was right because of that name that it had been a little chaotic in the West Imperial Palace lately. Even the top management was involved, and they had also heard about the disturbance Yi Futian had caused in the West Sea domain. They did not expect to see him in the West Imperial Palace. The guards dropped that cold and proud attitude after hearing Yi Futian's name. Everything depended on strength in the world of cultivation. Even the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain could not do anything to the man standing in front of them. They could do nothing to stop him from killing. He had every reason to feel proud of himself. "I will go and report," said the head of the guards with a serious look. Then he walked into the West Imperial Palace at a fast pace. Soon, from the palace's ground floor, the message was relayed upwards until it reached the palace complex situated in the highest part of the West Imperial Palace. It reached the top management of the West Imperial Palace very soon. That was all because of Yi Futian's arrival. It was not hard to see how famous he was at the moment. From the highest part of the West Imperial Palace, one after another man flew out of the palace complex, shrouded in clouds and fog, to the gate of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian remained suspended in the air at the gate of the West Imperial Palace. He was waiting with his hands behind the back and a calm look. He looked kind of cool. He came here to gift them something this day. Besides, the Ziwei Imperial Palace had grown into a force comparable to an overlord, and he came here in person as the palace lord. Even though it was the ancient god clan that he was facing, he did not need to behave like he was inferior to them. He was quite annoyed by some of the opinions he heard upon his arrival in the West Imperial City. Since many people from the West Imperial Palace were hostile to him, he did not need to treat them in a friendly manner at all. The only person he was grateful to was Shi Qi Yao, the goddess of the West Imperial Palace. A powerful cultivator flew down along a ladder. He shouted at the gate of the West Imperial Palace, "Let him pass!" The guards outside the gate made way for Yi Futian immediately, and Yi Futian floated through the gate and into the West Imperial Palace right away. Some powerful cultivators showed up in front of him. At the same time, he detected many divine consciousnesses glancing at him back and forth from the upper part of the West Imperial Palace. That made him frown. It was not a polite gesture at all. Suspended in the air, Yi Futian looked at the powerful cultivators in front of him. The leader was an old man on the peak Renhuang Plain. Those people were obviously not the core of the West Imperial Palace. At this moment, a few more people with dreadful auras walked over across the sky over the West Imperial Palace. Many practitioners of the palace bowed at them to salute them right away. The West Imperial Palace was founded and run by the ancient God clan. They had tons of cultivators, as well as a very hierarchical structure after so many years' development. The top management seldomly showed up in the lower part. "Renhuangyi, are you here to the West Imperial Palace to return us the ancient emperor's inheritance he left on the Celestial Mountain?" asked loud the leader of the group that had walked down. with an edgy aura. The old man was on the tribulation plane. Those around him were on the peak Renhuang plane. Yi Futian darted him a glance with an indifferent look. He said, "Shi Qiyao, the goddess of the West Imperial Palace, helped me a lot on the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. I came here to keep an appointment. As to the return you were talking about, I'm sorry, but I am not following." He and Shi Qiyao got the inheritance from the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain together. According to their agreement, Shi Qiyao had a share of it, and he would definitely give her share to her. But the return just did not make any sense. Since when did the inheritance belong to the West Imperial Palace? The West Imperial Palace decoded the deity map. The West Imperial Palace was also the first to find and seal the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. The inheritance of the ancient emperor would not have fallen into your hands if Shi Qiyao had not been up to something. It certainly belongs to the West Imperial Palace. A man floated down from the sky. A few more people with powerful strength behind him were approaching. All of them had a high cultivation level. Yi Futian saw some acquaintances, including Shi Qiao's uncle. He met them once outside the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. With a dreadful aura, they seemed to intend to seal the space. Yi Futian came to the West Imperial Palace in person, which was a big surprise for them. They certainly would not let go of him. "Looks it's not very peaceful in the West Imperial Palace," thought Yi Futian, but it was kind of normal. Forces of the ancient god clan like this, which had been there for tens of thousands of years, usually had a lot of factions, and those factions could not be of one mind. Shi Qiyao reached the summit as the goddess because her talent outshone the others. However, many factions must be unhappy with that. After all, only one person could succeed to the throne of the West Imperial Palace. And that incident happened to give them an excuse. Since he came here, they certainly would not miss the opportunity. Yi Futian glanced over at those powerful cultivators. Looking into the West Imperial Palace, he said in a loud voice, "Where is Goddess Qiyao?" His voice carried very far and high. "How dare you?" said a voice. A powerful young cultivator landed on the ground. This youngster with an overwhelming aura used to be Shi Qiao's competitor. His name was Shi Qifeng. He was a talented cultivator on the peak Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian looked at Shi Qifeng. He had been giving off a peaceful vibe until this moment when divine lights of the Great Way started to flow in him. His look turned demonic and threatening. Glancing at Shi Qifeng, he suddenly shouted, "I am here to see Shi Qiyao. You don't get to speak. Get lost. Lost, lost, lost." His voice carried in the West Imperial Palace and echoed. Many people were almost deafened, feeling like their heads would explode. Shi Qifeng felt his blood force was boiling and his guts were shaking. Even his spiritual soul was shocked. He snuffled and was forced to retreat, as pale as a ghost. That sight quieted the crowd down. Many people were shocked at Yi Futian's strength and arrogance. He was running amok in the West Imperial Palace. It was hard to believe. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras exploded. The cultivators there all released a dreadful path, might to suppress Yi Futian. The might was imposed on him, who looked extremely cold at the moment. Nice speech. You are going too far," said a senior indifferently. "No one is allowed to behave like that in the West Imperial Palace," said someone else. It suddenly turned dark there. Yeah, the aura from Yi Futian was formidable. The divine lights of the Great Way were flowing around to resist that might. He took a step forward. The air was shaking. The Great Way was roaring and grumbling, leaving those powerful cultivators on the tribulation plane in shock. What a powerful aura! Did Yi Futian really have a combat force comparable to that of the tribulation plane? "I am lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. I came to the West Imperial Palace for a visit. But you are completely impolite. Who is he? How dare he speak to me in that tone?" Yi Futian's voice echoed in the air. He sounded overwhelming. He added in a cold voice, "Now that the West Imperial Palace received me like this, I am leaving." "Wait a second, Renhuang Yi." A voice came from the air. More powerful auras were approaching. A group of powerful people arrived, and Shi Qi Yao was among them. She was surrounded by many powerful men, all of whom were her supporters. They walked over at a fast pace. The two groups of people seemed to hate each other. Without paying attention to the others, Shi Qi Yao said to Yi Futian, "Ren Huangyi, please come into the West Imperial Palace." "I don't think so," said Yi Futian. He waved his hand to take some elixirs out and give them to Shi Qi Yao. Shi Qi Yao took them with a serious look. He already got them done. "I refined those elixirs. They all have great grades. Many of them are subdivine elixirs, which are very helpful for cultivators on the tribulation plane." "Goddess Qiao, they are yours now," said Yi Futian. His words made the pupils of all of the powerful cultivators there shrink. Subdivine elixirs. The legendary subdivine elixirs were very helpful for cultivators on the tribulation plane. They might even help those cultivators level up. It was extremely hard to find even one subdivine elixir in the divine prefecture. They were just rare. But Yi Futian came here to give subdivine elixirs to Shi Qi Yao. There was an unusual light in the eyes of those next to Shi Qi Yao. They all wished they could take a look at the elixirs in person. Those elixirs were priceless for the West Imperial Palace. However, Shi Qi Yao did not even look at them. She just took them. Since Yi Futian came here in person to give them to her, they could not be fake. "I am leaving." "See you," said Yi Futian. Then he turned to leave. "Ren Huang Yi, please be the bigger man here," said Shi Qi Yao. "So many people are acting out of spite in the West Imperial Palace. This is not a place for me to stay. I'll see you someday in the future," said Yi Futian in a plain voice. "Wait a second, Ren Huang Yi." Another voice came from the sky. It was not loud, but the entire West Imperial Palace could hear it. "Ren Huang Yi, I apologize on behalf of the West Imperial Palace for the lack of rules here." Then the voice came again. What followed was a cold order. "All of you apologize to Ren Huang Yi." It sounded so overwhelming that it was impossible to disobey. It was the Lord of the West Imperial Palace that had spoken. Chapter 2537. Returning the Favor. Yi Futian paused in his tracks. The faces of the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace, all of whom had vicious intentions toward him, started to turn ugly. "Palace Lord, this guy plundered the ancient emperor inheritance belonging to us, West Imperial Palace." Someone still didn't want to give up and tried to explain something. "Shut up." A divine might descended from the skies and landed directly on the person who spoke, making his face turn pale. The others who wanted to say something also instantly shut their mouth. All of them had a difficult expression in their eyes. When the palace lord was angered, who dared to go against him? Atop the West Imperial Palace, an apparition appeared there with unparalleled majesty and might. That was the palace lord of the West Imperial Palace. "We have been very ill-mannered. May Ren Huang Yi please forgive us." They had to compromise and lower their heads to apologize to Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them as his face remained calm and composed. He didn't think highly of these people at all. So what if they were cultivators from the ancient clan? "No big deal," Yi Futian said impassively and looked toward Shi Qi Yao. "Goddess Qiao, I hope that the elixirs that I make in the future don't land in the hands of these people." Although he said that it wasn't a big deal, of course, he wasn't that forgiving. Since these people thought that the ancient Empress's inheritance belonged to them and wanted to seize it from him, these subdivine and peak imperial level elixirs would have nothing to do with them. "All right," Shi Qiao immediately agreed, as this was what she wanted to do as well. But if she had to do it herself, it would be a little more complicated. But now that Yi Futian personally said, so she couldn't go against his will, could she? After all, these pills were made by Yi Futian. The muscles on these cultivators' faces started to stiffen up and turn really ugly. All they wanted previously was to deal with Yi Futian and seize the ancient empress's inheritance. But now they found out that it seemed impossible. Only now did they realize that the things that Yi Futian handed over to Shi Qiyao were subdivine elixirs, which was enough to let even top cultivators like them go one step further. In the future, if they couldn't get it as that thought crossed their minds, their expressions turned even more ugly. They glanced at Shi Qiyao, who was standing at the side. A thought suddenly surfaced in their minds. Just now, Shi Qiyao was lagging one step behind them. Did she do that on purpose? She knew that the West Imperial Palace Wulntiti lay their hands on Yi Futian, or one could even say that they are incapable of doing so. At the same time, Yi Futian definitely wouldn't let her down. Could that be why she came a little later, just so there would be a conflict between Yi Futian and them? Yi Futian also glanced at 11 Qiyao. Clearly, he was suspecting the same thing. For the past period, Shi Qiyao was likely facing significant pressure within her family. Her family faction tried to quash her because she helped him back then and even wanted to seize her position as the goddess. She could use this opportunity to get revenge on them. In fact, this in itself was a tacit form of competition. I hope, Ren Huang, you will not take offense to this. Shi Qiyao saw the meaning in Yi Futian's gaze and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yi Futian immediately understood that Shi Qiyao did it on purpose. She came a little late precisely because she wanted the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace to start a conflict with him. No worries. Yi Futian didn't get angry. After all, this whole thing happened because she helped him. For the past few days, when his arrival was delayed, Shi Qiyao faced much pressure from her family. So naturally, he couldn't blame Shi Qiyao for it. After all, she was going through this ordeal for his sake. I knew, Ren Huang, you wouldn't let me down. Shi Qiyao transmitted her voice again, sounding very gentle. Qiyao, hurry up and invite Ren Huang Yi to take a seat up here, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said. Shi Qiyao looked toward Yi Futian with a smile as she shifted to the side and gestured with her hand. Ren Huang Yi, please. Yi Futian nodded and didn't try to be overly polite with her. He stepped forward straight away, right past the West Imperial Palace cultivators. Shi Qiyao followed him as well, and left the rest of the cultivators to standing where they were. They all realized that this was part of Shi Qiyao's scheme, and this time their faction was wholly and utterly lost. So those pills really had nothing to do with them. After calming down, they also realized why the palace lord had an attitude like that. Yi Futian was only a Pikren Huang level cultivator, yet he could bring a subdivine level elixirs. What did that mean? That meant that Yi Futian could even provide pills that would be beneficial to the palace lord's cultivation in the future, who could remain unmoved by that. Even if they managed to seize the inheritance of the ancient lord, it would still be challenging to find an alchemy master of this level. Furthermore, the inheritance had already been taken by Yi Futian. They might not be able to get it even if they contended for it now. If they were the palace lord, what would they choose? Shi Qiyao brought Yi Futian and walked upwards. The buildings in the West Imperial Palace were unique, going from down to up with a sky stairwell in the middle. Palace clusters were located beside both sides of the sky stairwell. Yi Futian and Shi Qiyao went up diagonally along the sky stairwell. It was as though they were ascending above the clouds. At its peak and the end of the sky stairwell was another cluster of palaces. There weren't any more stairs. This was the area where the core members of the West Imperial Palace cultivated. Yi Futian looked on both sides. It was as though he saw many palaces levitating atop the skies. They looked like the palaces of God. Straight ahead of him and high up above, there was a divine and holy-looking imperial palace, unmatched by all the other palaces. That was the core of the entire West Imperial Palace. It looked as if it was atop the 9 heavens. Below Yi Futian, there were already mists and clouds floating, which showed how high they were. A palace atop the skies, Yi Futian thought. This was the first time he had visited an ancient god clan organization. It was ancient, but grandiose and majestic. It looked like the place where the gods cultivated, as depicted in the legends. It's right in front there. That's the imperial palace, and the palace lord is there. Shi Qiyao looked toward the divine palace before them and said, "On the divine palace, which looked as though it stood atop the 9 heavens, where the clouds blurred the view, a figure stood there, marvelously majestic. That was the lord of the West Imperial Palace. He was also awaiting Yi Futian's arrival, a smile on his face. Greetings to the palace, lord, from Yi." Yi Futian nodded slightly. He didn't bow down to him. At this point, he was not just Yi Futian. He was also the palace lord of the Ziwei Segmentum Imperial Palace. Wherever he went, he couldn't bring shame upon this position. The only reason why he nodded to greet the palace lord was that he was considered a junior, and the other person was the palace lord of an imperial palace. This was respect. Ran Huangyi, the lord of the West Imperial Palace, greeted him with a smile. He then said, "Qiyao has always praised Ren Huangyi in front of me. She thinks very highly of you. You are the Ren Huang that was able to shake up the West Sea Domain Chief's manor on his own. In the entirety of the Divine Prefecture, it's unlikely to find a second person like Ren Huangyi." "That's high praise, Palace Lord," Yi Futian said. "It's just that I'm a bit more well-versed in celerity. It's not actual power. You are being humble. Zhong Miao is the second strongest in the domain Chief SS Manor," the Palace Lord said with a smile. "Anyway, other things aside, the elixirs this time were made by Ren Huangyi as well, right?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. The West Imperial Palace Lord looked at him. When Yi Futian brought over the subdivine level elixirs, he had already reassessed his value. This man was a treasure himself. Just now, when the cultivators wanted to attack him, the aura that Yi Futian had unleashed was no weaker than a tribulation-level cultivator SS. Everyone was speculating that Yi Futian relied on some external force, but was the truth really so? It really might not be. Subdivine level elixirs weren't something that could be created by a mere 9th level Renhuang. The Lord of the West Imperial Palace looked toward Shi Qiyao and said, "Qiyao, let me see the elixirs." "Yes." Shi Qiyao nodded and took the elixirs Yi Futian had gifted them and handed them over to the Lord of the West Imperial Palace. The sight of the pail was like a pebble that sent a slight ripple through the Lord of the West Imperial Palace's heart. He raised his head to look at Yi Futian and said, "These are high-grade elixirs, very high-grade. Even within the same level, it trumps over the pills made by the other alchemy masters. Ren Huangye's path is just too perfect." Yi Futian didn't say much. He came over to gift the elixirs partly because he wanted to befriend the Lord of the Imperial Palace. With an organization akin to that of an ancient god clan, of course, they wouldn't just talk about friendship. After all, benefits always came first. Because of that, he intentionally showed some of his capabilities. Qiyao later on, bring Ren Huangyi to the Divine Arms Pavilion and choose a few subdivine arms. Since Ren Huangyi had gifted us these elixirs, the West Imperial Palace let him suffer a loss, the West Imperial Palace Lord said. Subdivine arms corresponded to the subdivine elixirs. They were weapons used to overcome the divine tribulation, and the only weapons superior in grade to them were actual imperial arms. Only ancient god clans dared to let him choose a few subdivine arms, so casually. Usually, the top cultivation force wouldn't even be able to take out a few of those. Such was the collection of an ancient god clan, accumulated over countless years. Something that Yi Futian understood, of course, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace understood as well. As long as he didn't let Yi Futian leave suffering a loss, Yi Futian would continuously supply elixirs for the West Imperial Palace, which was what they lacked. Although subdivine arms were also extremely rare and precious, they owned quite a number. Furthermore, there was Tianyan City in the Divine Prefecture, which allowed them to trade for these weapons with other valuable items or even materials to forge them. But subdivine elixirs were in short supply in the divine prefecture. Now that Yi Futian was capable of crafting elixirs of this level, in the future, there would likely be several organizations in the divine prefecture that would want to trade. So naturally, he, too, paid more attention to it. I've already made a promise to Goddess Qi Yao in the first place. How can I ask for something in return now? Yi Futian shook his head and said, Goddess Qi Yao and the West Imperial Palace helped me quite a bit in getting the inheritance of the ancient emperor. We can put that aside. Besides, these subdivine arms aren't repayment for the elixir. It's simply because Ren Huangyi is now the lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and you have many powerful cultivators under you. I'm sure that you need some weapons and arms for them. The lord of the West Imperial Palace continued. Moreover, I also hope to strengthen the bond between Ren Huangyi and the West Imperial Palace. Both of them were smart people. An alliance where they could mutually benefit each other to improve would naturally be more stable. Both of them could provide value for the other party. Since the Lord says so, it would be rather unreasonable to continue refusing. So thank you very much. Yi Futian nodded and didn't continue turning him down. Just as the Lord of the West Imperial Palace had said, the Ziwei segmentum today lacked top-tier weapons and arms. Although there wouldn't be a lack of them in the future, it would obviously be a good thing if they could get some to improve their forces right now. Qi Yao, bring Ren Huangyi over, the West Imperial Palace Lord said. Yes. Qi Yao nodded and said to Yi Futian, Ren Huangyi, please. Yi Futian nodded toward the Lord of the West Imperial Palace, then followed behind Qi Yao toward the Divine Arms Pavilion. After the two of them left, an elder beside the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said, Lord Yi Futian's identity is quite special. Are we allying with him? After all, Yi Futian's identity was a little sensitive. If it weren't for his special identity, we probably wouldn't even get the chance, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said. He clearly didn't mind it. If it were not for Yi Futian's special identity, the Dongwang Imperial would likely just take him in straight away. Chapter 2538 Bad News. Divine Arms Pavilion, West Imperial Palace. Qi Yao brought Yi Futian into the pavilion. Inside the Divine Arms Pavilion was a vast, fantasy-like space. Various powerful divine weapons levitated in the air. Some were confined inside by matrices, floating at different positions inside the pavilion. All of the ritual implements inside the Divine Arms Pavilion of the West Imperial Palace weren't ordinary. Yi Futian looked ahead. The inside of the Divine Arms Pavilion was very deep, and he couldn't tell how many ritual implements there were. As expected of an ancient god clan, Yi Futian said softly, these ritual implements had been accumulated by an ancient god clan over countless years, as their numbers were indubitably immense. Of course, the higher the grade of the weapon, the scarcer they were in quantity. The Ziwei Imperial Palace had also collected many divine arms. However, because the Ziwei segmentum was an isolated world all along and had no master armor organizations, they still lacked relatively powerful divine weapons. They only had enough for the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Of course, the most powerful divine arm was the Scepter of the Stars held by Lord Qin. That was said to be the divine weapon once used by Ziwei the Great and controlled by the former Ziwei Imperial Palace. After he was slain by Yi Futian, he gave it to Lord Qin, who was still Renhuang Qinback at the time. Please choose, Ren Huangyi, no need to hold back, Qi Yao said with a smile. Goddess Qi Yao isn't afraid of me being consumed by greed and seizing the entirety of the Divine Arms Pavilion. Yi Futian smiled and asked. No problem, Qi Yao replied. The fact that Ren Huangyi is willing to come to the Imperial Palace to gift us the elixir is telling of your character. If Ren Huang, you really swept out the entire Divine Arms Pavilion, I believe you won't give us the short end of the stick in the future. The palace lord must have seen through this, which is why he let Ren Huangyi come here. The palace lord is indeed a bold person. Yi Futian nodded. If he wasn't bold, how would he choose me as the heir so early on and bestow upon me such extraordinary status and power to the point that seeing me is equivalent to seeing himself? This is precisely the reason why many within the family were dissatisfied with me and became envious. They wanted to use this opportunity to drag me down from the position of goddess. It's rather amusing. As she spoke, Shi Qiyao looked like she didn't mind or even take those people seriously at all. This was despite how many of them are her elders and core members of the West Imperial Palace who could make critical decisions for the palace. So even if I didn't appear, they're still just clowns in your eyes? Yi Futian said with a smile. I'll just watch them perform, Shi Qiyao said calmly. There was strong confidence in her eyes. What was the core reason that she could even get on the position as the goddess? Without subverting that, how could they possibly shake up her status as the goddess? She knew full well that no matter what she did, the palace lord would stand on her side. Yi Futian laughed a little and didn't ask much to probe into the inner matters of the West Imperial Palace. He waved his hand, took over a ritual implement, and just kept it straight away. He really wasn't holding back. Afterward, Yi Futian continued walking forward into the deep parts of the Divine Arms Pavilion. As he waved his palm, he took one after another divine weapon and ritual implements. The casualness in his actions made it seem as if this wasn't the Divine Arms Pavilion of the West Imperial Palace. Instead, it belonged to his Ziwei Imperial Palace. Shi Qiyao blinked. Was this guy seriously being so casual? Feeling a heartache? Yi Futian looked at the change in Shi Qiao's expression and asked with a smile. Of course not. It's just that I was looking at Renhuang Ye's movements, and they looked too natural, Shi Qiyao said as if she was holding back laughter. However, the ritual implements that Renhuang Yi had taken are not the best. Although you've taken quite a few, ritual implements of such grades aren't considered that precious, so the West Imperial Palace wouldn't mind. Renhuang Yi, don't you think that you're making a loss? Yi Futian looked toward Shi Qiyao, and a smirk appeared on his face, clearly carrying some other meaning. No hurry, he said. Shi Qiyao was startled. Looking at Yi Futian's strange smile, she felt like she was inviting a robber into her own house. Then Yi Futian laughed and walked forward to continue his collecting. He was really not trying to be reserved with the West Imperial Palace. As Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian going crazy looting the pavilion, even she started to feel a bit of heartache. This guy just casually reeled in tens of powerful divine weapons. This amount of ritual implements isn't considered a lot for the West Imperial Palace. This Divine Arms Pavilion is a great treasure trove. None of the weapons that I took are subdivine level. Most of the cultivators at the Ziwei Imperial Palace today are still at the Renhuang Plain. We only have a few tribulation phase cultivators and not many peak level Renhuangs. So I think having suitable weapons is the most important, Yi Futian said. Although weapons are external to the cultivator, they do raise the combat prowess of cultivators. It would be helpful to the overall strength of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Shi Qiyao nodded. She understood what Yi Futian meant. As they went deeper, the divine arms started to become more sparse. In such an ample space, only 1 or 2 divine arms would appear at one time. Among them, a very powerful aura seeped out from a few of the weapons. Here, subdivine level ritual implements started to show up. Subdivine arms. I'll need some of those too, Yi Futian said. He brought many subdivine elixirs and specially made a batch for Shi Qiyao. He had promised this and wouldn't let Shi Qiyao get a bad bargain. Since the Lord of the West Imperial Palace promised to let him choose the divine arms, he won't be reserved about it. In the future, he would continue to send elixirs over when he got the chance. This was a mutually beneficial exchange where both sides could get the items they lacked, making up for each other's weaknesses. Furthermore, since they were an alliance, he hoped that the West Imperial Palace could become more powerful. As he interacted more deeply with Shi Qiyao, Yi Futian felt that this person was pretty decent. As long as she remained in the position of the goddess, his relationship with the West Imperial Palace wouldn't go wrong. Yi Futian took several subdivine arms. He could even feel the traces of spiritual existence in them. They felt like weapons that had their spirits awakened and went through the baptism of the arms tribulation. Shi Qiyao just followed silently. She didn't say a single word when Yi Futian took the subdivine weapons. One could see Shi Qiyao's intelligence from this alone. After quite a while, Yi Futian stopped, and Shi Qiyao simply kept quiet and looked at him. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, then walked toward the exit. "You're not going to take more?" Shi Qiyao asked with a smile. "That's enough," Yi Futian said as he walked. The two left the Divine Arms Pavilion and returned to where the Lord of the West Imperial Palace was. "My friend Yi, you're done picking?" the Lord of the West Imperial Palace asked with a smile. Previously, he called him Renhuang Yi. Now the way he addressed him had changed. "Done. I've taken quite a bit. I hope Palace Lord wouldn't be unhappy about it," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Since I let Qi Yao bring you to the Divine Arms Pavilion, of course I wouldn't mind," the Palace Lord said. "I'll order people to prepare a banquet. Let's have a drink together." "No need for the trouble," Yi Futian shook his head. "I've taken so much of the good stuff, so I gotta hurry and go now, in case Palace Lord changes his mind." The West Imperial Palace Lord laughed as well after hearing his banter. He nodded and said, "All right, then I won't hold you back. Qi Yao, send our friend off. If you need anything in the future, just let Qi Yao know." "Thank you very much," Yi Futian nodded to bid farewell before leaving. Shi Qiyao sent him off until they exited the West Imperial Palace. "How much did he take?" the West Imperial Palace Lord asked Shi Qiyao. He was smiling. "Not a small number," Shi Qiyao replied. "At least a lot more than I expected." "Clever," the Palace Lord said with a smile. "How so?" Shi Qiyao asked. "The more he takes, the deeper our relationship," the Palace Lord said as he laughed out loud. Then he turned and left, leaving Shi Qiyao to ponder the meaning of what he said. The more he took, the deeper their relationship. After Yi Futian returned to the Ziwei segmentum, he went to the Ziwei Imperial Palace and distributed the ritual implements. At the Starry Cultivation Court, everyone gathered to receive their ritual implements. They were all a little excited. Previously, Yi Futian crafted divine elixirs. Now he brought over powerful divine arms and ritual implements. There were even some people who got subdivine arms. Furthermore, it seemed that Yi Futian had taken these divine arms in a targeted manner. The weapons correspond to specific cultivators. When the cultivators received the divine arms, many felt like it was custom-made for them. Clearly, Yi Futian's trip this time was rather bountiful. After distributing the divine arms, Yi Futian said to them, "We can now release the seal of the Ziwei segmentum, but we must continue to focus on cultivation and become more powerful." Everyone nodded. They all appeared rather happy. The Ziwei segmentum had been sealed by Yi Futian for many years. Today it was finally getting released. This had a special meaning to them. Yi Futian raised his head to look up into the celestial sky. Instantly, a great divine might appeared in the skies as countless stars shone magnificently. It was as though a light screen was vanishing. After the seal of the Ziwei segmentum was released, they could start contacting the outside world. After doing all this, Yi Futian looked toward the crowd and said, "In the future, there will be more and more powerful cultivators coming to our Ziwei segmentum. When that happens, we can take them into the Imperial Palace if the opportunity arises." The cultivators nodded. If the Ziwei Imperial Palace were to continue growing, other than the forces they already had, they must continue to expand. Go cultivate. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone dispersed and immersed themselves in cultivation, all working towards becoming more powerful. For the past few days, because of the elixirs, Many of them broke through their original cultivation level, which was a spectacular surprise. Changes were happening every day in the Ziwei segmentum. On the other hand, Yi Futian continued cultivating. The seal was lifted, but that doesn't mean that he had to go out. However, just as he was immersing himself in cultivation, Shi Qiyao sent over bad news. After Yi Futian went to the West Imperial Palace to gift the divine elixirs, the news was leaked out. Many voices were hostile toward the West Imperial Palace that sprung up, saying that the West Imperial Palace was colluding with Yi Futian, seizing the inheritance of the elixir emperor of the ancient era to make divine elixirs. Yi Futian provided these elixirs for the West Imperial Palace, while the palace delivered resources to him, a lying. But the West Imperial Palace was an ancient god clan. Even though there were such voices, no one dared to besiege them so easily. As long as the Donghuang Imperial Palace didn't voice out, who dared to say anything? However, there was another piece of news that was detrimental for Yi Futian. Some people in the Divine Prefecture wanted to start a great alliance targeted at the Ziwei segmentum. Some said that several great forces of the Divine Prefecture wanted to lock down the entire Ziwei segmentum from the outside and turn it into a dead region. Chapter 2539. The Ziwei sets off to battle. When Yi Futian received this news, his heart turned cold. Many years ago, the powers of the Divine Prefecture had already done this once before. These forces had descended upon the heavenly mandate realm and forced him out, resulting in him sealing himself inside the Ziwei segmentum. Now, was there going to be a repeat of the Divine Prefecture powers' besiegement? Not to mention, this time it seemed to be even more ruthless, as they were aiming to seal the entire Ziwei segmentum. No ordinary powers dared to be this arrogant. Only those apex powers of the prefecture dared to declare something like seal an entire segmentum. Just imagine how much power it would require. Yi Futian asked Shi Qiyao to help him gather more information regarding this, specifically which powers were involved, while he continued to cultivate in the Ziwei segmentum Imperial Palace. He didn't even tell the others in order to let the cultivators of the Imperial Palace strengthen themselves in peace. Time continued to pass. Inside the starry cultivation court, Yi Futian sat in a cross-legged stance. Just then he opened his eyes, and with a swing of his palm, a mirror appeared before him. On the other end of the mirror was a pretty figure. It was Shi Qiyao. "Ren Huang Yi," Shi Qiyao called out. "Goddess Qiyao, how's the situation out there?" Yi Futian asked. "It's really not looking good," Shi Qiyao replied. "There are gradually more powers entering the alliance. They are preparing to hold a meeting specifically for the attack on Ziwei segmentum. Now, they've already sent people to Tianyan City to convince the lord of the Tianyan City to invite out the Imperial Arm and lay waste to the Ziwei segmentum." Imperial Arm. Coldness appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Even Imperial arms were separated into different levels. He had already found some ordinary Imperial arms, but these actually only contained a slither of the will of the great emperor. True Imperial arms were mighty divine-level weapons that contained the powers of the great emperors. Weapons like the Scepter of the Stars actually couldn't even be considered a complete Imperial arm. It only contained a slither of Ziwei the Great's will. To forge an Imperial arm, the first requirement was to have a divine item. Divine items themselves were already extremely rare. For instance, Wangshen Watchtower in the hands of the Millet Emperor was a complete, divine item. With the Wangshen Watchtower, the Millet Emperor could even battle the lord of the Donghua domain, Chief's Manor Ningyuan, which was a testament to its potency. Yet, such divine items were just materials to forge an Imperial arm. Besides that, forging an Imperial arm would also require a great Emperor-level armor emperor to utilize the divine martial. Today, such beings no longer existed. Tianyan City was the #1 sanctuary of armorers, yet the greatest armorer was the top-tier blacksmith grandmaster, the lord of the Tianyan City. But the ancestor of the lord of the Tianyan City was an armorer emperor. Tianyan City owns a complete imperial arm. The various powers wanted to ask the lord of the Tianyan City to invite the imperial arm to attack the Ziwei segmentum. Will the lord of the Tianyan City agree? Yi Futian asked. His eyes had turned cold. These ancient god clans have terrifyingly deep backgrounds and collections. There was a supreme imperial arm hidden inside the Tianyan City. If they really drew the imperial arm, could the imperial segmentum survive it? Very difficult. It's not that easy to invite out the imperial arm, Shi Qiao replied. The imperial arms contains the powerful might and will of the great emperor and have its own will. Even the lord of the Tianyan City can't command it. They have to invite it to battle, unless Tianyan City is met with a true existential disaster. Usually, the imperial arm won't emerge. Yi Futian nodded and felt slightly more relieved. But we still can't let down our guard. Tianyan City doesn't have a good impression of the Ziwei segmentum. Back then, they tried to seize the divine frame and were rejected by you. That resulted in the furious Tianyan City lord lashing out and destroying the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even if they don't invite out the imperial arm, they could still convince the lord of the Tianyan City to bring other powerful divine arms for an attack on the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian nodded and asked, "Who is the one who started this?" "I'm not sure about the details, but it should be launched jointly by several of the great powers, and they were supported by other powers as well. The earliest one to start this is likely those powers then went to the Celestial Mountain to contend for the inheritance." Chief Shihai also responded and called upon various domain chief manners to join forces and wipe out the Ziwei segmentum. The Donghua domain chief's manor also responded in secret, Shi Qiao replied. There are even more participating powers. There are those ancient god clans that fought you back then, as well as those overlord-level powers like the Sun God Mountain, Holy Land of Taichu, and other overlords of the Divine Prefecture. Understood. Yi Futian nodded slightly before asking, "On the West Imperial Palace's side, is there a lot of pressure?" "It's all right," Shi Qiao said. "Perhaps you are not completely clear of the background of an ancient god clan. They won't dare to provoke us so easily. Also, if you choose an opponent, it's best to stay away from the ancient god clan first. Right now, you are not yet capable of shaking up an ancient god clan, and you could suffer severe backlash." Upon hearing what Shi Qiao said, a surprised emotion appeared on Yi Futian's face. It seemed that Shi Qiao was hinting something to him. Ancient god clans could be even more powerful than he imagined, and they had some mysterious secrets that not many knew about. As such, she was advising him not to engage in battle with the ancient god clan rashly. Tianyan City had the imperial arm, and the other ancient god clans definitely had their own aces as well. It probably won't be easy to rock their foundation. "All right," Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you for your help." "No worries," Shi Qiao smiled. The two of them nodded at each other. Then Yi Futian reached out and waved his hand to keep the mirror. His brows were locked together. The various powers of the Divine Prefecture hadn't given up on killing him. Now, it seemed that the situation was even more urgent. If it were just sealing the segmentum, it wouldn't be that big a deal. The worst that could happen was the Ziwei segmentum cultivating in solitude for an extended number of years. However, if they used other means to storm the Ziwei segmentum or some special methods of obliteration, then things wouldn't be all right. Just then, a figure arrived with a flash. It was Lord Qin. He came to Yi Futian's side and said, "Palace Lord, there are some malicious voices from the outside." Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, "I've already heard about it." "Palace Lord, what do you plan to do?" Lord Qin asked. "Lord Qin, any thoughts?" Yi Futian raised his head and asked as he looked toward Lord Qin. "We can't just sit and wait for our demise," Lord Qin replied. "Now the Ziwei segmentum is no longer weak, and it's time to go out there." Lord Qin had made the breakthrough, and his power was augmented by the Scepter of Stars, so now he wanted to test his prowess in battle. It just so happened that the various powers of the divine prefecture were planning something malicious, which was why he had such thoughts. Yi Futian looked toward Lord Qin, and he didn't expect a fighting spirit to emerge in Lord Qin. Just now, Shi Qiao advised me not to touch the ancient god clans. So who can we target? Yi Futian asked. Other than the ancient god clans, just choose a power that wants to touch us and destroy them as a warning to the others. Lord Chen's voice was calm, but one could sense a domineering might from it. The Ziwei Imperial Palace was the lord of a celestial segmentum, yet now they ran into problems everywhere. Naturally, he felt furious inside as well. At least they should let the outside world know that the Ziwei segmentum wasn't a power that they could push around as and when they liked. Also, our target can't be too weak. If we are going to strike out, we'll strike out at one of the more powerful organizations. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve as a warning and deterrence to the others, Lord Chen continued. Yi Futian nodded in agreement upon hearing him. After hearing Lord Chen's opinion, he already had an organization in mind. Moreover, this organization had long had a grudge with the Ziwei Imperial Palace and was very powerful in the divine prefecture, even known as a holy land for cultivation. In their domain it had supreme status. After a moment of silence, Yi Futian said, Lord Qin, summon the chiefs of the Ziwei, Wangxin, and Heavenly Mandate Palaces to come to the Ziwei Imperial Palace for a conference. Yes, Palace Lord. Lord Chen bowed toward Yi Futian, then turned and walked into the celestial skies. His expression was solemn, and one could even see serious killing intent within. It's been a long time since he had gone out. Since that year, he was sealed inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As the lord of the segmentum, Lord Qin pretty much had nothing to do on normal days and had no enemies. All he did was to cultivate to pass his time. But now he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation level, and there were powerful enemies externally. It allowed him to feel his blood pumping up once again. Outside the main palace of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, a group of powerful cultivators was standing there. They could feel that something was going to happen, and all had solemn expressions on their faces. The Supreme Elder Lord Qin, Ziwei Palace Lord Mu Rongyu, Wangxin Palace Lord Emperor Shi, Heavenly Mandate Palace Lord Huaji were all there. The other apex cultivators were also gathered here. Only Taoist monk Mu wasn't here. Yi Futian told them not to worry about it and focus on crafting elixirs, which was the utmost priority for Taoist monk Mu. The external battles will be their job for now. Many years ago, various powers of the divine prefecture led their troops to descend upon the Heavenly Mandate and obliterated the Heavenly Mandate Academy, chasing us out and forcing us to seal ourselves inside the Ziwei segmentum for many years. Now, the Ziwei segmentum no longer participates in the conflicts of the outside world. Yet the powers of the divine prefecture still don't want to let us go. They want to join forces once again, form a powerful alliance, and wipe out the Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian said. But the Ziwei Imperial Palace today isn't the same as the Ziwei Imperial Palace back then, regardless of whether they will be able to ally. At the very least, we must let those who want to destroy us learn the meaning of a price to pay. The cultivators all felt a strong emotion well up inside them as their blood started pumping. Today, will the Ziwei Imperial Palace be heading out for conquest? This was the first time ever. It had never happened before. Especially some of the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate. For so many years, they had passively tolerated being the target of oppression and suppression. Until today, they had become strong enough, yet they still faced the same pressure. The various apex powers of the divine prefecture just wouldn't let them go. There were even ancient god clans that wanted to attack them. All of this was only because the lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was too bright. It was as though this world didn't allow someone of this caliber to exist, and so it conjured up all sorts of ways to wipe out Yi Futian. Or perhaps it was alarmed by his growth. Now they were finally striking out. Let's go, Yi Futian said before taking the first step. Everyone made way for him and let Yi Futian walk through the middle. Then the cultivators followed his lead and walked toward the direction of a tunnel. The Ziwei Imperial Palace set off for battle against the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 2540 Attack. Divine Prefecture, Taichu Domain. This was one of the more powerful domains of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Inside the Taichu Domain, although there were no ancient god clan level powers, there was the Holy Land of Cultivation, the Holy Land of Taichu. The Holy Land of Taichu was a place where knowledge of the great paths was passed down. Through its countless years of history, a large number of phenomenal individuals had emerged from there and had groomed generations of powerful cultivators. Today, many of the apex cultivators of the Taichu domain came from the Holy Land of Taichu. Within the Taichu domain, even the domain chief's manor had to respect the Holy Land of Taichu. The Holy Land of Taichu was located at the core land of the Taichu domain, occupying an extraordinary segment of the land, where the soil was fertile for thousands of miles. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, there were many cultivation courts. Each cultivation court was extremely powerful, and if they were put outside, they would all be top-tier organizations. At this time inside the Holy Land of Taichu, it was extremely quiet inside a cultivation court where divine mists blurred the view. A figure was sitting atop the stone platform inside the mist, deep in cultivation with his eyes closed. Yi Futian had seen this person before. He had attacked Yi Futian before. He was the ruler of the Holy Land of Taichu, Saint Emperor. He had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path years ago and had become extremely powerful. Back then, even with Xinjia, the Great's divine frame, Yi Futian was still nearly killed by him. If it weren't for the Master intervening, he would likely not be able to escape from that battle. As the Taichu Saint Emperor sat there, it seemed as though he had merged into one with the world, becoming a part of the world. Not a slither of aura could be sensed from him, but just then his eyebrows moved slightly, then he opened his eyes, and an extremely sharp gaze shot out from his iris. What's going on? Taichu Saint Emperor wondered. He felt somewhat uneasy. It was as though something was about to happen. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his feelings. When a cultivator reaches his stage, his senses toward the outside world would become extremely sensitive. Even if it was something that hadn't even happened yet, it was still possible for him to feel something. Of course, they wouldn't know why this would happen, but they would have a faint feeling that something was about to happen. But the Holy Land of Taichu was teaching cultivation inside the Taichu domain. What could possibly happen? Speaking of all the major events happening at the time, there was nothing other than the various top powers of the Divine Prefecture joining forces to target the Ziwei Segmentum. But this was a crisis for the Ziwei Segmentum, so it had nothing to do with him. So why did his senses tell him that something wasn't right? The Taichu Saint Emperor's divine consciousness swept across a nearly boundless area, shrouding all of the cultivation courts of the vast Holy Land of Taichu. All of the cultivators inside the Holy Land were cultivating quietly, and there was nothing abnormal. Nothing had happened. His divine consciousness continued to sweep and expand toward the city afar, but he still didn't find anything. He frowned a little and gave up on continuing his search. He closed his eyes and returned to cultivation. If something were going to happen, then by force of nature it would happen. All he needed to do was to wait quietly. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, there were countless cultivators, all in different cultivation courts. The cultivators were all practicing their own paths, forming a great, thriving scene. No one had any idea what was awaiting the Holy Land of Taichu. Some time later, somewhere far away outside the Holy Land of Taichu, a group of powerful cultivators arrived from high up above the air. Their speeds were all astonishing, and all of them concealed their auras. Yet everyone who passed by could still feel that these people were different from ordinary crowds. They had to be extraordinary individuals and could be up to something. They seem to be going in the direction of the Holy Land of Taichu, someone said silently inside. Are they cultivators from one of the cultivation courts inside the Holy Land of Taichu? Doesn't seem like it. Many people were discussing, but Yi Futian and the others continued to advance. They were extremely low-key for this trip. They first appeared at Four Corners Village using the tunnel set by the master. This impressive team of cultivators traveled across vast lands silently, coming from the Shangqing domain to the Taichu domain and the Holy Land of Taichu. Although the Ziwei Imperial Palace was now a force to be reckoned with, it still wasn't possible for them to wage war against the entire Divine Prefecture. However, if the powers of the Divine Prefecture wanted to ally to besiege the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they would have to prepare to pay the price for it. The group of powerful cultivators was extremely fast in their advance. It wasn't long before they appeared up in the air right outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. At this moment, waves of powerful auras descended upon the Holy Land of Taichu, suppressing the skies in this area. Just then, from deep inside the Holy Land of Taichu, the Taichu Saint Emperor suddenly opened up his eyes, and an unbridled, dangerously sharp intent could be seen. A terrifying aura surged out from him and shrouded the vast space. Instantly, a surge of divine might descended upon the land as it seemed as though his eyes crossed space and looked right outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. There were actually Ziwei Segmentum cultivators who arrived at the Holy Land of Taichu. The meaning of this was clear without needing explanation. Yi Futian, how dare you lead the Ziwei Imperial Palace to invade the Holy Land of Taichu? The voice of Taichu, Saint Emperor, echoed through the air, shaking up the 9 heavens and resonating throughout the Holy Land. At this point, countless cultivators at the Holy Land of Taichu were shaken to their cores. One after another, powerful cultivators rose into the air and looked outside. Boom! An incredibly heavy might landed down and engulfed the entire Holy Land of Taichu. Taichu, Saint Emperor, raised his head and looked over. He saw a figure with the robe of the stars appearing high up in the air. His aura was shockingly impressive. It was actually on par with him. That was a cultivator who had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, the supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Qin stood above the Taichu Saint Emperor with the scepter in his hand, and his gaze focused on him. Within an instant, the divine might of the great paths from the two cultivators collided into each other up in the void, causing terrifying tremors in the void and even booming noises. He's strong. The Taichu Saint Emperor could feel the pressure. His gaze was locked on the air above him while his body was still sitting there. But his figure appeared astonishingly tall and enormous, as though it was a god. This supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace actually managed to make the breakthrough and overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Outside of the Holy Land, Yi Futian appeared high up in the air. He announced loudly, the Holy Land of Taichu was supposed to be a holy land of knowledge where the great paths are taught. Yet it had repeatedly committed acts of invasion and pillage, abusing its power and bullying others. Now it's planning to collude with the powers of the Divine Prefecture to lay waste to the Ziwei Segmentum. It has failed the name of the Holy Land and doesn't deserve to be passing on the teachings of the Great Paths. Today, the Holy Land of Taichu shall have its name removed from the Taichu domain. At this point, all cultivators inside the Holy Land of Taichu, I will not go after those who leave spontaneously. When his voice echoed in the air above the Holy Land of Taichu, every single cultivator inside the Holy Land was absolutely shocked. The Holy Land of Taichu was the #1 holy land of Great Path teachings. It was extremely powerful, had supreme status inside the Taichu domain, and was worshipped and revered by the world's people. Yet today, someone dared to invade the Holy Land of Taichu and claim to eliminate its name from the world. How dare you? Big words. Various voices sounded from different locations around the Holy Land of Taichu. Afterward, one after another, powerful auras arrived. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, at various locations, astoundingly powerful auras appeared simultaneously. Yi Futian didn't mind it. He stepped forward and advanced, leading the cultivators in a direct attack into the Holy Land of Taichu. Invading the Holy Land of Taichu, kill, without mercy, a domineering voice sounded. Many powerful auras erupted at the same time. One after another, powerful cultivators rose into the air, many of whom were peak Renhuang level individuals. Boom! Two figures stepped forward, Blind Tai and Millet Emperor. Their auras were terrifying, and their mights pressured upon the world. A divine projection appeared up above the skies as though it was a god. It was holding a sky hammer and slammed straight toward the Renhuang who was charging over. Instantly, a terrifying divine might swept out, and that Renhuang was sent flying out with a boom. The Millet Emperor summoned the Gate of World Suppression, forcing down upon the battlefield and suppressing the crowd of Renhuang cultivators with its might. It was unparalleled domination. Boom, boom, boom. It was just one stroke, yet many of the Renhuang cultivators were severely wounded. Boom! A terrifying aura swept across the battlefield and roared like the heavenly river. Yi Futian continued walking forward. He saw an old acquaintance. It was the Purple Robe or Emperor, a formidable cultivator. There were also several other powerful Renhuangs beside him. As he dealt out a punch containing the might of the divine gods, an extremely vigorous surge of power swept through the battlefield like the roaring rivers, attempting to shatter everything in its path. From another direction, the will of swords swarmed the skies and struck toward them from afar. These sword wills converged together and turned into a river of swords, slashing in from afar with killing intentions, obliterating the space they passed through. This was the Sky River Divine sword that came from the Taichu sparring grounds inside the Holy Land of Taichu. Many powerful cultivators attacked at once, dealing out a shockingly powerful attack with explosive force. A terrifying sky hammer suddenly appeared in the hand of Blind Tai. He straightway wielded it, then stepped forward and dashed into the frighteningly powerful waves. The sky hammer in his hand smashed downward, causing the void to tremor violently. He continued to charge forward, raising the sky hammer and smashing it toward the Purple Robe or Emperor. At the same time, Qin Yi, who was standing beside Yi Futian, moved as well. As he saw the sword was swarming the skies, striking toward them, his body turned into a beam of light and dashed right into it. Endless sword will of light erupted, purifying everything in the world. It dashed right into the river of swords and pierced through it, slashing toward the other end of the sword river. Yi Futian and the others' footsteps didn't even pause, and they continued to advance. Huge booming noises erupted in the skies as the void tremored and roared. High up in the air, many divine cauldrons levitated there. Each of these divine cauldrons was enormous. A cultivator in golden robes sat atop a cauldron and watched as Yi Futian walked over. His aura was extremely terrifying, and it was a tribulation phase cultivator, one of the 3 strongest individuals in the entire Holy Land of Taichu. Those treasure cauldrons spun and smashed down to suppress them, almost crushing space itself. Wherever it passed through, everything was crushed into fragments. Even the great paths were the same, nearly being shattered. No great path power could withstand the crushing power of the divine cauldron. Endless divine cauldrons appeared above Yi Futian and the others, crushing down toward them in an attempt to completely crush and destroy them. The lord of the Ziwei Palace, Morongyu, walked out from behind Yi Futian. An extremely magnificent starry brilliance shot out from his eyes, instantly transforming the world around them into the starry dimension. Countless celestial stars revolved and appeared in the segmentum before him, circling the stars and striking toward the divine cauldrons. The scene was extremely magnificent. Their attacks collided in the void. The tribulation plain cultivator from the holy land of Taichu stared at Morongyu, who was below, other than Lord Qin, who had gone ahead to battle the Saint Emperor. There was another tribulation plain cultivator beside Yi Futian, and it seemed that he wasn't the only one. It looked like it would truly be a crisis for the holy land of Taichu this time. Chapter 2541 Dismantle. From the depths of the holy land of Taichu, another horrific aura permeated. An extreme icy aura covered the boundless space, quickly lowering the temperature of the entire holy land of Taichu. At the same time, a terrifying roar was heard. In that direction, glacial divine swords surged with an extremely terrifying impact, moving toward where Yi Futian was. Obviously, the other man knew that Yi Futian was the leader of this battle, as he led his people here to the holy land of Taichu to destroy them. Without Yi Futian, today's battle would not have occurred. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yi Futian directly. Buzz! A powerful aura erupted behind Yi Futian as Emperor she stepped forward. A massive phantom of Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared above the firmament. It blocked out everything in the sky, bearing the weight of that terrifying attack. Emperor she moved forward, preparing to slay the opponent, and locked onto him. Not many of them came this time, but they were all top combatants. All of them were at least peak Renhuang level cultivators. Cultivators with lower cultivation would only be a burden in a battle like this and unable to do much good. In different directions, terrible battles were breaking out. The entire holy land of Taichu was exploding frantically. Loud booming sounds blasted in everyone's mind continuously. The devastating storm of the Great Path made them feel suffocated and desperate. It was simply madness. They never thought that someone would lead a legion to attack the holy land of Taichu, but they saw it today. Not only did they come, but they were also extremely powerful and aggressive. Everyone raised their head to look at the white-haired man, who continued to move forward. This man was the legendary figure from Original Realm, Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued moving forward, and the devastating storm of the Great Path around him seemed not to have the slightest impact on him. He led his people inside the holy land of Taichu, glanced the battlefield, and said, "Anyone who participates in the fight will be killed." A cold light flashed across his eyes. Once, the forces of the Divine Prefecture formed an alliance against the Ziwei Segmentum, and the holy land of Taichu was one of them. Regardless of any other grievances of the past, just for this offense alone, they must destroy the holy land of Taichu. If they didn't, those same people would invade and attack the Ziwei Segmentum in the future. His divine consciousness covered the entire holy land of Taichu and many of its cultivation courts, except for Taichu Saint Emperor, who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. 2 others had survived the first divine tribulation. They were now fighting with Morongyu and Emperor Shi. In the past, there was another one, sword master of Taichu sparring grounds, who had been slain by him using the divine body of the Xinjia, the great emperor, so that there was one less peak character in the holy land of Taichu. In addition to the 3 great cultivators in the tribulation plain, there were 7 or 8 more Renhuang with a perfect great path in the holy land of Taichu. This was considered a very powerful lineup because this was, after all, the holy land of Taichu domain. But this kind of lineup was not enough to contend with the opponents facing them. Yi Futian didn't make any moves himself. He wanted to monitor the entire battlefield to ensure that the cultivators on his side would not suffer any injuries. Although their side was currently at an advantage, they should not take their enemies lightly. "Form the matrix," said a voice in the distance. Those cultivators from the holy land of Taichu gathered in panic and began to form the matrix. In the Taichu sparring grounds, countless swordsmen now levitated into the sky at the same time, suspended high above the sky. All of their bodies were filled with a frightening sword will. The sword will flowed and circulated, attracting the divine light of the great path between heaven and earth. Sword Aurora appeared with extreme radiance. It seemed as if they could split open this world. Above the firmament, a phantom, like that of a sword god, appeared. Then millions of divine swords were unleashed toward Yi Futian and his people, like a sword light of total destruction. Hua Jiu took a step forward, straddling the space, floating beneath the sword matrix. She lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced at the sword matrix, and a dull sound was heard between heaven and earth. A suffocating pressure of might soon followed as time and space seemed to come to a stop. The speed of those swords falling suddenly slowed. It seemed as if they were about to stop. Boom! Hua Jiu took another step, and all the divine swords in the sky were still. At this moment, Chen Yi moved. The cleansing divine light bloomed to turn his body into a light, rushing towards those swordsmen. At this time, those swordsmen felt a sting in their spiritual energy, as if their bodies were not under their own control, nor could they control their own swords. Their expressions quickly changed to one with shock, and they attempted to gather their sword will for a final attack, but the light was faster than they were. Pooh, pooh, pooh! The sword of light shuttled past, and everyone was pierced through their throat. From the sky above, those swordsmen who were inside the matrix fell to their deaths at the same time. When the cultivators from the holy land of Taichu beheld this scene, their hearts trembled violently as they watched all these people perish in front of their eyes. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Countless cauldrons were floating high above the sky, containing terrible power. When these cauldrons were spinning, the golden divine light threatened to shatter the space. Its force was beyond horrific. Kill! Although these cultivators had seen the sorry ending of those swordsmen, they did not back down. Tens of thousands of cauldrons covered this corner of the sky, and slamming down for the kill at the same time with extremely aggressive force. This time, Yi Futian walked forward and stepped into the space below those destructive cauldrons. He stood in the center of that destructive divine light. Rays of divine light spilled down and blasted on him. The cultivators of the holy land of Taichu showed a coldness in their eyes, but they were shocked to find that Yi Futian freely bathed in the divine light of destruction. He not only did not move, but was allowing that divine light to wash over his flesh. This sight made them feel a little hopeless. Was Yi Futian really just a Renhuang in the ninth realm? How could his physical body be this strong? The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, had been destroyed, and all he had now was his own physical body. Still, it was terrifying. Kill! Their expressions were chilling as hundreds and thousands of divine cauldrons spun, and countless rays of divine lightning struck down for the kill. At the same time, those cauldrons also blasted down, trying to overpower Yi Futian. Yi Futian's aura of the great path enveloped this space. He raised his head and looked up. In an instant, all these cauldrons stopped and remained still, and the divine light dimmed. Above the sky, this scene was incredibly spectacular. Those cultivators from the holy land of Taichu stared at the cauldrons, trying to urge them again, but found that they couldn't. They looked down at Yi Futian, who was standing under those countless cauldrons. A little desperate now, they wondered, how can he be so strong? Yi Futian looked at those people with pity. They were all cultivators from the holy land of Taichu, and they really didn't do anything wrong. However, this was the cruel reality in the world of cultivation. If the situation was reversed, and these cultivators invaded the Ziwei segmentum, they would become the ones slaughtering those inside the Ziwei segmentum. The scenario would be completely different. Boom! At this time, the Millet Emperor descended with Wangshan Watchtower on his back and blasted directly into the crowd. In an instant, many cultivators fell from above, and many of them were killed on the spot. All that was happening in front of their eyes was like a dream. The cultivators of the holy land of Taichu perished, one after the other. At this time, Outside the holy land of Taichu, countless people had rushed here to observe the battlefield within. They saw the entire holy land of Taichu seem to be shrouded in the light of the apocalypse. All of the holy land was filled with a suffocating destructive force. Many people stood high above the sky and watched. They saw many cultivators of the holy land perish. The holy land of Taichu was in the process of being destroyed. This day was like the end days for the holy land. Would the holy land of Taichu be destroyed in this battle? No one ever imagined that such a day was possible. They had heard of Yi Futian's name before, of course. He was the legendary premier genius talent in the original realm, a peerless enchanting figure who was the heir of Emperor Yiqing. He was later forced to retreat to the Ziwei Segmentum, locked himself in there, and cut off all interaction with the outside world. But in the impressions of many people, he was an extremely talented youngster. Who could have imagined that on this day he would lead the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to come to Taichu for the express purpose of destroying the holy land of Taichu? Taichu Saint Emperor will not be defeated, right? He will definitely save the holy land of Taichu, someone whispered, placing their hopes on Taichu Saint Emperor. Well, Taichu Saint Emperor will definitely be able to beat back these invaders, some cultivators agreed. In the Taichu domain, the holy land of Taichu was believed in by many people, much like the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm back then. Now that they saw Yi Futian was leading a strike team to invade them, naturally, they hoped that Taichu Saint Emperor could stop them. Just as Yi Futian thought, the struggle in the cultivation world was cruel, and there was no absolute right or wrong. If these people knew how the holy land of Taichu had dispatched those people into the original realm back then, and how they had dealt with the Heavenly Mandate Academy, what would they think? On the battlefield, Yi Futian and the others kept moving forward, and they had reached deep inside the holy land of Taichu. The land underneath them lay in total ruin, littered with the bodies of many cultivators. They were all cultivators at the Renhuang level. But Yi Futian and the others did not kill indiscriminately. Only those who resisted and lashed out against them were slain. Even so, bodies were everywhere. There were many cultivators in the holy land of Taichu with a lot of powerful ones. When they gathered into the matrix, hundreds of men moved to attack all at once. However, although the holy land of Taichu was powerful, it was still beaten by this group of invaders as they drove deep into the heart of the holy land, and no one was able to stop them. Right now, there are really only 3 key areas on the battlefield that were of concern. The battlefield of the Tribulation Plain cultivators, especially the one occupied by Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Qin, was the most critical. The 2 of them were already fighting at a high altitude and not affecting anyone else. Jiu, Millet Emperor, go help Emperor Shi and Deputy, Lord Morong, Yi Futian said, as Huajiu and the Millet Emperor nodded. Both of them possessed combat effectiveness at the Tribulation Plain. 4 against 2, they would naturally have the absolute upper hand. As for Yi Futian, he was still moving forward. He looked at the battlefield ahead with Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Qin. He wanted to help Lord Qin and keep Taichu Saint Emperor here, for he could not allow the man to leave here alive. In the crowd ahead, there were some of Yi Futian's old friends, Renhuang cultivators who had gone to the Heavenly Mandate Realm on behalf of the Holy Land of Taichu to take over the Heavenly Mandate Realm as their own. When they saw Yi Futian at this moment, it was like a dream. Once, they looked upon Yi Futian with carelessness. They only wanted to control him to control the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they thought that Yi Futian didn't know what was good for him. However, in just a few years, Yi Futian was actually able to invade inside the Divine Prefecture and attack the Holy Land of Taichu. All of this was so surreal. Yi Futian seemed to have noticed some of their gazes and cast a glance at them. Then his finger pointed down in the air, and the infinite sword came down and slew them across the space. Sizzling sounds continued as those people perished one after another. Chapter 2542. Slay the Tribulation Plain Cultivators. After a round of sweeping attacks, the battle matrix of the Holy Land of Taichu was completely dismantled, and many powerful Renhuang fell one by one as they were being killed off. Now, the only ones who could pose a threat were the remaining 3 Tribulation Plane cultivators. Chen Yi, keep an eye down below. If anyone makes a move, kill them without mercy, Yi Futian ordered Chen Yi, who was next to him. Chen Yi, who had inherited from the Bright Temple, was close to invincible in the realm of Renhuang. Even Ning Hua was not his equal. Although there were many top geniuses in the Renaheng realm at the Holy Land of Taichu, it was impossible for any one of them to touch Chen Yi. Chen Yi's origin may have been extraordinary. Blind Qin said that he possessed a illumining body of the Great Path and was born to inherit the light which he did. As the child of light, there were not many in the divine prefecture who could beat him. In the Holy Land of Taichu, there was no one in the realm of Renhuang who could contend with him. As for the remaining 3 cultivators in the Tribulation Plane, Yi Futian decided to go and help Lord Chen with Taichu Saint Emperor. This man's life and death were of the utmost importance because he was the master of the Holy Land of Taichu. If he escaped, it would pose a significant threat to them down the road. As for the other 2 battles, 4 against 2 was more than enough to ensure their victories. Even those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path still needed to hone their combat skills in actual battle. This would be a very good opportunity to do exactly that. Furthermore, it was difficult for them to participate in the fight between those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path and might even endanger themselves. Therefore, Yi Futian's decision was the most appropriate. Hua Jiu proceeded to assist Morongyu and walked to the cultivator, who was an expert at the suppressive power of the cauldron. The Millet Emperor, carrying Wang Xin watchtower behind him, had gone to join forces with Emperor Shi to deal with the cultivator who brandished the true will of ice and the glacier divine sword. Chen Yi and the rest were tasked with keeping an eye on those whose realms were below the Tribulation Plane. Above, there were 3 great battles taking place in 3 separate areas. Hua Jiu entered Morongyu's battle. Their opponent was one of the major figures of the Holy Land of Taichu, Lord Yuding. Lord was not an indication of the realm, but a title. Some had been conferred the title of Lord while still in the realm of Renhuang, and some had been made Lord after having survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, in the Western world, Lords were generally referred to as those who had survived the second Buddha's tribulation. Lord Yuding was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He was an expert in attack with extremely powerful and awesome combat effectiveness. He was also the master of Tianyu, cultivation court. At this time, the space where he was in seemed to have turned into a divine domain. Hundreds of thousands of divine cauldrons appeared in this space, infinite and without end. One glacé upward revealed that the heavens seemed to be full of them. Lord Yuding's life spirit was a cauldron. To further strengthen his life spirit, he had refined a cauldron that was completely in sync with his life spirit and merged it with his life spirit. With this, his offensive power was greatly magnified. Even Morongyu, who was holding a treasure, did not have the slightest advantage over him. Lord Yuding was unfazed when he saw Hua Jiu's entrance into the battle, and his expression remained as calm as ever. As his hand stretched out, suddenly above the firmament, horrible golden divine lights rained down from those golden divine cauldrons. They turned into countless golden lightning, containing incomparable destructive power and blasting towards Morongyu and Hua Jiu. One more cultivator of the tribulation plane made no difference to him. He believed he could still deal with both of them. The group that came from Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but they would pay a hefty price for initiating this invasion. Be careful. Morongyu cautioned Hua Jiu via voice transmission. This man's offensive power is extremely domineering, and his destructive force is astounding. With this many cauldrons suspending from the sky, Heaven has a suffocating path of suppression, which is pressing down on this world. Yes. Hua Jiu nodded. I will restrain him so you can focus on breaking down his defenses and counterattack. Hua Jiu specialized in assisting in combat situations, and she was an expert in restraining opponents. Especially in melees, she alone could restrain multiple powerful cultivators all at once. For her to face someone like Lord Yuding with Morongyu as two cultivators in the tribulation plane, they felt it was not a problem at all. No problem, Morongyu replied. Just when they were communicating through voice transmissions, the golden lightning that bloomed from the divine cauldrons was already upon them, trying to split open the space. A starry light screen appeared around Morongyu as if it was transformed into a starry body of the great path. With him as the center, starry divine light circulated as if creating a world of its own. Terrifying lightning continued to smash down, but it only succeeded in causing some fissures on the body without really breaking it. Ziwei Segmentum was once the world sealed by Ziwei the Great, and most of the cultivators who stood at the peak were the descendants of Ziwei and had inherited similar abilities as Ziwei the Great. Morongyu was no exception. With a thought, centering on the starry divine body, a starry sky appeared in this vast space, as if everything was now moving in a starry world. Countless divine cauldrons suspended in the sky, surrounded by stars. Both contending forces tried to overpower one another. Golden lightning struck down on Hua Jiu's side. However, they suddenly stopped just when they came right above her head. The golden lightning contained incomparable destructive power, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it difficult for them to land on their target. It was as if they were under the absolute control that Hua Jiu had over this space. Buzz, a horrible power of telekinesis, radiated outward and spread to this corner of the world. Hua Jiu's black hair was dancing in the wind, and those deep black eyes of hers were shining with frightening divine light. Her majesty was imposing. It was as if she was possessed by the spirit of an empress. A wisp of imperial might could be felt as it diffused from her. These three top cultivators were all existences who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. Their worlds seemed to overlap at this juncture, to see who could suppress the other. The world of the divine cauldron, the starry world, and the world of telekinesis. Lord Yuding's hands began to condense the seal. Suddenly in this world, 18,000 cauldrons moved simultaneously, spinning madly. As they were spinning, the golden lightning flooded this corner of the sky, threatening to destroy the entire world. Boom! Accompanied by the endless golden lightning as they slammed down, those 18,000 cauldrons also smacked toward Morongyu and Hua Jiu below. An extraordinary will of the way was born between heaven and earth, as if there was an invisible divine cauldron presided in this space that tried to wipe out all existence. Stars burst and shattered. Those gigantic stars were directly smothered and extinguished, turning into dust and disappeared in smoke. The starry light screen around Morongyu also cracked. This destructive force was way too terrifying. It was the true realization of a major attack. Hua Jiu's long hair flew in the wind, and it seemed that she was also under tremendous pressure. The transcendent will of the way that was contained in the divine cauldrons seemed to overpower even that invisible power of telekinesis currently moving between heaven and earth. This was a power of total extinction that could exterminate all existence. "Do it!" Hua Jiu transmitted her command to Morongyu, and as soon as her voice fell, an unparalleled power appeared in this space world. Behind Hua Jiu, a divine phantom manifested. It was a phantom of her, but it was extremely sacred and majestic, releasing the divine glory of the great emperor's brilliance. At the same time, the world of this great path suddenly fell into a state of absolute stasis, as if this destructive space suddenly stopped moving, and the great path stopped circulating. The golden lightning stopped its destruction, and all 18,000 cauldrons stopped spinning. It was just an instant, but it seemed like an eternity. Only Morongyu did not stop. This power seemed to have bypassed him and did not affect him in the least. Its precision was meticulous. Morongyu also received Hua Jiyu's voice transmission. His body moved and disappeared from where he was in a single step. With unmatched strength, he descended in front of Lord Yuding. A horrific rumbling sound came out, and Morongyu at this moment seemed to have been blessed by more than his power, but also the powers from all the stars in the heavens. They were all at his back, and the entire world of space was trembling because of him. His fist blasted at Lord Yuding, who was right in front of him. When Lord Yuding was constrained, an extremely dazzling divine aurora shot out from his eyes, and a violent booming sound came out from his body. It broke all kinds of imprisonments, as if his body had turned into a cauldron as well, with divine light flowing all around it. He stared at Morongyu, who was coming at him fast. He knew it was already too late for him to avoid the blow. Clang! The terrifying fist blasted on him as a metal-like sound was heard upon that horrible impact. The power of that one punch contained the power of all the stars in the heavens, and it was incredibly heavy. This blow caused all the surrounding cauldrons to rupture and shatter. Lord Yuding's body also made a shattering sound as that cauldron split open. The fist aurora rushed into his body, pulverizing all of his internal organs, and his heart was pierced. Pooh! He spit up blood. The body of Lord Yuding was the body of the cauldron. As the divine cauldron broke apart, so did his physical body. His eyes dimmed. He was a powerful man of his generation in Taichu domain, whose status was unparalleled. But today he was killed here like this. His heart was full of disbelief until the end. Indeed, the holy land of preaching should have never been involved in the strife of the outside world. Once it did, it was no longer pure and neutral. Therefore, fighting and conflict were unavoidable. Now, because of a decision that no one cared about at the time, it was paid with the destruction of the entire holy land of Taichu today. What a lamentable ending this was. At this point, countless divine swords came in for the final kill, penetrating his body as well as his spiritual soul. The one who attacked this time was Hua Jiyu. She was high above the sky. Her eyes swept indifferently towards Lord Yuding in front of her. There was neither mercy nor pity, and she made sure he would be no more trouble to them in the future. She was no longer the Hua Jiyu she was once. After experiencing life and death in the 9 states, she knew the cruel reality of the cultivation world. For Yi Futian's sake, anyone who might threaten him should be killed off. She would never leave them alive to create problems for Yi Futian in the future. That would amount to nothing more than the benevolence of the ignorant. Morongyu glanced at Hua Jiyu, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. At that moment, even he hesitated for a second, but not Hua Jiyu. She slew the other immediately, which confirmed what Morongyu had always known. As the palace lord's wife who had cultivated to the terrifying existence of the tribulation plane, there was no longer any bit of womanly tenderness or indecision within her. She had dealt the fatal blow that caused the final dispersion of Lord Yuding's spirit and soul. This was undoubtedly the right decision. It had already gotten to this stage. How could they possibly leave Lord Yuding alive, especially when the other was a cultivator of the tribulation plane who would pose a considerable threat? As Lord Yuding fell, the great path in this space dissipated. After everything disappeared, another battle was about to end. Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor joined forces and were able to suppress their opponent fully. Victory was but a matter of time, and without doubt, Hua Jiyu took a step forward and headed there. If the two of them could not end that opponent of theirs, she would, with no hesitation. Chapter 2543. Why so confident? It didn't take long for the other battle to be over as well. With the joint efforts of Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, they finished off another tribulation plane cultivator in the holy land of Taichu. At this point, the Holy Land of Taichu had lost 2 more existences in the Tribulation Plain. The Holy Land of Taichu used to have 4 great Tribulation Plain cultivators, but one was killed by Yi Futian. Today they had lost 2 more, and only Taichu Saint Emperor was left. The once prosperous Holy Land of Taichu seemed doomed to destruction. What they saw now stirred up great emotions in those who were still alive in the Holy Land of Taichu, as well as the outsiders who were watching. Could all this be real? Would the preaching Holy Land of Taichu domain perish on this day? Now, there was only one battle remaining, the ultimate battlefield where Taichu Saint Emperor was fighting at the moment. This battlefield was high above the sky, shrouded by the domain of the Great Path. It was a battle taking place within bounds, so those on the outside could only feel its supremely terrifying fluctuation, but could not see anything that happened inside and had no idea the details of the actual fighting. It seemed that Taichu Saint Emperor was trying to protect the Holy Land of Taichu from being destroyed by the battle. Therefore, he chose to engage the battle high up above the sky. This ultimate battle was also the most critical battle. As long as Taichu Saint Emperor could manage to kill his opponents, the situation could still be reversed if he could eliminate all those who invaded. Could Taichu Saint Emperor save the entire Holy Land of Taichu? Countless cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu were hoping for exactly that, and the same with those who were outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. This was their last hope. High above the sky, inside the bounds, there were more than just the 2 of them at this moment. In addition to Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Qin, there was also a 3rd person standing within the bounds of the battlefield with them. He was standing in the area behind Lord Qin as if he was a mere spectator, as his long white robe fluttered in the wind. Who else could this be but Yi Futian? 2 top cultivators, both of whom had survived the 2nd divine tribulation of the Great Path, were fighting here, and he dared to enter the bounds of such a battle and observe it. Inside of battlefield was shrouded by an invisible aura containing a mighty destructive power. This aura was somewhat tumultuous, akin to the aura when a universe was first created and gave out a sense of supreme transcendence. Behind Taichu Saint Emperor, a gigantic pattern of the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared. This pattern rotated slowly as countless divine lights began shooting out from it. Lord Chen's expression was quite solemn, holding the starry scepter in his hands. In this tumultuous atmosphere, stars populated the sky. The starry divine light fell on Lord Qin and became one with him, so that the starlight became ever more brilliant and illuminated this space of chaos. Taichu Saint Emperor was indeed very strong. He had cultivated for more years than anyone could remember. Thousands of years ago, his talent was considered outstanding, but not top-notch. However, by chance, he had gotten an excellent opportunity to cultivate the true will of Taichu, thus creating the Holy Land of Taichu. He became Taichu Saint Emperor, who preached in Taichu domain and was well respected by all. Later, as his cultivation deepened, along with the increase of his strength, his ambitions grew greater, wanting to preach to the entire world. He wanted to impact that last and final realm, to seek a breakthrough to the realm to prove the methods of the great emperor. Therefore, when the gate to the original realm opened, he dispatched a group of people to preach in the original realm and took that first step forward. Later, in subsequent conflicts with the original realm, the Holy Land of Taichu was repeatedly frustrated. When the sword master of Taichu was slain, Taichu Saint Emperor was forced to travel to the lower worlds and handle the matter personally. Still, he was driven out by the teacher from Four Corner Village unexpectedly. This series of events gave him an even stronger desire to ascend to the imperial realm. However, before this day could arrive, Yi Futian had already grown to this level of strength, leading the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to attack here. He wanted to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu and kill Taichu, Saint Emperor, on his territory. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at the two of them with a decidedly chilling gaze. Then, with a wave of his hand, The yin-yang 8 trigrams behind him started to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Instantly, that yin-yang 8 trigrams rotated and expanded until they merged into the space. The whole world they were in seemed to be transformed into this pattern of the yin-yang 8 trigrams. In this realm, countless smaller patterns of the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared, from which an aura of destruction permeated. After you die, I will destroy Ziwei, Taichu, Saint Emperor announced as he looked at Yi Futian and Lord Qin. As soon as he said that, his palms pressed downward, and countless thunder shot out from those yin-yang 8 trigrams with all the power of divine retribution to destroy all existence. This force had surpassed the ordinary great path of thunder. It was like the primordial force when the world was first created, with the true will of Taichu hidden within the thunder. Many stars began to show cracks, then exploded. Lord Qin had a grave expression on his face as he extended his scepter. Suddenly, an unparalleled imperial glory dazzled and shrouded the stars in the heavens, making them immortal so that despite the blasting from the thunder, they were unmoved. Taichu, Saint Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Divine swords manifested from these yin-yang 8 trigrams, as if they were the divine swords of Taichu with awesome power. Millions of them now dropped down at the same time, intending to immolate this corner of the sky. Yi Futian appeared next to Lord Qin. This kind of devastating attack was extremely threatening. Countless divine swords flooded this entire world, and those Taichu divine swords pierced on the stars, causing cracks to appear on them, demonstrating just how terrifying was their attack. At this moment, all the stars in the heavens now lit up with the starry divine light at the same time. These infinite starry divine light shone upon Lord Qin and turned into the immortal stars. He proceeded to walk forward in the direction of the Taichu, Saint Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Those divine swords kept blasting on those stars, but failed to break through those immortal stars. Taichu, Saint Emperor's expression was cold and domineering as all the divine light from the heavens now gathered upon him. Both of his fists blasted forward. His fist aurora penetrated heaven and earth, punching through the void like the fists of the gods. More violent roaring sounds were heard and made it impossible for Lord Qin to move forward. Cracks began to show on the immortal stars, but Lord Qin still held on to the scepter. All the stars in the heavens revolved around him as the center, and as he waved the scepter in his hand, suddenly all the stars blasted in the direction of Taichu, Saint Emperor. The attacks of the two collided directly, and the resulting force was astounding. The great path boomed and roared as if the entire world they were in was on the verge of collapse and destruction. The sight was beyond horrifying. Yi Futian was protected by the immortal stars, still being guarded by Lord Qin. He did not directly participate in the battle, as if he was just watching this earth-shattering battle on the sideline. Infinite stars attacked without ceasing, but could not shake Taichu Saint Emperor, whose infinite divine sword and divine fist possessed extremely terrifying power. Boom! A boundless heavy force manifested as heaven and earth suddenly became leaden. Infinite starry divine light gathered together as the scepter in Lord Qin's hand seemed to merge into the starlight and turned into a starry divine sword. Emperor Qin looked on with a chilling expression on his face. Taichu divine light that was projected from the yin-yang 8 trigrams above the sky gathered together, as infinite thunder, lightning, and sword will gather to turn into a real thunder sword of tribulation. This was a purple divine sword that contained the true will of Taichu, which illuminated the entire space. It was full of unparalleled destructive power. In the midst of the turbulent waves of destruction, the starry divine sword and the purple divine sword met and collided. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, as the infinite great path of divine might flowed into both of their bodies, then surged into the swords they weld, as they swung their weapons at each other for the kill. Yi Futian, as he watched the battle, was forced to acknowledge the fact that Taichu Saint Emperor, who had dominated the Taichu domain for countless years, was indeed much stronger than Lord Qin. If it weren't for Lord Chen's use of the scepter, he might have been overpowered already. Moreover, Taichu Saint Emperor was extremely confident in his own attack that he did not resort to divine arms. Perhaps in his realm, other than imperial arms, any other divine implement no longer had any significance to him. His Taichu force alone was more powerful than any divine arms or weaponry of any kind. Even the eyes of Taichu Saint Emperor had turned into a purple color as the divine light shot at his opponent. Lord Chen's eyes collided with his opponent's, as if both of them were releasing their utmost strength in the hopes of destroying the other. Pist pist, a sharp sound came out, and the two divine swords collided and shattered at the same time. But both men were still moving towards each other. Terrible, destructive power raged within their bodies, but neither took a step back. Buzz! The starry divine light around Lord Qin turned into a star and continued to rush forward. Taichu Saint Emperor morphed into a god of war. While his body was expanding, both of his fists blasted out at the same time and banged on that massive star. The terrifying power swept everything in its vicinity. Yi Futian appeared in the distance, but still did not take action, merely watching the battle. He thought that this battle was an excellent trial for Lord Qin because the confrontations between top cultivators were very rare. He had never witnessed a battle of this caliber. The two of them attacked and collided again and again, and their aura became unsteady and shallow as both of them were subjected to powerful attacks. Gradually, they started taking on injuries. But neither gave up and still engaged in the crazy and violent battle, wanting to obliterate the other. Finally, another attack came down as countless stars crushing the void to blast towards Taichu Saint Emperor again. At the same time, the infinite thunder divine sword came down to slay Lord Qin. They did not use the weapon on each other, but used themselves to attack their opponent. Rumble! Both Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Qin suffered violent attacks from the other. When the dust settled, it was obvious that both of their auras were fairly shallow, as they had weakened considerably, and both suffered severe injuries. Continuing to fight would only spell doom to them both. "It's time for this to be over," Yi Futian said to himself. He looked at Taichu Saint Emperor and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Taichu Saint Emperor had been dominating Taichu domain for many years. The death of such a remarkable character would be mourned, even by his opponents. Before he died, Yi Futian wondered if there was anything he wanted to say. Last words. Taichu Saint Emperor glanced at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Where did you get that kind of confidence?" As soon as he spoke, Taichu divine swords slammed down toward Yi Futian. If it had not been for Lord Chen's protection, he would have already attacked Yi Futian. However, just when the attack came down, there were wisps of powerful aura that surrounded Yi Futian. With him as the center, this space seemed to be under his absolute control, and the space seemed to enter into a state of stasis. Taichu divine swords were not able to slam down on him. What he saw stunned Taichu Saint Emperor, and he too felt the transformation of Yi Futian's aura. It carried the momentum of a cultivator in the tribulation plane and was even stronger than cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He did kill Zhong Miao under his power without resorting to outside objects or forces. Taichu Saint Emperor remembered this, and his heart trembled. Yi Futian's strength was enough to slay someone who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Chapter 2544 Requiem of the Holy Land. So that's why. Taichu Saint Emperor stared at Yi Futian. Everyone had greatly underestimated Yi Futian's strength. The people in the divine prefecture only thought that he had great potential, cultivated Buddha celerity, and could escape cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, all of them had underestimated Yi Futian's actual combat effectiveness. He was able to kill Zhong Miao with his own strength alone, which meant that his combat effectiveness might have already surpassed that of a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. There was no way to compensate for the gap between cultivators in the tribulation plane and Renhuang. So, how did Yi Futian do it? The look in Taichu Saint Emperor's eyes changed, but then a cold light flashed across. Even so, what could he do now? Even if Yi Futian was a peerless genius talent here today, he would be slaughtered. Even if he could slay Zhong Miao on his own, but it was him now that Yi Futian was facing. Kill. As soon as the word was said, the horrific power of Taichu enveloped the boundless space. The divine swords continued to fall, aiming squarely at Yi Futian, intending to kill him on the spot. But at the same time, just as he was making his move, Lord Chen attacked again, as if not allowing him the slightest chance to breathe. On the other side, Yi Futian put his hands together, and a golden light gleamed. The sound of Buddha from the heavens lingered as his body turned into a golden frame. However, a golden divine sword, which contained unparalleled power, appeared. The golden divine sword slew towards the sky above. A roar was heard as it collided with the Taichu divine swords that came down. It was able to demolish the Taichu divine swords and dissipate together with it. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at what just took place. Although his physical condition was not the greatest at the moment, as he was wounded, he was a giant who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. His attack power was still unparalleled, and Yi Futian was able to block his attack. He didn't have time to mull it over, however. Lord Chen's attacks persisted, so that Taichu Saint Emperor could not be distracted to deal with Yi Futian. His divine consciousness moved slightly, and suddenly countless swords of Taichu fell down in the space, not only aiming at Lord Chen, but also at Yi Futian. In this world, the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout this space. Buddhas now appeared all over the sky as they surrounded Yi Futian. With him as the center, there was now a realm of Buddhism. As soon as the hands of the Buddhas moved to gesture the sword technique, the sword of Buddha was unleashed and collided with the Taichu swords. The purpose was not to attack, but to defend. Although Yi Futian's realm was still some ways away, he had no problem protecting himself when his opponent was constrained by Lord Chen. The Taichu swords could not break apart the Buddhist domain that he created. At the same time, Yi Futian was suspended in midair. His eyes never left the battlefield, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. The divine light was lingering in the space where Yi Futian was, and the Great Path was one with him, and seemed to achieve some kind of resonance with the divine light, which in turn resonated with his divine body. An incomparable divine light bloomed from him as if he was surrounded by infinite runes, coupled with an incomparable aura of swordsmanship and rule. This did not seem to belong to any kind of way, just pure and undeniable power. When Yi Futian broke the shackles and entered the ninth realm, he realized some fundamental principles about cultivation. What was known as the way and rules were nothing more than man-made notions. When one's power was strong enough to a certain extent, it was itself the rules and the way. There was no such thing as the way in the world. Any cultivator who wished to pursue the ultimate must formulate their own rules and their own way. Buzz! The divine light was dazzling and blinding as the heavens resonated. Yi Futian's divine body seemed to have turned into a sword body, like that of an invincible and indestructible sword. At this moment, Taichu Saint Emperor felt a strong sense of danger and faintly felt that something was very wrong. It was just like that ominous premonition he had when he was cultivating before. Boom! But how could Lord Chen let go of such a great opportunity? He collided with Taichu Saint Emperor again, which shook the earth. Even the realm they were in was trembling violently as if it was about to collapse. Clearly, he had also felt the dazzling divine light released from Yi Futian and that incomparable power. Almost at the same instant, Yi Futian was on the move. The brilliant sword light was a little blinding and disappeared in a flash. Taichu's Saint Emperor shouted as if he had sensed that Yi Futian would unleash this blow. Taichu divine swords were released madly, attempting to block this blow from Yi Futian. However, that light penetrated right through, and all the Taichu divine swords could not stop this sort of path obliteration. When the divine sword passed through, the void seemed to be standing still. Buzz! The sword made contact with Taichu Saint Emperor, but failed to penetrate his body. The destructive force raged inside his body like mad, and Taichu Saint Emperor let out a great roar. Get away! The roar shook heaven and earth, and the void seemed to explode because of it. Lord Chen's starry divine sword continued forward, and with a loud bang, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was rocked violently, as if all his internal organs were about to be shattered. The sword that had stuck into his body went a bit further. Behind this sword, many of the swords of Taichu were annihilated and turned into dust. Pooh! Another sword pierced his body. Lord Chen's starry divine sword made its way inside Taichu Saint Emperor. Seeing the two swords stuck into him, Taichu Saint Emperor lowered his head, and suddenly a sense of sadness washed over him. Both of his hands stretched out as he grabbed onto the two swords at the same time and raised his head to look in front of him. I have presided over a domain, and I never expected I would be falling here like this today. He sighed and looked up into the sky. Too bad, I won't be seeing what the Imperial Realm is like. As soon as his voice fell, the sword light that was formed by Yi Futian pierced through, and a figure appeared there. It was Yi Futian. By this time, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was shattering with madness, and he was almost gone. I'll see it for you. Yi Futian, whose back was facing Taichu Saint Emperor, now turned to speak to him. Taichu Saint Emperor laughed when he heard this, ignoring the physical pain he was enduring. He turned his head to look at Yi Futian with some difficulty and said, I don't know if it's for good or ill that Dong Huang the Great did not kill you. Perhaps the great emperor was too lonely and wanted to see the birth of another great emperor in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian, the future will be yours. I know, Yi Futian responded as he looked at Taichu Saint Emperor. When Taichu Saint Emperor heard those confident and arrogant words, he kept smiling. Then his body exploded as his physical body collapsed. He did not resist anymore, and the phantom of his spiritual soul disappeared little by little. After I die, let the other cultivators in the holy land of Taichu live. With your talent, you don't need to worry about them. Taichu Saint Emperor's voice trailed off in the void as if this was his last will and testament. After today, Taichu would be no more. Very well, Yi Futian agreed. As soon as he said that, the phantom of Taichu Saint Emperor nodded slightly, then disappeared into smoke, and everything turned to dust. This was the end of the giant who had presided over Taichu domain, one of the topmost cultivators of the divine prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor. In the holy land of Taichu and the outside world, countless people were still looking at the battlefield that was high above the sky. At this moment, they saw that the realm was disappearing, and the aura of the great path was dissipating as well. Many became nervous and unsure as their eyes glued to the place high in the sky. Was this great battle finally over? Had Taichu Saint Emperor been able to vanquish his opponents? Two blurry figures appeared, and soon they saw the two men clearly. One of them, with his white garment and his white hair, stood majestically in the void. The other, holding a scepter, was mighty authoritative. At this moment, countless eyes froze, and the vast space fell into a dead silence. There were no signs of Taichu Saint Emperor, only Yi Futian and Lord Qin. The cultivators from the holy land of Taichu had held on to that last glimmer of hope, but at this moment there was only endless despair in their eyes, true desperation. Saint Emperor had fallen. The strongest man in all of the holy land of Taichu, the master of Taichu, had perished in this battle. From this day forward, the holy land of Taichu would be something that only existed in history. Likewise, in the outside world, countless many sighed and mourned. A holy land with thousands of years of history that had not crumbled even in times of extreme chaos and had been preaching in Taichu domain all this time, would disappear on this day? Yi Futian led a powerful group of people here and destroyed it. High above the sky, Yi Futian surveyed the space below. He saw the hatred in their eyes, as well as the despair and various other emotions. But none of this affected Yi Futian. This was the case in the world of cultivation. Once upon a time, Heavenly Mandate Academy was in a similarly desperate position. At the time, the Holy Land of Taichu, as far as Heavenly Mandate Academy was concerned, was an insurmountable foe. They wanted to take over Heavenly Mandate Academy and had participated in the battle that aimed to destroy him. These were all part of that indelible history. Therefore, was the Holy Land of Taichu innocent? Of course not. But the Holy Land of Taichu was the holy land of preaching in Taichu domain. He came with his people to destroy it, so it was natural that he would be hated by some. He didn't explain anything. He didn't even want to say anything more. Other cultivators gathered and returned to Yi Futian's side. All 3 great cultivators in the tribulation plain were killed. No one in the holy land of Taichu would resist them now. With the death of Taichu, Saint Emperor, everything was over. Palace Lord, do you want to? Morongyu looked at Yi Futian, then glanced at the cultivators below, causing countless people to tremble. Their lives and deaths were now in the hands of the others. Would Yi Futian slaughter those cultivators in the holy land of Taichu? One order from him, and everyone in the holy land of Taichu would lose their lives. Let's go back, said Yi Futian. He then turned around to leave this place with other cultivators in tow. Morongyu understood what he meant and looked down at the space below before he, too, turned to leave with the rest. Many of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little fortunate. Watching those disappearing figures in the distance and the holy land of Taichu that was left in ruins, they were filled with great emotions. This was the end of an era. Chapter 2545, Making a Complaint. Taichu Domain, Domain Chief's Manor. In front of a great hall, Domain Chief of Taichu stood there. In front and below him, a group of men was also standing there, bowing to salute him. What is it? The Domain Chief of Taichu asked. As the Domain Chief's manor in Taichu Domain, its strength was frightening indeed, and the chief was no different. He was an extremely powerful man who was disturbed during his cultivation, but he was not angry. He knew that if they had to disturb him during his cultivation, something serious must have happened. Chief, we just got the news that the holy land of Taichu has been destroyed. A man bowed and said. Even as the chief of Taichu Domain, his heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying divine ray came out of his eyes. The holy land of Taichu annihilated. What happened? He looked squarely forward, and an invisible aura permeated from him. As the chief of Taichu Domain, he knew the strength of the holy land of Taichu better than anyone. How could it actually be destroyed by someone? For a while, even he couldn't quite believe it and didn't react fast enough. Yi Futian led the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum and went to the holy land of Taichu for the express purpose of annihilating it. All 3 great cultivators in the tribulation plain in the holy land of Taichu were slain. Taichu Saint Emperor was also killed by the supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The man responded, and it was a reply that made the chief's heart tremble violently. Yi Futian, Ziwei Imperial Palace. Did Ziwei Imperial Palace, under Yi Futian's rule, now possess the terrifying power to destroy the holy land of Taichu? As far as he knew, the supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Since he was able to kill Taichu Saint Emperor, he must have had a breakthrough in realm. First, Yi Futian and the West Imperial Palace joined forces to excavate the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Then, he started making the elixirs according to the inheritance. After that, the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace had a breakthrough, paving the way for Yi Futian and those from the Imperial Palace to destroy Taichu. It seemed that he had produced some extraordinary elixirs. It was very likely that it was on the level of the sub-divine elixirs. Now, there are forces in the divine prefecture who wanted to ally to vanquish and destroy the Ziwei segmentum. It seems that it will not be easy, the domain chief of Taichu said in a low voice after he got over the initial shock. Previously, Yi Futian single-handedly plowed through the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain, and his assassinations of those within the manor had completely overpowered Chief Shihai. Now he simply led his cultivators into Taichu and annihilated it. Yi Futian was using the holy land of Taichu to instill fear in everyone else in the divine prefecture. The reason why he didn't choose the domain chief's manor was probably due to some considerations regarding Donghuang Imperial Palace. After all, the domain chief's manor was directly under the command of the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, how could the likes of Donghua domain chief's manor continue to live to this day? Divine Prefecture is going to be an exciting place to be, he muttered to himself, then turned to leave. First was the chaos in the original realm. Then Yi Futian's campaigns of aggressions inside the Divine Prefecture. This storm was just intensifying, and no one knew what the future held. But the prelude of a new era seemed to have started already, and it would most likely involve multiple worlds. Who would become the main players in these troubled times? Because Taichu Domain Chief's Manor was located in Taichung Domain, it was the first to receive news. Soon, the news spread to all domains within the Divine Prefecture. Every top principality gradually learned of the destruction of the holy land of Taichu and the fall of Taichu, Saint Emperor. For a while, everyone was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, many principalities were greatly alarmed. Those that wanted to form an alliance to crusade against the Ziwei segmentum were worried, especially those forces that had a history of long-standing grudges with Yi Futian feared that Yi Futian would target them next. After all, in the land of Divine Prefecture, there were not many forces who could claim to be much stronger than the holy land of Taichu. If Yi Futian could take his people and destroy Taichu, it meant that he could probably destroy most of the forces in the Divine Prefecture. After Yi Futian destroyed the holy land of Taichu, he returned to the Ziwei segmentum. Although everyone knew that the passage connecting the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei segmentum was located on the four-corner continent, no one dared to go there and try anything unseemly. In Four Corner Village on the four-corner continent was a mysterious existence. This existence may be an ancient emperor-level figure, so who was bold enough to provoke him? After Yi Futian and the others returned to the Ziwei segmentum, they were very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. After they slew the 3 Tribulation Plain cultivators in the holy land of Taichu, it effectively no longer existed. This battle also served as a deterrent to a certain degree, enough to make those forces that wanted to make a move on the Ziwei segmentum think twice. In the starry cultivation court, Yi Futian was counting the relics left behind by Taichu Saint Emperor and found many precious items, especially one of the crystals. When his divine consciousness invaded into it, he seemed to have entered a tumultuous world of space. Strands of invisible air currents flowed about. It was as if it was the beginning, when heaven and earth were first created. What was even more astounding was that a group of words appeared in this invisible air current as a sound came into his ears. The way of heaven is to take from what has in excess to make good what is deficient, the voice said, and it was precisely what was written by those words. They turned into a voice and floated into his mind. Taichu, the beginning, Yi Futian murmured. This was the true will of Taichung, and it was a part of an inheritance. According to legends in the Divine Prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor was not a stunning figure of genius talent years ago. Yet he managed to stand at the top of the divine prefecture and became a giant figurehead. It seemed that it had something to do with this item and that he did not achieve his comprehension by himself, but with the assistance of a treasure. Yi Futian continued to feel within the atmosphere and didn't come out until after quite some time. He watched the purple crystal floating in front of him, and a strange brilliance flashed across his eyes. This was probably the greatest gain of the trip. The way of heaven is to take from what has an excess to make good what is deficient. Yi Futian muttered to himself. Taichu meant the beginning. He did not expect that he would obtain this unexpected gift after slaying Taichu, Saint Emperor. This could be considered a significant gain. The heavenly path was imperfect. What would happen if one was to cultivate Taichu, the beginning? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian immediately summoned many cultivators like Lord Taishan, Sky River Great Elder, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, and other cultivators who once reigned in the original realm. Currently, these people belonged to Heavenly Mandate Palace. Although they were not the strongest, they were Yi Futian's day ones. After all, they had been through everything with Yi Futian from the original realm until today. After so many battles of life and death, emotionally, they surpassed the cultivators from Four Corner Village in importance. However, Yi Futian was not concerned about emotions, but cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishan, who was once the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy and the head of this particular group. He looked solemnly at Lord Taishan and said, "This purple crystal is extraordinary and is a divine object, obtained by me after the slaying of Taichu Saint Emperor. Take it and cultivate with it, and everyone present here may use it to cultivate as well. But do not pass it to the outside. To pass on an item like this to the outside may cause the covetousness of the outsiders. Even within Ziwei Imperial Palace itself, some people might become askew in their perception of things." Understood. Lord Taishan nodded and felt the importance in which Yi Futian held this item. He knew that this item must be extraordinarily precious, so that Yi Futian was so serious. The cultivation of this method can be supplemented by medicinal elixirs. Perhaps there is an opportunity to reshape your cultivation, so try it first, Yi Futian said. Everyone was quite surprised when they heard it, reshaping the cultivation. After the arrangements were made, Yi Futian summoned the others to distribute all the treasures he had received, and all of it was rewarded to the cultivators from the 3 halls. He did not keep anything for himself, and none of his protectors like Chun Yi or Blind Tai received anything from the lot. But these protectors were his closest confidants and were considered those in his innermost circle, so they wouldn't care about things like that. After the distribution, Yi Futian sat cross-legged and took out a mirror. Then he saw a beautiful image appeared in the mirror. "You actually destroyed the holy land of Taichu?" Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were full of amazement. She was extremely shocked after she received the news. Yi Futian had led people to destroy the holy land of Taichu so quickly. This was not indicative of his growth alone. Still, the entire Ziwei Imperial Palace was also rapidly growing stronger and could deter major principalities within the divine prefecture. "Why do you ask if you already knew?" Yi Futian asked instead. Shi Qiao smiled and staring at Yi Futian through the mirror. "You have given the divine prefecture a really big surprise. Now, I am afraid many people won't have a good night's sleep because of it. I heard that the chief of Donghua Domain left the domain chief's manor immediately after it got the news and was joined by Chief Shihai and the others as they embarked to Donghuang Imperial Palace." "Go to the Imperial Palace?" Yi Futian looked surprised. Shi Qiao nodded. "You had just destroyed a giant-level principality in the divine prefecture. I think you have to go to the Imperial Palace to inform them. If the Imperial Palace gave the word, then there would be no holding back in acting against Ziwei Segmentum. Even just a warning from the Imperial Palace would be enough for you to behave yourself. After all, the chief of Donghua domain doesn't want to end up like Taichu Saint Emperor. Yi Futian looked unconvinced. Would this work? The top figure in the world of cultivation, the chief of Domain Chief's palace, had actually gone to Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint. However, from this, Yi Futian could see the fear that some people and some principalities had towards him. After the holy land of Taichu was destroyed, presumably these principalities must have felt threatened. Hence, they visited Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint about him. In addition, now that you caused this ruckus, the alliance will no longer be on the outside but in the dark. So, you may find that the threats seem to have weakened on the outside, but the tides are actually moving where you can't see them, and that's even more dangerous. You have to be really careful, Shi Qiyao reminded him. The total destruction of the holy land of Taichu was a warning to everyone. They would not dare to form an alliance on the surface because they were concerned about Yi Futian's retribution. However, underneath, things might be even more frightening. Given the opportunity, these people would definitely not let them live. Be especially careful with Tianyan City. As far as I know, some principalities had been wanting to push Tianyan City forward as a leader. Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but it would not be able to shake Tianyan City, which won't end up like the holy land of Taichu. Once Tianyan City agrees to take action against Ziwei Segmentum, things would become very thorny, said Shi Qiyao. All right, Yi Futian nodded with a grave expression on his face. The moment he became known as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, he instantly became the common enemy of the divine prefecture, with an unknown number of people wanting to move and destroy him. Even in Ziwei Segmentum, this danger was ever present, and he dared not discount any possibilities or threats. Yi Futian knew that what he should focus on the most right now was to cultivate even harder and break through to the tribulations plane as soon as possible. He needed to become an existence that transcended Renhuang. If he could break through the ninth realm, he was sure he would be able to deal with the vast majority of cultivators in the divine prefecture, including those giant figures whose names awed the world. However, such goals in cultivation could not be achieved overnight. It hadn't been long since he had his breakthrough. He still needed time. Chapter 2546 Grand Occasion in Tianyan City. Yi Futian was cultivating in the starry cultivation court when old Ma came to him. Uncle Ma, what's up? Yi Futian asked. Cultivators from the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have come to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, asking to see you, old Ma replied to Yi Futian. In the land of the original realm, the cultivators of all the major worlds had always been there, not just those forces from the divine prefecture. For a while before this, when Yi Futian was fighting with the powers in the divine prefecture, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm were watching quietly on the side. But now they were here as well. By now, the Ziwei Segmentum had been opened up, so it was not surprising that the others could come here. Moreover, the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm dared to send emissaries here, which was a bold move. After all, the grievances between them were deep and well publicized. In the Ziwei Segmentum, it was not difficult if Yi Futian wanted to do away with them. Little junior brother. At this time, someone else was here. It was Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue's cultivation was not high, but now she was the deputy lord of Tianyu Palace, managing many things. Even in Ziwei Imperial Palace, there were things that she was busy handling. I know that you had deep conflicts with the Dark Court in the past, and you are determined to destroy those who were involved back then. But we are in an extremely precarious situation now, and I think it would be good for you to receive them. Zhuge Mingyue said to Yi Futian, even if they are our enemies, you can use them. Now, we are facing pressures from the divine prefecture. It might be uncomfortable to entreat with the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm, but a Donghuang Imperial Palace will take notice. Old Ma nodded and said, that's right. The great forces of divine prefecture, Dark Court, and empty divine realm are destined to stand opposite each other. Ziwei segmentum is unique because we do not belong to any one of these forces in the original realm. Under this circumstance, if we make too many enemies or angered any force, we might be wiped out. Ziwei segmentum may be powerful, but those god-level forces could destroy them without a second thought. It was just a question of whether or not they wanted to go through the trouble. Back then, you had dealt with 2 god-level forces on behalf of the Divine Prefecture and created even more frictions between you and the Dark World. Despite that, they still wanted to win you over only because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, the sworn enemy of Dong Huang the Great, and that's why they are willing to let go of their previous grievances. Zhuge Mingyue continued to persuade Yi Futian. Under this condition, you are already a public enemy of all of Divine Prefecture. If you further alienate the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm, never mind all these other principalities in the Divine Prefecture, just these 2 powers alone could annihilate Ziwei segmentum if they were antagonized. On the other hand, if you care to deal with the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realms diplomatically, we don't form an alliance, but neither do we refuse them. It might be enough to keep Dong Huang Imperial Palace at bay. If the Imperial Palace wants to make a move on us, it must consider first whether it would propel us to join either the Dark Court or the empty Divine Realm. Zhuge Mingyue was someone who knew Yi Futian best. He despised evil and dishonesty more than anything in the world, and there was no room for any wrongdoings or injustice in his eyes. However, her careful analysis of their current situation facing the Ziwei segmentum was convincing. Though Ziwei segmentum seemed to be booming, in reality, dangers were lurking all around, and they stood to lose everything with the slightest indiscretion and carelessness. After all, Ziwei Imperial Palace did not belong to any forces among the many god-level forces, so it was really trying to survive between the cracks. That was why she had been reasoning with Yi Futian, worried that he would act impulsively. Yi Futian understood what Zhuge Mingyue was saying. It seemed that his second senior sister had been thinking a lot about the current situation as it stood. Now that they were on the right track and became stronger with each step, one wrong step could send them to the abyss that awaited them. Yi Futian understood, as well, that if those Imperial-level forces really wanted to move against Ziwei segmentum, there was no existence that they could not destroy. Little junior brother, you need time, Ziwei segmentum needs time, and Yusheng also needs time. Zhuge Mingyue said, if it puts you in an uncomfortable position, I can ask the Supreme Elder and other lords to meet with them. For them, time was the most precious currency. Their potential was not inconsiderable. In the distant devil world, Yusheng was also working hard on becoming greater and stronger. I'll go, Yi Futian said. Ziwei segmentum was not his alone. As the king of Ziwei segmentum, he needed to be responsible to everyone within it. Prepare a banquet to entertain the emissaries from the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm, Yi Futian said. He tried to suppress the disgust he felt. If it were before, he would only want to kill these people from the Dark Court. However, now he was willing to compromise and deal with them. Very good, I will arrange it now, Zhuge Mingyue said with a small smile, then turned to leave. Yi Futian took a deep breath and looked at the many cultivators in the starry sky. All these familiar faces meant serious responsibilities and a long way to go, and he still needed to work harder for their sake. Those who came to the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm this time were all very distinguished individuals. At the Ziwei Imperial Palace banquet, Yi Futian hosted a feast to welcome the cultivators from these 2 major principalities. We heard that Ren Huang Yi had returned from the Western world and slayed the cultivators of the Tribulation Plain in the Western Sea Domain Chief's manor, as well as the breakthrough in realm by the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Many congratulations to Palace, Lord Yi, the cultivator from the Dark Court said with a smile. You are too polite, Yi Futian replied. I don't know what we can do for you to take this trip here. We want to work with Ren Huang Yi, a cultivator from Dark Court, said without beating around the bush. Work together, how? Yi Futian asked. Ren Huangyi is a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, whose long-standing grievances with Divine Prefecture needs no more description. And now, all the forces in Divine Prefecture regard Ren Huangyi as a thorn in their sides, and some have even declared Ren Huangyi as a public enemy of Divine Prefecture. As we speak, conspiracy abound in Divine Prefecture, aiming to bring down Ziwei and kill Ren Huangyi. I'm sure Ren Huangyi knew all of this already, the man continued bluntly. More important, he said that Yi Futian was a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, not his heir. Yi Futian nodded. With such a background, the forces in Divine Prefecture would definitely not let up on Ren Huangyi. And then there is Dong Huang the Great. Although he agreed not to take action against you personally, it does not mean that the other cultivators in the Imperial Palace won't either. Ziwei Imperial Palace is in a place of isolation. Its eradication is just a matter of time. The man now employed a more threatening tone without the slightest pretense. So, Yi Futian asked with a smile, so, will Ren Huangyi consider joining forces with us to form an alliance and expel these powers of the Divine Prefecture from the original realm, slaughter them all, and carve up the original realm? The cultivator from the empty Divine realm said in a low voice, with a palpable sense of serious aggression and ambition. They intended to start a war of extermination in the original realm, expel Divine Prefecture, and become the new rulers of the original realm. Ziwei Imperial Palace is not as powerful as the Dark Court and the empty Divine realms in size or influence. The slightest carelessness will cause a disaster of extinction for us. This is a major decision that should not be made lightly. Yi Futian spoke nonchalantly, but inside, he laughed coldly at the suggestion. If the Divine Prefecture was expelled and destroyed, then Ziwei Segmentum was probably the next on the list. At that time, if they were to ask Ziwei Segmentum to submit, was he to agree or not? If he were to refuse, they would be destroyed outright. Right now, Divine Prefecture is already in discussion about the destruction of Ziwei Segmentum. Is Ren Huangyi aware of it? The man pressed. I heard of something like that, but the Ziwei Segmentum is still able to contend with some forces in the Divine Prefecture. If they really want to destroy Ziwei Segmentum, we will make them pay for it. Yi Futian's voice was cold, and he did that deliberately. He figured these two principalities would at least be willing to sit on the sideline and watch such a fight taking place. Very well. Since Ren Huangyi is so confident, we won't say much more. In the future, if Ren Huangyi needs any help, just let us know, and we will be here as reinforcements. The other man said with a smile, as for some of our previous grievances— No need to mention it, Yi Futian interrupted. That's the best, the other man nodded with a smile. It seemed as if both parties had forgotten their previous grievances. As to what they were really thinking of inside, it was anyone's guess. Perhaps each couldn't wait to swallow the other. In this banquet, the two parties interacted with pretense and diplomacy, but each was secretly hatching its own plan. Yi Futian personally sent them off when they parted ways, waving goodbyes to the cultivators from the two major forces as if they had been allies for ages. Only they knew exactly what they were thinking inside their hearts. Outside the Ziwei Segmentum, the cultivators of the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm wore an icy look on their faces as they traveled in the air, saying, I didn't expect that Yi Futian would be able to let go of the grievances of the past. It seems that these years had changed him greatly. Everyone has to grow up, and Yi Futian is no different. This time he was cooperating with our visit, and it was a show for all of Divine Prefecture and Donghuang Imperial Palace. This way, Donghuang Imperial Palace shouldn't be interfering anymore, and will probably just let him fight it out with the other forces in the Divine Prefecture to see who's the last man standing. We will show our hands when a winner eventually emerges, the cultivator from the Dark Court said coldly. If Yi Futian were really willing to surrender, Perhaps they would let Yi Futian live. But they knew very well that Yi Futian was born with an arrogant nature, and even when he tried to pretend, it was not convincing. So how could he really be willing to surrender? Sooner or later, he would be theirs. When Yi Futian and the others returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Zhuge Mingyue asked, "How was it?" "They were all tricksters," Yi Futian said indifferently. "Not a word out of them was true. It's all an act, using each other." Zhuge Mingyue said, "Too bad we are trying to survive in the cracks, and you had to endure all this." "Senior sister, what are you talking about? It is what I should have done, and there was no suffering to speak of." Yi Futian continued, "They all wanted to destroy Ziwei, but they don't think now is the right time. I feel the same way, and it's just that my strength is not up to par yet." "Thank you," Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile while looking at that handsome face. There was a softness in her beautiful eyes. She had always treated this little junior brother as one of her own. When Yi Futian first entered the cottage, he was only 18 years old, just like her little brother. However, there was too much on his shoulders at the moment. In the 10,100th years of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Tianyan City held the DIV Prefecture SRE's armor competition and invited all the forces in Divine Prefecture to observe the ceremony. This armor competition was held once a century and was a grand event in Tianyan City. It was an extremely important occasion every time it was held. Tianyan City had convened the cultivators from all sides to attend. For a time, responders from Divine Prefecture gathered here. Many giant-level principalities responded to Tianyan City and directly dispatched cultivators to set off for Tianyan City to watch the armor competition. Among them, there were several major domain chiefs' manors. In the past, these domain chiefs' manors had never participated, but this time they had embarked on the journey to attend. The meaning behind this phenomenon was intriguing. Was it really the armor competition they wished to participate, or was it a pretext for them to all meet in Tianyan City together? Chapter 2547, Tianyan City. Tianyan City was organizing the armor competition. Just as the news that the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were coming to Tianyan City got out, Yi Futian received this news from Shi Qiyao. Shi Qiyao told Yi Futian through the mirror, "The armor competition is a long-standing tradition of Tianyan City. However, this time it is somewhat different. A few domain chiefs' manor will be in attendance. On the surface, it will appear to be a grand occasion for armors. Yet, they might be meeting in secret to discuss how to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. This is the best opportunity to convince Tianyan City to use imperial arms for the various forces." Responded Yi Futian as he nodded. He also realized this. However, the various forces were all participating in the armor competition. This was the tradition of Tianyan City. Some forces who bore no ill will towards the Ziwei segmentum would also send members to participate in the event. He couldn't just attack all the forces who participated in the event. "I heard that the cultivators of the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have already paid a visit to the Ziwei segmentum?" Shi Qiyao asked. "Goddess Qiyao, you are certainly well informed," said Yi Futian. Shi Qiyao smiled and replied, "It is not that I am well informed. The two major forces did not try to keep it a secret at all. The various forces of the Divine Prefecture, including Donghuang Imperial Palace, all know about this. They clearly did so deliberately. I am sure you understand their motives for doing so. You should still be wary of these two major forces." "I know," said Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He naturally knew this. These two major forces certainly hoped to force him to be at absolute odds with Donghuang Imperial Palace and the forces of the Divine Prefecture. That way he would join or even rely on them and be under their control. The last time they visited him, both forces bore their own sinister agendas. "How do you plan to handle the matters in Tianyan City?" Shi Qiyao asked. "If the forces in Tianyan City agree to use imperial arms, it will pose a certain level of threat towards the Ziwei segmentum. This is not something I can control, replied Yi Futian. However, I should at least make my stand clear to them. It seems like the eradication of the Holy Land of Taichu was not a strong enough deterrent to stop everyone in the Divine Prefecture from targeting me. In that case, I'll play by ear. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Shi Qiyao said, from West Imperial Palace will also head towards Tianyan City. If there's any news, I'll share it with you at once. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, I might make a trip there too. You want to come to Tianyan City? Shi Qiyao revealed a worried expression as she said, even though you're proficient in celerity, it's still quite risky since Tianyan City will be filled with cultivators then. It will be dangerous, especially because there are imperial arms in the city. If Yi Futian were captured by the others, everything they had achieved so far would be in vain. My arrival will not threaten the safety of Tianyan City. They can't use imperial arms on a small fry like me, Yi Futian said. If I go, I'll act cautiously. All right, Shi Qiyao nodded and said, if you need anything, just let me know. Yi Futian nodded, and the two of them ended their conversation. Under the starry sky, Yi Futian had a cold look in his eyes. The Ziwei segmentum was an independent body. It was indeed the weakest among all the major forces in the world. If he compared the Ziwei segmentum with the various forces of the Divine Prefecture alone, he had nothing to fear. However, Donghuang Imperial Palace was backing the Divine Prefecture. The Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm were also all major worlds. Only the Ziwei segmentum was a small world that had been sealed away from the outside world for many years. If Great Emperor Ziwei was alive, then the Ziwei segmentum could also stand on the same level as the other worlds. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer around, and Master had reached an understanding with Donghuang the Great. Now, the Ziwei segmentum could only rely on him to grow. In Tianyan City of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City was the largest city in the Tianyan domain. There was no dispute there. Tianyan domain was a domain of armorers. Back when Tianyan the Great was still alive, Tianyan City was glorious. Although it had been many years, the current Tianyan City was still the undisputed #1 armor holy land in the Divine Prefecture. It had always been a place where cultivators flocked to, even top-level cultivators. It was already a place where cultivators gathered on a normal day, let alone during the armor competition held once a century. This entire year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was unique to the Divine Prefecture. The year 10100 of the Divine Prefecture calendar coincided with the Tianyan City Armor Fest. For a time, it attracted the attention of the world. The entire Divine Prefecture had its sights on Tianyan City. Many taverns in Tianyan City were fully booked. The main streets were also crowded with people. The trade areas for divine arms and ritual implements were even more overcrowded. Some people jokingly said that one could easily hit a high-level Renhuang if they cast a stone into the crowd. There were countless continents in the Divine Prefecture and numerous cultivators. Aside from the superpowers at the top, there were many more top-level forces beneath them. This time, many of these forces had come. During the Armor Fest every century, Tianyan City would not just organize the armor competition. They would also bring out many top-level ritual implements and even some sub-divine arms for trading. Hence, each time the Armor Fest came around, it would stir up the Divine Prefecture. Cultivators would gather from far and wide, and even giant-level figures would personally come here. Rumor has it that cultivators from other worlds will make their way into Tianyan City, someone commented on the streets as they discussed this grand occasion. Cultivators from other worlds, someone asked. Responded the person who had spoken first. The cultivators of the Dark World, the Empty Divine Realm, and the Human Realm might all appear. However, the conflict between the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm with the Divine Prefecture has always run deep. If they came, they should have done so in secret. They would not reveal their identities. Would they be so daring? If they were exposed, wouldn't they be slaughtered by the forces of the divine prefecture? It wouldn't be that easy. The forces of the divine prefecture wouldn't dare to simply attack the cultivators from the dark court and empty mountain. They might have come to obtain some incredible subdivine arms. Of course, I still wish for members of Dong Huang Imperial Palace to be here the most. Would Dong Huang the Great also send people over? He will, replied the other party as he nodded his head. 800 years ago, in the year 10,000 of the divine prefecture calendar, he sent a divine general over to congratulate Tianyan City for organizing the Armor Fest. There shouldn't be an exception this time. Rumor also has it that Princess Dongwang has already grown up and is a peerless beauty. I wonder whether we will have the chance to meet her. I am looking forward to that happening. Princess Donghuang, exclaimed the person beside him as he was similarly fascinated. Princess Donghuang was a proud daughter of heaven and the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. What status she had? Donghuang the Great ruled over the divine prefecture and had only one offspring. Princess Donghuang was showered with his affections. However, rumor has it that Princess Donghuang was very independent. Aside from her peerless beauty, she also had extraordinary talent and was one of the top cultivators. In Tianyan City, such conversation was everywhere. Everyone was looking forward to this grand occasion. Countless prominent figures, monstrous existences, as well as giant-level figures who were renowned far and wide had arrived. Of course, they were also looking forward to the divine arms that Tianyan City would present. Tianyan City had always been generous during the Armor Fest that happened once a century. It would naturally not be an exception this time. The City Lord Office was the ruling force of Tianyan City. It was also an inheritance of the Wang family, one of the ancient god clans. Wang clan was renowned for their blacksmith skills. They had trained and produced many blacksmith masters. These blacksmith masters had families of their own and became the rulers of various clans in Tianyan City. Gradually, the influences of the Wang family spanned the entire city. They became the rulers of Tianyan City. The manor of the Wang family also became the City Lord Office. At the moment, cultivators gradually arrived at the City Lord Office. The cultivators from the Wang family came out to greet the guests personally. However, Lord of Tianyan City did not come out personally. Only a few people in the entire divine prefecture were worthy of him, greeting them personally at the door. In the hall of the City Lord Office, Lord of Tianyan City sat at a raised seat while listening to the reports of cultivators below. They were updating him on the identities of the cultivators who had come. "Is there any news from the Imperial Palace?" Lord of Tianyan City asked. His biggest concern was clearly still Donghuang Imperial Palace. A century ago, the Imperial Palace sent a divine general over to join the fest. It should be the same this time around. "There will most likely be news soon," someone replied. Lord of Tianyan City nodded in agreement. The Armor Fest took place once every century. The Wang family placed great importance on it. It was both a major event in Tianyan City and an ancient ritual. Right at the moment, someone walked in from outside. The person said, "Clan leader, the Imperial Palace has sent their reply." "What did they say?" Lord of Tianyan City inquired. After receiving the invitation, the Imperial Palace said they will send a representative over to join the fest and congratulate us, the person replied. "Do you know who will come as the representative?" The gaze of Lord of Tianyan City was piercing. He seemed to be rather excited. The person said, "I don't know the details. However, according to my speculation, it will most likely be Spear Emperor Du, one of the divine generals." Another person commented, "Spear Emperor Du is a direct disciple of the great emperor. He survived the divine tribulation 10 years ago. Currently, his ability is ranked among the top of the 9 divine generals. He is quite a prestigious guest to have for our fest." I heard that Spear Emperor Du has always been by Princess Donghuang's side. Lord of Tianyan City asked. He is the direct disciple of the great emperor. It's normal for him to have some thoughts about her, someone answered. Princess Donghuang has been cultivating for nearly a century and has become a top figure. She is also the only daughter of the great emperor. Countless people in the divine prefecture have their eyes on her. If she can come to our fest this time, the Lord of Tianyan City mumbled. His tone carried a hint of excitement. The people who stood below all nodded. Their gazes shifted to look at the person who stood beside Lord of Tianyan City. This person had an extraordinary temperament, yet he stood quietly on a side and had not commented. As mentioned by the underlings, currently, countless great men in the divine prefecture had their eyes on Princess Donghuang. Regardless of how extraordinary Princess Donghuang was, she was a woman after all. Everyone in the divine prefecture desired to become the son-in-law of Donghuang the Great. If they could win her heart, they might even be able to join Donghuang Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, Princess Donghuang seemed only to be interested in cultivation. Chapter 2548, 13th Flight. Many cultivators entered Tianyan City every day over the past few days. Right now, among the vast crowd, there was a tall, slender figure who wore a silver mask. His eyes were shining bright, like stars, yet no aura radiated from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person. However, true cultivators understood that for a person to retract their aura to the point that it couldn't even be detected, they were undoubtedly top-level cultivators who had cultivated special techniques. Their abilities were definitely super powerful. The more a person like this could not be seen through, the more frightening they actually were. This person was Futian, who had come from the Ziwei segmentum. Tianyan City was having such a grand occasion. He wouldn't miss out on the fun. However, he naturally couldn't just waltz into Tianyan City as Futian. He would immediately be targeted if he did so. Right now, his silver hair was gone and was jet black. He wore a silver mask and silver robes. The robes were smooth like a mirror. It was apparent at a glance that these robes were no ordinary robes. His attire could be said to be very overt. A silver mask and silver robes, in addition to no aura being emitted, would instead draw the attention of others more easily. Others would guess that he was no ordinary figure. This was also the effect that Futian desired. The more overt he was on the surface, the more he would not draw attention. The more one intentionally tried to hide something, the more likely it would cause suspicion. This was what Taoist monk Mu taught him. Before Taoist monk Mu stole the deity map, he had openly set up a stall right next to the Breeze Pavilion to trade elixirs and other treasures. He even had dealings with the Breeze Pavilion leader, Li Qingfeng, and they got to know each other. He was anything but low profile. When the deity map was stolen, the Breeze Pavilion sealed off Zhou City to search for hidden cultivators. However, they never suspected that it was Taoist monk Mu who had been doing business right under their noses. This was a proper use of human psychology. Moreover, so many people had come to Tianyan City now, including monstrous figures, mysterious cultivators, and even hermits. There were countless people like these, and Futian was but one among them. Even if he were overt, he would not draw too much attention. Rumor has it that even the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Spear Emperor Du, had come to offer congratulations and observe the ceremonies. Futian was insignificant compared to him. As Futian entered Tianyan City, he sensed a sharp, lively aura sweep over him. There was an air of prosperity around him. Tianyan City was like a divine arm erected in the middle of the continent. It gave off an ethereal, sharp vibe. The entire city seemed to be alive with color. It was a golden city of divine arms. This was the #1 holy land for armors in the divine prefecture. Now Futian was setting up alchemy in the Ziwei segmentum. He wanted Ziwei Imperial Palace to become the world's most powerful holy land for alchemy. However, from the looks of it now, the difference between Ziwei Imperial Palace's alchemy faculties and Tianyan City's armories was like the difference between heaven and earth. They could not even be compared. Yi Futian quietly walked around in Tianyan City, feeling the current atmosphere in the city. In the streets, most people were discussing the Armor Fest. Rumor has it that cultivators from many top forces had already arrived and established themselves in Tianyan City. Among these forces was the ancient God clan. Yi Futian came to a stall and traded a map of Tianyan City. Although Tianyan City was just a city, it was the main city of the Tianyan domain. It was vast, had a huge population with many top forces. Of course, the most prestigious were still the various armories. This being Yi Futian's first time here, he naturally needed to explore the city first. After Yi Futian obtained his map, he first checked out the main armor forces of Tianyan City. He then found a place known as Silver Spear Flight, also called 13th Flight. Silver Spear Flight was one of the armor forces of Tianyan City. It had a long history. Rumor has it that the founder was a figure who followed Tianyan the Great. The silver spear of the founder was renowned. Silver Spear Flight would later become the name of this force. They specialized in forging silver spears and were the holy land for spears. Of course, Silver Spear Flight was under the jurisdiction of Wang Clan, the city lord office. For the occasion of the armor competition, the various armor forces of Tianyan City brought out their treasures to be exchanged. Silver Spear Flight was naturally no exception. Right now, in Silver Spear Flight, many cultivators were gathered. Within Silver Spear Flight, there was a gigantic open space. Many cultivators were gathered there. Before the open space was 13th Flight. All the figures who were seated in it were members of Silver Spear Flight, as well as cultivators from the top forces of Tianyan City. Right now, the tiered tower was filled with people. They sat at the edge of the tower while chatting and sipping tea. Their gazes were focused on the empty space before the tower. Cultivators from all around were gathered at the center of the empty space. There were cultivators from 13th Flight. In their midst, there was a row of long silver spears. Each silver spear was an imperial rank ritual implement. Yi Futian was also among the crowd. He had come here for a long spear. Coincidentally, his attire matched a silver spear very well. If he had a silver spear, he would look extremely heroic, as though he was reborn and was a completely different person from before. He would immediately become a powerful spear emperor. Hence, Yi Futian had come here to the holy land of spears. Yi Futian looked towards the row of long spears ahead. Their number just happened to coincide with 13th Flight. There were a total of 13 long spears. They were smooth, and each spear was silver. They appeared to all be the same, yet if one sensed carefully, they could detect that each of the 13 spears emanated different auras. Of the 13 spears, 12 of them served as foils, Yi Futian thought himself. He stared at the long spear in the center. A subdivine arm. Tianyan City was the holy land of armorers. As a mere subsidiary force of the city lord office, 13th Flight could already bring out ritual implements such as subdivine arms to trade. One could imagine how much armament they had stashed away. However, this subdivine arm should correspond to the first stage divine tribulation of the Great Path in terms of cultivation. It was considered a one tribulation subdivine arm. Tianyan City should be able to forge two tribulation subdivine arms. However, this subdivine arm was not Yi Futian's target. Obtaining a subdivine arm would require a ludicrously high price. He might need to offer up a treasure of equal worth. If he did so, he might expose his identity. He merely needed an imperial-level divine arm. Right then, Yi Futian revealed a strange expression. He saw a person standing to the side of the empty space before 13th Flight. Just then, another person came forward and actually challenged the other party. A loud discussion erupted around them. When Yi Futian overheard the discussions, he revealed a look of surprise. From the looks of it, winning a battle was the way one could obtain the subdivine arm. Before this, he was worried that this subdivine arm would be traded. In that case, he would need to use subdivine elixirs or top-level martial arts techniques to trade for it. However, his guess was wrong. The cultivators of 13th Flight had taken out a subdivine arm just because they wanted to contend spear techniques with other forces. It was not just for this subdivine arm. It was the same for other ritual implements. Whoever wanted any of the ritual implements could claim it out loud. They would face different cultivators from Silver Spear Flight. All those who emerged as winners would have another battle 3 days before the armor competition to determine the final victors. The final winners could claim the divine arms. The cultivators who participated in the battles were all Renhuangs. This caused Yi Futian to be somewhat emotional. As expected of the Holy Land of Armors, they were generous with their rewards. They were actually using a subdivine arm to liven up the atmosphere of the fest. No wonder many cultivators had gathered in front of 13th Flight. Moreover, similar situations took place in different parts of Tianyan City, spicing up the mood of the fest. Was 13th Flight organizing these battles just for the sake of witnessing spear techniques? Yi Futian thought of another possibility. In order to obtain the ritual implements, the challengers needed to defeat the cultivators of 13th Flight. It meant that the latter had to face round after round of battles, with their opponents being the monstrous figures from various parts of the world. From the looks of it, 13th Flight organized this event not just to liven up the mood, but also to train the spear techniques of their own members. There were very few chances for various cultivators to gather together. It only occurred once every century. Furthermore, there were many cultivators with top-level spear techniques. Yi Futian did not participate in the event. Instead, he silently observed the battles to the side. The challengers gradually emerged. Yi Futian noticed that for different spears that the challengers targeted, different cultivators of 13th Flight would come out from different levels of the tiered tower to accept their challenges. When a challenger aimed for the subdivine arm, their opponent would be someone from the highest level of the tiered tower. He was most likely the strongest cultivator in 13th Flight. The challengers were very powerful too. They were all cultivators from the top forces. However, few of them emerged victorious. After all, they had to defeat their opponents using purely spear techniques. They couldn't even rely on the domain of the Great Path. It was because 13th Flight wanted to experience only their spear techniques. Of course, it was acceptable if a challenger had great power of the Great Path, and they infused it into their spear techniques during battle. Right at this moment, yet another top figure failed in their challenge. This spurred the audience into discussion. Someone said, "In terms of spear techniques, the cultivators of 13th Flight have reached the highest level. There are few cultivators who can defeat 13th Flight spear techniques." Another person commented, "The cultivator who has the best spear techniques is most likely Spear Emperor Du, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. Rumor has it that he will come this time. Unfortunately, he has undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Otherwise, if he were here, this subdivine arm would surely be his. Will the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great appreciate this subdivine arm?" mocked someone to the side. His words caused the other party to nod in agreement. Indeed, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great would not lack good divine arms. "Spear Emperor, do you?" Yi Futian revealed a surprised expression when he overheard the conversation. He had seen him before. In the past, Spear Emperor Du followed Princess Donghuang and appeared in the original realm. He even fought with the king of the Dark Court. So many years later, Spear Emperor Du had already undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, this progress was normal. It was impossible for the direct disciple of Dong Huang the Great to be anything less than talented. He would certainly be a super powerful cultivator. Now, Yi Futian had a better understanding of the cultivation world. He knew that the 9 divine generals of the divine prefecture imperial palace and the king of the dark court were not the strongest existences. Before the chaos of the original realm began, the devil world had sent over old demon Tunshin and demon Sage. There was also Feng Ru from Dong Huang imperial palace. He was not one of the 9 divine generals. Yi Futian speculated that the 9 divine generals ranked among the top in Dong Huang imperial palace. At the very least, the best general would be someone who had undergone the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Above them were some other top figures. These top figures were the actual strongest existences in the imperial palace. They were under the direct command of the great emperor and were the bona fide core figures. When Yi Futian thought of this, he strode forward and walked toward the battle ring. He would first acquire this silver spear, subdivine arm. Chapter 2549, Gossips. Yi Futian walked forward as the cultivator from the 13th flight looked at him and nodded with a smile. With his finger, Yi Futian pointed to the silver spear, subdivine arms in the middle, and suddenly attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to challenge the subdivine arms were all notable figures themselves. "Who is this?" People were whispering in the crowd. "Silver garments with silver mask, with exceptional bearing. Who is this incredible figure, and where is he from?" "How shall we address you?" a cultivator from the 13th flight inquired. "Silver spear, Changkong." Yi Futian used an alias so that no one would have heard of him. On the 13th flight in front, from the 13th floor, a figure drifted down and landed on the open battlefield. Yi Futian walked toward the battlefield until he came opposite the man. Around him, silver light screens appeared, directly sealing up the space they were in. The battlefield was extensive, but for people at their level it was pretty small. However, the exchange with the 13th flight was to learn about spear techniques using attack against attack. Therefore, the contest of spear techniques alone would not require too much space. From the 13th flight, Silver Spear, Wenyang is my name. Pleased to meet you. The cultivator who stood opposite of Yi Futian was a middle-aged man, holding a long silver spear. He exuded a sharp and unstoppable aura, as if he was himself a spear, standing there without fear. Both of them call themselves Silver Spears. So whose spear was stronger? Yi Futian stretched out a hand, and suddenly the power of the great path gathered in his hand and formed into a long silver spear. He held the spear as he looked at Wenyang and said, "Pleased to meet you as well." As soon his voice faded away, Yi Futian's body seemed to become extremely sharp. It merged into one with the silver spear, so that the spear was the man and the man was the spear. The silver garments he wore fluttered in the wind as if he was a transcendental being, not of this world. In just an instant, Wenyang seemed to realize that he had encountered a powerful opponent. His expression became extremely grave. Waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the spear held in his hand. He walked forward and unleashed a strike into the void, which caused the void to oscillate, and a powerful shockwave was felt. However, Wenyang did not attack directly. Instead, he unleashed another strike, one after the other in endless successions. With each strike, the shock wave increased in strength, as its power seemed to multiply exponentially, becoming stronger as one layer piled onto the previous one continuously. 13th Flight Spear Techniques. When everyone saw what Wenyang had unleashed was the ultimate technique, they were astounded. Moreover, Wenyang seemed to be exercising extreme caution, as he was not dishing out any tentative attacks. One strike after another, he was continuously increasing the power of his spear techniques. The true prowess of the 13th Flight Spear Techniques lay in the later strikes. The more strikes that were unleashed, the more terrifying the power. It was said that even the creator of this spear technique had ever only reached the level of the 12th strike. In his lifetime, he had only used the 13th strike once, and once that strike was launched, heaven and earth wailed as gods and demons wept. He perished after using that ultimate 13th strike, a shocking blow before his death. Yi Futian stood there quietly, feeling those powerful shock waves that were blasting at him, one after another. A massive wave of destruction was oppressing this closed-up space, suffocating it and destroying the great path. In this enclosed space, this kind of spear technique was indeed powerful. More importantly, the power of the spear techniques was still multiplying and increasing in strength. It was a pity that the opponent Wen Yang encountered was him. In cultivation of offensive technique, superpowers were helpful, but in the face of absolute brute strength, it was completely meaningless. Yi Futian raised his hand and unleashed his spear. The man and the spear were as one, as if they were one body, like a light and lightning. It was gone in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Some dull thuds were heard, and those shock waves were directly expelled by that ray of light, front and center. In an instant, a long silver spear pointed right at Wen Yang's brow chakra. Just one strike. In the face of absolute comprehension and absolute power, superpowers of any kind had no real meaning at all. The great paths and all methods were interconnected. Yi Futian's simple spear strike was the great path in its most simple and purest. The man and the spear were one with the great path. Even if the power that hid within the spear was not used, it was not something that Wen Yang could contend with under his own power. The gap between the two was just too great. Behind Yi Futian, the waves formed by the blasting of the shock waves continued, even impacting the surrounding seals, causing those seals to vibrate violently. It only dissipated after a few moments, but the ceiling light screens also disappeared with it. Wen Yang's gaze froze, fixed on that silvery mask right in front of him. One move. As the top Renhuang cultivator of the 13th flight, he could not even withstand a strike unleashed by this spear technique. In this strike, he felt an absolute gap in power and that his comprehension of cultivation was not on the same level as his opponent. Many cultivators at the 13th flight stood up and looked down. Their eyes sharpened as those eyes were filled with a sense of shock. Those who came to challenge more often than not ended in defeats and not victories. Very few people could beat the 13th flight spear techniques, and certainly not with just a single blow. The spear strike may be simple, but it seemed to contain the simplicity of the great path, a move that was based on the return to the basics. What a stunning strike, an elder praised. Thank you for your indulgence. The silver spear in Yi Futian's hand turned back to the great path and dissipated. Your spear techniques are impressive. My compliments. Wen Yang put away his spear and bowed slightly to Yi Futian. Indeed, amazing individuals from all sides had gathered at such a grand occasion in Tianyan City. He had never heard of the person in front of him, but he was so incredible. For the first time, Wen Yang felt that his 13th flight spear techniques was flamboyant and flashy without substance. Of course, it was not a matter of weakness with the 13th flight spear techniques, but that it had met someone much stronger. Mr. Changkong, would you like to come upstairs for a discussion? Wen Yang invited politely. He was not angry because he was defeated by a single strike. Why else would the 13th flight use a subdivine arms as a prize to attract the opportunities of experiencing as many spear techniques as possible from all sides? It was none other than to see those top-level spear techniques, so as to improve their own spear techniques, to learn and to perceive. For this purpose, they were more than willing to see these many kinds of great spear techniques. However, Yi Futian's spear techniques had far surpassed all that he knew, and the realm of his comprehension fell short of its greatness. No, thank you. I'm accustomed to moving about on my own. When the time comes, I will come to fetch the silver spear, Yi Futian said, speaking as if that divine arms already had his name on it. Everyone around him could feel his confidence behind that arrogance. May I ask, where does Mr. Changkong cultivate? An elder from the 13th flight asked curiously while looking at Yi Futian. This spear technique was comprehended on my own, responded Yi Futian. Comprehended on your own, the old man marveled in a low voice. My compliments. Your spear techniques are rare and unique. I heard that the spear of the Spear Emperor, the direct disciple of the great emperor himself, was also a peerless spear technique. However, I have not had the good fortune to see it. It's a pity now that the divine general Du had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. I would not have the good fortune of ever seeing his techniques. The Spear Emperor, Du, Yi Futian muttered. Is he very strong? The old man was stunned for a second, then smiled and continued. Emperor Donghuang's personal disciple is undoubtedly very strong. With the spear techniques alone, there were not many in the divine prefecture who could be his equal. It was said that when Du the Spear Emperor unleashes his spear, no spears in the world could be considered spears. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. I would like to see it myself if ever I have the opportunity. So long. After that he turned around and left. Aloof and indifferent, watching his departing figure, many felt shockingly surprised. Not only did this man have outstanding spear techniques, but he was also unapproachable and full of himself, proclaiming that he wanted to experience the spears of the Spear Emperor himself if given the opportunity. Everyone could see that he was very powerful from the blow he just dealt. But who was the Spear Emperor? The Spear Emperor, as the direct disciple of Emperor Donghuang himself, would probably not take him seriously at all. What are the odds that this man could take away the subdivine arms? Someone asked the old man from the 13th flight. Although there are a lot of enchanting geniuses who are in attendance, and there are many top-notch figures among them, the strike we just saw was truly amazing. In my estimation, I think he has a 50% chance to take away the subdivine arms. The old man continued, Silver Spear Changkong, take note of this name. In this grand event, many will become famous, and he will be one of them. Yi Futian didn't really care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to talk about fame, how many had a more well-known name than Yi Futian in the divine prefecture today? The reason why he wanted to obtain the spear was because it was a subdivine arms that could be gotten without paying a price. So why not do it? And second, he could better camouflage himself with the identity of Silver Spear Changkong, who was a spear purist and an arrogant spear emperor. Naturally, this spear strike caused some chatter in the 13th flight, and it was not a big deal in today's Tianyan City. Right now, countless unparalleled figures had arrived in Tianyan City. After Yi Futian left the 13th flight, he came to a tavern in Tianyan City to drink. In the tavern, one could often hear gossips of all kinds. He settled in the corner of the tavern, leaning against the window so he could see the people coming and going. On the street, as in the tavern, people next to him were talking about this grand event taking place in Tianyan City, as if it was the only topic worth talking about in Tianyan City right now. I heard that Princess Donghuang will be coming in person this time. Some people in the tavern were chatting. This tavern was not large in size, as those larger taverns were already at capacity. Therefore, the cultivation level of the cultivators who had gathered here was not that great, and the news that spread here was more gossipy. 800 years ago, a divine general came to observe the ceremony. Will the princess come this time in person? Well, Princess Donghuang has long been of age, and her cultivation had been successful as well. She has been busy cultivating all this time, and it was time for her to choose a path companion. It is said that Tianyan City has a great opportunity in that regard. Why Tianyan City? Think about this. Even though Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, many ancient god clan were not directly under his command, and he lacked top-notch principality that focuses on armor. If Tianyan City can be recruited, It will undoubtedly beef up the Imperial Palace even more and make it stronger. Therefore, Tianyan City is a likely candidate. Is it Wang Mian in Tianyan City? Someone asked. Wang Mian. The speaker looked sarcastic and said, as soon as you said that, we know you are totally out of the loop. When Wang Mian went to the land of the original realm in the lower worlds, he was met with defeats. An extraordinary figure like Princess Donghuang would not be considering him. He lost in the battle with Yi Futian. That's right. At the time, several top figures from the ancient god clan teamed up and were defeated soundly by Yi Futian, and his wife Wang Mian was also a participant in that battle. The man speaking before continued. Many people thought that Wang Mian might be the future city, lord of Tianyan City. But in fact, Wang Mian has always been the number 2. The true heir to Tianyan City focused solely on cultivation and maintained a really low profile, and even outsiders had no real idea just how strong he is. According to my sources, he has already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and he can produce subdivine arms. In this armor competition, Tianyan City invited all the principalities of divine prefecture here was aimed for him to make a name for himself, so he may be known throughout the world by winning the first place in the armor competition. The Wangs of the city, Lord's office in Tianyan City, have always been pretty conspicuous, and they had been secretly grooming such a character. Someone asked curiously. This is the true genius of Tianyan City, those from the ancient god clan, who doesn't have a secret ace or 2 up their sleeves. Wang Mian is just someone for the outside world to see. The one behind the scene represents the true core of Tianyan City, who will announce his presence with incredible notoriety. The target in his sight may be Princess Donghuang. The man said mysteriously. Yi Futian listened quietly as he picked up the wine cup to drink, but he was actually a little contemptuous inside. Princess Donghuang needed to be married off in an alliance. For someone at his level, hearing these kinds of juvenile talks was like hearing a joke. Beneath the great emperor, everyone was akin to insects unless Tianyan the Great himself could be reborn. Chapter 2550. Fight for the Subdivine Arms. Yi Futian stayed quietly in Tianyan City for a few days. Over the past few days, he had acquired a lot of information. The cultivators from all sides had also arrived in Tianyan City, one after the other, making this ancient city of armors even more lively. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the start of the armor competition. This was also the day agreed upon by the 13th flight. Yi Futian came to the 13th flight to fetch the subdivine arms. At this time, in front of the 13th flight, many powerful cultivators had gathered. In this increasingly boisterous Tianyan City, forces from all sides had arrived. This time, the 13th flight used the subdivine arms as a point of attraction. How could anyone not be attracted by that? Even many top forces had come for precisely just that. Even for these top forces, the subdivine arms was quite a piece of precious implement, each of which was highly valued. It was a pity that most of these principalities were no expert at spear techniques, or else they would have been directly involved in the competition. Upon the 13th flight in front, there were many cultivators already standing on each floor. On the highest floor, the 13th, in addition to their own cultivators, the Wangs from Tianyan City, Lord's office, had also sent in their own cultivators. The cultivators from the Wangs at the city lord's office were led by a middle-aged man. Just by simply standing there, he made everyone feel tense. This man's name was Wang Teng, an elder of the Wang family. He held a high status within the family and had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The man in silver beside him was Wendonglai, the master of the 13th flight. Wang Teng from the city lord's office personally came because he heard that there were several powerful figures who had made their appearances at the 13th flight. All of their spear techniques were shockingly powerful, and it might be an exhilarating battle. Silver Spear Chongkong is here. Wen Donglai pointed to Yi Futian, who was in the crowd below, and introduced him to Wang Teng. Wang Ting nodded slightly to acknowledge him. Silver Spear Chongkong was one of the powerful figures mentioned to him by the 13th Flight. He defeated Wen Yang with a single strike. Many people in the 13th Flight thought that he had a 50% chance of taking the Subdivine Arms. But now, this possibility was reduced by 20%. Because after Silver Spear Chongkong, several other extremely powerful characters had emerged. One of them was a cultivator from the ancient god clan who also came to join in on the fun at the event. Yi Futian seemed to notice that someone was paying attention to him. He raised his head and looked up at the top of the 13th Flight. He saw Wen Donglai nodding slightly at him as if saying hello. Wang Tang was also looking at him. Obviously, these people remembered him. Yi Futian didn't mind and didn't respond. Those eyes under the silver mask were as calm as still water. He looked down at the open battlefield ahead. The battle had already begun, but now it was the battle for the other 12 divine arms. The subdivine arms would naturally be the finale. At the same time, he was listening to the people talking around him. It seemed that after him, some other powerful individuals had come to compete for the subdivine arms, which he didn't pay much attention to before. After all, this was not a difficult task for him. If he wanted to take the subdivine arms, who in Renhuang realm could stop him? A subdivine arm to him was as easy as reaching out and taking it. There was no need to pay attention to what was happening here. What a proud man! Wang Ting said in a low voice when he saw Yi Futian's expression on the 13th Flight. Wen Donglai was a cultivator in the Tribulation Plane, the master of the 13th Flight. He took the initiative to greet Yi Futian and was ignored. This was a blatant demonstration of Yi Futian's arrogance. Extraordinary people sometimes have unusual characters. Wen Donglai didn't take offense and dismissed it with a smile. At this time he looked up in the distance and said, "He's here." Many people raised their heads to look over there, only to see a group of cultivators coming at them. Everyone in this group possessed an extraordinary temperament. Ancient god clan from Yuanshi domain, cultivated in Yuanshi Palace, and inherited from Yuanshi the Great. This time, a stunning cultivator from Yuanshi Palace, Pei Yao, would be fighting for the subdivine arms. Pei Yao's cultivation was in the 9th realm, the peak of Renhuang, with extraordinary combat effectiveness. In the previous battle, he had defeated someone from the 13th Flight with a single strike. The master of the 13th Flight, Wen Donglai, put his hands together to greet the visitors personally and said, "Please come up, friends." The cultivators from Yuanshi Palace did not hesitate as they landed on the 13th Flight. "Has it started yet?" the cultivators from Yuanshi Palace asked. "Soon. After the battle for the other divine arms is over, it will be the battle for the subdivine arms." Wen Donglai acted with great geniality and a smile. Pei Yao's god-punishing spear has a great chance to take away the subdivine arms. Yuanshi Palace, as part of the ancient god clan, should not have competed with the others for the subdivine arms. However, to add to the excitement of the event here at Tianyan City, we will be joining in on the fun. Pei Yao happens to be an expert at spear techniques. We beg your pardon in advance if he manages to take away the prize, an elder from Yuanshi Palace said. Listening to his tone, it was as if the subdivine arms was already theirs for the taking, and the whole thing couldn't be any easier. In fact, the genius talents from the ancient god clan were indeed the most likely winner when it came to the competition for the subdivine arms. Under normal circumstances, they would probably not encounter any opponents stronger than them, so their confidence was to be expected. Moreover, Pei Yao's god-punishing spear possessed astonishing destructive power. It's something meant to add to the excitement of the spear techniques exhibited by all sides. "There is no pardon to speak of, that's too serious," Wen Donglai said with a smile. Yuanshi Palace was full of confidence, but in his opinion it was not so easy for Pei Yao to take away the subdivine arms, as he still had to face 2 opponents. Just as they were speaking, another powerful aura descended in the distant sky, followed by several figures who walked through the void and came to this side. The man in the middle wore a black robe and exuded dangerous energy. As soon as they appeared, they had the attention of Wendonglai and the others. The identities of these men were mysterious, and that strike did not give away much. Wendonglai even suspected that these people might not be cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, but cultivators from the Dark Court. However, they didn't have any solid evidence to prove their suspicion. These people went about the competition according to the rules, so there was nothing much to which they could object. After all, everyone in the city was watching. The man in black, who was here to compete for the subdivine arms, was Nyegyo. He was using a long black spear with an astounding power of demolition. In Wendonglai's view, its prowess was no less than that of Pei Yao's god-punishing spear. Therefore, these two men were the most likely candidates who may take away the subdivine arms. Compared to the two of them, Silver Spear Chankong's power paled a little in comparison. These two men, one was from ancient god clan, but the other was very likely from the Dark World. There were still several other people who were in the running to compete for the subdivine arms. But Wendonglai thought that it was basically a battle among these three men to fight for the prize. Although the others were very powerful as well, there was still a gap between them and these three. Pei Yao and Nyegyo each had about a 40% chance, and Silver Spear Chankong had about 20%. After they arrived, they stood there quietly without saying a word, just waiting quietly. Their eyes focused on the battlefield ahead. They were in no hurry. Pei Yao seemed to perceive a slight sense of threat as he looked at Nyegyo across the sky. When their eyes met, invisible turbulence fluctuated and collided in the void. Both of them had perceived the other's existence. Only Yi Futian was the exception. The aura on his body was retracted so much that his existence almost could not be detected. Finally, as time crawled, 12 of the 13 spears had been taken away, leaving only the spear in the middle that was standing alone by itself. Wendonglai took a step forward and waved his hand. Someone else stepped forward to move the subdivine arms aside. He looked at the cultivators and said, "No need for more talk. You are all here, so please, whoever the spear belongs to is up to you all to decide." As he finished speaking, people gradually walked forward. Pei Yao and Nyegyo stepped onto that huge open space. Yi Futian, too, moved and walked forward. 12 men. Of all those who came to compete for the subdivine arms, only 12 had defeated the top cultivators from the 13th flight. In terms of spear techniques, the 13th flight spear techniques dominated the battlefield. No one's life shall be harmed. The last man standing with the winning spear technique will walk away with the subdivine arms. As soon as Wendonglai made the announcement, a light screen exploded from the surrounding matrix, sequestering the huge open space in the middle. All 12 cultivators were inside. A silver-long spear appeared in Yi Futian's hand as the power of the great path converged upon it. Then he closed his eyes, and under the silver mask, his eyes closed just like that. He stood there motionlessly, as if he didn't even want to participate in this melee. In addition, Pei Yao was also standing alone in one direction, extremely cold and unapproachable. A black spear appeared in Nyegyo's hand, puffing out a terrifying aura of destruction. "You guys decide the outcome yourselves." Pei Yao spoke as if he wouldn't even bother to participate. There was no lack of top figures among the rest of the cultivators. The aura of the great path permeated and seeped into the long spears in their hands. Then they made their moves one after another. For an instant, shadows of spears flew about as fast as lightning. Many of them unleashed their most lethal strike right off the bat. Yi Futian stood there quietly with his eyes closed, as a flash of silver shot at him with incredible speed, just like lightning. Bang! A sound was heard as the spear of the other was being blocked. Somehow, the silver spear in Yi Futian's hand was raised. It was almost undetectable. It collided with the other's spear. Then the assailant's long spear broke into little pieces as he felt a chill in his throat, right where Yi Futian's spear was pointing. Not bad. Wang Tang let out a compliment when he saw Yi Futian's counterattack. It was so fast and its technique was so flawlessly fierce. One strike was enough to kill the man. Yi Futian put away his spear as his opponent bowed and withdrew, sweat dripping down his forehead. Amazing! The people on the outside also saw this incredible display. In other areas, the winners quickly emerged. In such a narrow space, victory or defeat was only a matter of seconds. After someone won, all anyone saw was Niejio's spear, like a black shadow, pierce his opponent's arm. He then threw the other out. On the battlefield, only 3 people remained in just an instant, which was exactly what everyone had anticipated before the battle. These 3 people ought to be the strongest 3 out of the lot. You too. See which of you can contend with me, Pei Yao of Yuanshi Palace said as he looked at Yi Futian and Niejio. Niejio glanced at him, then smiled contemptuously. He then looked down at Yi Futian and said, "Forfeit." He wanted to see how powerful the god-punishing spear from Yuanshi Palace was. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the 2 men in the sky above. He raised the silver spear in his hand, and then he moved. In an instant, he had turned into a silver shadow. Suddenly, Niejio felt a strong sense of danger, and his black long spear was on the move. In an instant, countless destructive spear shadows appeared in the void, and every spear shadow contained an astonishing aura of destruction, burying this void. They stabbed straight at Yi Futian. It was as if he couldn't care so much about restraining the attack at this moment, ready to slay his opponent. However, he wasn't able to do that after all. The silver light flashed and was gone, but the long black spear in his hand exploded and shattered as the silver light directly pierced his arm. Although it was only a prick, bright red blood began to seep from his arm. Niejio was stunned. He then saw Yi Futian's spear shake as it slapped him out of the battlefield. He turned around and looked at the last man remaining, Pei Yao of Yuanshi Palace. Pei Yao looked at Yi Futian with shock and surprise. Clearly, he hadn't realized what happened just now with that spear strike. But he wasn't the only one. Wen Donglai, Wang Tang, and the others did not have time to react before Yi Futian's silver spear was on the move again. That stunning strike carried a gleam of silver light with it and headed toward Pei Yao like silver lightning. Boom! An astonishing aura descended as if the seal would be shattered. A phantom appeared like a divine soldier. It dealt a blow of divine retribution and carried that world-destroying might to slay that silver light. The stream of light flashed and disappeared, and the light of divine retribution was penetrated completely. It was as the silver spear fell at Pei Yao's throat. There was still no hesitation when Pei Yao's spear was destroyed. The battle ended in an instant. Before any of the spectators had a chance to react, and while all the cultivators out there were still so stunned they were speechless, the battle was over. On those faces there were surprise and shock. All of their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Wen Donglai, Wang Tang, and the cultivator from Yuanshi Palace looked at everything that happened in front of them, full of amazement. They wondered, was that it? Was it over already? What had happened? Yi Futian ignored the expressions on everyone's face as he put the silver spear away. He walked next to that divine arms and stretched out his hand out to hold it. He looked up in the direction of Wen Donglai and asked, "Can I take it now?" Chapter 2551, Invitation. Once when Donglai came to his senses, he looked at Yi Futian with a keen look in his eyes. Each of those men had been defeated by just one blow. No matter which one it was, whether Pei Yao of the ancient god clan or Niejio, who may have come from the dark world, each submitted after just one strike. What spear techniques could do that? Or rather, Yi Futian's spear techniques were no longer just purely as spear techniques, but but an absolute suppression based on the comprehension of the great path. The result would be the same whether he replaced the weapon with a sword, a blade, or a halberd. Of course, when Donglai responded, Yi Futian vanquished each enemy with a single strike, achieving final victory in the shortest amount of time. The divine arms would belong to him this time. Thank you. Yi Futian took hold of the long spear and proceeded to leave. Many bystanders were very surprised by his behavior. They thought that he was cold and standoffish. They had no idea who he was or where he came from, but his strength was indisputable. One moment, if you please. A voice called out to Yi Futian, and he stopped as he turned around to look. Those eyes under the silver mask were haughty and frosty. The man who called out to him was Wang Tung of the Wang clan from the city, Lord's office. Yi Futian stood there quietly, waiting for the other man to speak. Silver Spear Chongkong. Wang Tung said with a smile, I am Wang Tung of the city lord's office. I have never heard of your name before, but you shouldn't be such an unknown character, judging from your cultivation. May I ask where you are from? Wang Tung of the city lord's office, a cultivator in the tribulation plain. Yi Futian maintained a look of calm on the outside, but his mind was beginning to turn. The significance of the once-a-century Tianyan City armor competition had long surpassed the competition itself. In the name of this event, the city lord's office was able to call on all the enchanting figures from everywhere, whether it was those who participated in the top armor competition or other competitions. They were all powerful cultivators beyond description. Furthermore, the city lord's office in Tianyan City had been able to absorb powerful individuals based on their reputation as the #1 power in the armory. Of course, it was far from enough for an ancient god clan to simply rely solely on their name in armor making. Strength was the only and true foundation. Because of this, the principalities within Tianyan City had been striving for growth for many years. In addition to their direct line of descendants, there were many other visiting elders and guests. Among all the ancient god clans in Divine Prefecture, the Wangs of Tianyan City was definitely one of the topmost powers. Yi Futian was quite clear about all of this while he was making inquiries in Tianyan City. Wang Tung belonged to the main line of the Wang family, who ruled the city lord's office. He absolutely had the authority to recruit anyone he saw fit to join the city lord's office. In Tianyan City, as in the ancient god clan of the West Imperial Palace, the various factions within the city lord's office had a competitive relationship. A casual cultivator, that's all. The whole world is my home, Yi Futian replied. His voice sounded low and hoarse. A casual cultivator? Wang Tung was stunned. To defeat the cultivator from the ancient god clan with one strike is definitely not something that can be accomplished by anyone who cultivates on his own. Yi Futian's eyes were cold, and he frowned beneath the mask. He said, If Elder has nothing else, I'll bid my goodbye. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Tung knew that everyone has his own secrets, which he would not be so nosy as to probe, especially with such a powerful character as the one in front of him. He continued, Your combat effectiveness is extraordinary, and this silver spear was made by Master Wen himself. Its strength needs no further description. It is now suitable only for you. However, as your cultivation becomes stronger, you may need a stronger divine arm in the future after you survive the divine tribulation of the great path. Yi Futian stopped his forward footsteps. What exactly do Elder want to say? Nothing. Just want to invite you to be a guest at the city lord's office to watch the armor competition there. Wang Tung did not state his purpose out in the open, but it was pretty obvious, and Yi Futian would have guessed it right away. The people around him understood everything very well. It seemed that Wang Tung wanted to recruit Yi Futian into the city lord's office. A man with such extraordinary combat effectiveness was indeed someone worth recruiting. The invitation to participate in the ceremony as a guest was a tried and true pretext. Don't worry. Rest assured, if you ever want to leave, you can leave any time. The rules of the city lord's office are known to everyone in Tianyan City, Wang Tung continued. After all, Yi Futian was not the only person to be invited. If the city lord's office in Tianyan City had ever detained the others without their consent, their reputation would have been tarnished a long time ago. Furthermore, during an important occasion, such as the armor competition, that took place only once every 100 years. Yi Futian pondered for a moment. He believed what Wang Ting said and that the city lord's office would not force such things on others. The problem was that there was a certain risk linked to him going to the city lord's office. If his true identity were to be found out, it would be very dangerous for him. The advantage was that if he could get into the city lord's office, it might be possible for him to gather more information from the inside, such as which forces wanted to ally with Tianyan City against Ziwei Segmentum. This way, he could form a more specific strategy for the future. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. However, from Wang Teng's perspective, it seemed like Yi Futian was hesitating about whether to be part of the city lord's office or not. He had no idea what Yi Futian was really thinking of was entirely something else. Fine. Yi Futian nodded. After hesitating, he agreed. He believed that the chances were extremely slim for him to be exposed. Right now, countless many genius talents had come to Tianyan City for this major event, and he was but one of many. He did not deliberately befriend the city lord's office, so no one could link him with Yi Futian. Then, the only thing that could expose him was if there was a flaw in his disguise. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be anything that could give him away. Furthermore, if Wang Tung wanted to recruit him, he would have to trust him. Wang Tung couldn't do anything to him before the recruitment was successful. He was pretty certain they would treat him very well instead. Therefore, Yi Futian decided to go to the city lord's office. The city lord's office indeed cherishes talents and recruits talents from all over the world. Some cultivators from Yuanshe Palace next to him spoke, and their tone was not so friendly. After all, among the cultivators who were beaten by Yi Futian just now, there was that one extraordinary figure from Yuanshe Palace, Peiyao. Then, Yi Futian was recruited by Wang Ting in return. Of course, Yuanshe Palace was not too happy about that. At this grand event, Tianyan City Lord's office invites people from all over the world to the office complex to observe the competition. Silver Spear Chongkong has outstanding spear techniques with incredible strength, and he definitely qualifies to be there at the competition. Wang Tung smiled and said, "Don't be a stranger. Let's go together to the city lord's office and sit down for some drinks?" "No need. We haven't had a chance to look around in Tianyan City, so we will not be bothering you for the time being. We will wait until it is the time of the event," the cultivators from Yuanshe Palace replied. "Might as well." Wang Ting nodded. There are still 3 more days, and Tianyan City is quite vibrant at the moment. It's worth taking a look around. "So long," the other man replied, and many people gave Yi Futian a look before leaving. In this case, even though they were defeated by Yi Futian with a single strike, it was not appropriate for Yuanshe Palace to take it out on Yi Futian. As the ancient god clan, Yuanshe Palace could not afford to shame themselves with any unbefitting behaviors. Watching them leave, Wang Tung said to Wen Donglai, "Brother Wen, I will be leaving now." "Very well." Wen Donglai nodded. "Please." Wang Tung gestured to Yi Futian, and Yi Futian levitated into the air and said, "Elder, you first, please." Seeing the change in Yi Futian's attitude, Wang Tung smiled now and said, "Let's go together." After that, the group of them left together. Wen Donglai, watching them depart, thought that Wang Tung had successfully recruited someone marvelous. Tianyan City, City Lord's office, was like a city of gold, extremely magnificent. There were so many golden halls erected that the entire complex appeared to be golden at first glance. Yi Futian didn't invade anywhere inside with his divine consciousness, so as not to offend some people. But even just observing with his eyes, he could see many places of armor making. In the inner hall of the armory, there was an open courtyard. When they first entered the city lord's office via air, they saw many people busy making armor and weaponry, and they could hear the sound of metal clashing intermittently. In the city lord's office, normally the disciples in the complex do not have their own independent armoring palace. They can either make their armors in a public armoring palace, or they can do so out in the open. More important disciples have better places to making armors. Those who are at the core have their own palace that is equipped with an armoring palace. Wang Teng explained when he saw that Yi Futian was very interested in everything inside the city lord's office. Yi Futian nodded. This was to be expected. Every principality had its hierarchy. The elder said that the city lord's office has even stronger divine arms. The silver spear I obtained is already a divine arm of the first tribulation. How many people in the city lord's office can make divine arms of the second tribulation? Yi Futian asked in a straightforward manner without beating around the bush, quite in line with the personality he demonstrated. It's not so easy to make divine arms of the second tribulation. There is only a handful of those in the entire city lord's office who could make divine arms in the second tribulation. Wang Teng smiled and did not respond to Yi Futian's question directly. He continued, but the city lord's office has been collecting divine arms made by generations of top cultivators. In the city lord's office, there is no shortage of divine arms of the second tribulation. The Wang family of Tianyan City has been here for countless generations. It's not difficult for the city lord's office to take out a divine arm of the second tribulation. When he was saying that, he looked at Yi Futian as if he was suggesting something. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. This time, many top principalities in the divine prefecture will probably come to the armor competition. Naturally, Wang Teng said with a proud voice, this is a fest for our Tianyan city that happens only once in every century. It is one of the biggest events in the divine prefecture, and few other feasts can surpass it unless it was something hosted by Donghuang Imperial Palace. Otherwise, all over the land of the divine prefecture, not many forces influence Tianyan City. Although his tone was proud, he was also speaking the truth. The status of Tianyan City in divine prefecture was without a doubt. It was, after all, the first holy land for the armory in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian nodded and did not continue to pursue an answer. He was now inside the city lord's office. In time, he would know what principalities came to the city lord's office in the next few days. This time, Princess Donghuang will come in person as well, Wang Ting said. Will the princess come here in person? Yi Futian asked. I heard some rumors from the outside before, but it was only that Donghuang the Great's personal disciple, Spear Emperor Du, will be here. Wang Ting nodded. The princess is confirmed to come to Tianyan City in person. The city lord's office wants to gift divine arms to the princess, and the imperial palace accepted it. So that's it. Yi Futian finally understood. Tianyan City wanted to invite the princess to attend this great event, but had no way of asking her directly, so they made a present of invaluable divine arms as the price for the princess to attend. They made a gift of divine arms to the princess, but it was as if the princess had done Tianyan City a favor by coming, which spoke volumes of their respect for her. Chapter 2552. Probing. Wang Teng placed Yi Futian in a standalone side hall next to the palace where he resided. With Wang Teng's status, he was already at the top of the city lord's office. He was the master of an entire branch. He had his own complex of palaces that were under his direct jurisdiction. Yi Futian was invited by him to come to the city lord's office. If Yi Futian later agreed to enter the city lord's office and become a visiting cultivator, he would be considered part of his team. The place assigned to Yi Futian to stay was very spacious, with its independent cultivation court and maids waiting on him every day as long to help him with daily tasks. This was considered a very generous treatment. Yi Futian was definitely the topmost Renhuang here aside from those cultivators in the Tribulation Plain. He had defeated Pei Yao with just a single strike. Such an enchanting genius talent ought to be recruited at all cost. If Yi Futian could be used by him, thought Wantang, it would be most excellent. After making all the arrangements for Yi Futian, Wang Ting left and told Yi Futian to ask him if he needed anything. This massive palace seemed quite deserted, as there was only Yi Futian and the two maids. The cultivation of these two maids was not weak either, and they were good-looking with attractive figures. As a top power of the ancient god clan, even their servants were of a superior level to most. Yi Futian looked at the two and saw the two maids bowed as they asked him, "Sir, do you need anything?" "No, I will cultivate for a while, and you can go about your own business for now. Just don't disturb me while I cultivate," Yi Futian said. "Yes." The two maids bowed again, then made themselves scarce without saying anything more. They were clearly aware that Wang Tung's guests would be no ordinary folks, and all they needed to do was wait for his orders. After the two left, Yi Futian came to the cultivation court in the main hall. He checked his surroundings with divine consciousness first before he set up a seal to ensure his privacy. He then took out a mirror in which Shi Qiyao appeared. "Have you arrived in Tianyan City?" In the mirror, Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian and asked. He mentioned before that he would be coming to Tianyan City. "Yes, I'm here now." Yi Futian nodded. "I'm also in Tianyan City, and I haven't heard anything about you. It's because you used an alias, didn't you?" Shi Qiyao asked. Yi Futian was a sensitive subject. If he came in person, it would no doubt cause a great sensation, and everyone in Tianyan City would definitely know. "I'm at the city lord's office," Yi Futian replied. When Shi Qiyao heard Yi Futian's reply, curiosity appeared in her beautiful eyes. "City lord's office." "You are too daring." Shi Qiyao looked at Yi Futian with a smile. She asked curiously, "How did you manage to get in?" 13th flight, Yi Futian said. "You are Silver Spear Chongkong." Shi Qiyao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She laughed and said, "I was just amazed how such a powerful character popped up in Tianyan City from nowhere and defeated Pei Yao of Yuanshi Palace with a single blow. But it was you." Obviously, Shi Qiyao had heard about the happenings at the 13th flight, but she didn't make the connection with Yi Futian. After all, not every powerful person that emerged would have something to do with Yi Futian. "It was me." Yi Futian nodded. "Do you have any news?" "Nothing useful. However, more principalities are coming this time than I thought. The Princess and Spear Emperor Diu ought to be here to represent Donghuang Imperial Palace. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons," Shi Qiyao said. Yi Futian nodded. "Any suggestions?" Although Shi Qiyao was a woman, she was incredibly bright. Yi Futian knew that from all his interactions with her, so he wanted Shi Qiyao's opinion for reference. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shi Qiyao appeared thoughtful. "Ask Wang Tung to let you observe the process of armor making and see who arrived at the city lord's office. At the same time, see if you have a chance to figure out the stance of the city lord's office and whether or not they are inclined to attack the Ziwei segmentum. If the Wang family has no such intentions, you can remain silent and stay in the shadows, watching quietly. If you think the Wang family might agree to attack Ziwei segmentum, then it means a battle was all but certain. If it is the latter, with an inevitable battle looming, then you must be the first one to make a move. Find out who will be involved and strike first to destroy them. Then, if you have the opportunity, derail the armor competition in Tianyan City. If they have already decided to form an alliance, then the armor competition this time is some kind of an announcement and must be suppressed. However, it is not easy, and it will expose your true identity, which is extremely dangerous for you." Yi Futian nodded. It was indeed very crucial to find out where Tianyan City stood on the matter. If the city lord's office had no intention to invade Ziwei Segmentum for the time being, he could afford to wait and deal with Tianyan City later. On the other hand, if the other was harboring thoughts of malice, then war was unavoidable. If he could suppress them and lower their morale, it would be ideal, but he would need to take action to achieve that goal personally. Shi Qiao understood this, which was why she said it would run the risk of him being exposed and bring danger upon him. Understood, Yi Futian said. Well, be careful. If there is any news, I will let you know, Shi Qiao said. Thank you, Yi Futian replied, then put away the mirror and lifted the seal. Yi Futian sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought. How powerful would Imperial arms be? Could it shake up the entire Ziwei Segmentum? In the city lord's office, there were complete Imperial arms. Complete Imperial arms meant that Imperial-level divine arms were infused with the will of the great Emperor. So, what could something like that be described? The Guqin yearning that he possessed had just a wisp of the great Emperor's soul. But the Guqin itself was not Imperial level. It was just something that had been used by the great Emperor. Only the physical body of the Xinjia, the great Emperor, could be regarded as a divine object comparable to Imperial arms. However, the physical body of Xinjia, the great Emperor, lacks the will of Xinjia, the great Emperor. A complete Imperial arm was the equivalent of the existence of Xinjia, the great Emperors, who kept within the physical body of Xinjia, the great Emperor. How powerful would the eruption of such destructive force be? Yi Futian didn't even dare to think about it. Many years ago, he was able to use the body of Xinjia, the great Emperor, to slay cultivators in the tribulation plain. If he could now urge the body of Xinjia, the great Emperor, not many who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path would be able to fight him. Therefore, Yi Futian was still very cautious. Yi Futian didn't think much on the matter and settled down to cultivate. In the morning of the next day, Wang Tung came to the side hall on his own to seek out Yi Futian. Chongkong, are you finding everything to your liking here? Wang Tung asked with a smile. His bearing was extraordinary. Very suitable for cultivation, Yi Futian responded. The armor competition is about to begin, so it has been quite busy these days as I have to receive cultivators from all over the world. That's why I did not have the time to come see you yesterday. I have some time today, so how about I take you for a tour around the city, Lord's office? Wang Tung said. Very good, Yi Futian nodded. He was going to propose that when Wang Tung suggested it, which saved him some trouble in asking. Please, Wang Tung said. Then a group of them walked outside. Many cultivators on the side were looking at Yi Futian. With someone of Wang Tung's position, status, and cultivation, to treat Yi Futian in this manner, he obviously attached great importance to Yi Futian. This was Wang Tung himself displaying his stance. To value Yi Futian so much was probably because of the two impressive strikes he dealt at the 13th flight. The Wangs of City, Lord's office in Tianyan City, was the first dynastic family of armory in Divine Prefecture. City, Lord's office in Tianyan City, was the most powerful place of armor-making in Divine Prefecture. If Wang Tung were giving Yi Futian a tour of the City Lord's office, it would naturally be visiting the areas of armor-making. They came to an armoring palace in the City Lord's office. It was scorching hot and full of flaming ori, like a furnace in the ground, and the entire palace was blazing red. The temperature alone is terrifying. Yi Futian stood inside and thought that if any Ren Huang with weaker cultivation were here, he would be incinerated. Many people were busily working. Some were casting, while some were tempering, and some were carving matrices. The sound of metal clashing was heard continuously. Many cultivators bared their upper bodies and were covered in sweat. Don't think that they are just making weapons. For the armors, it is actually cultivation of sorts. Wang Tung said, "This is the largest armoring palace in the city, Lord's office. It can hold 108 armors making armors at the same time every day. The great path flames underground was arranged by the city Lord himself. When they came to the second floor, they could see the entire process of the armor-making below. Besides them, there were other cultivators. Wang Teng greeted many people. Some looked at Yi Futian, smiled, and asked, "Silver Spear Changkong?" "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. "We have heard of the battle at the 13th flight, but unfortunately we didn't witness those amazing spear techniques," one person said with a smile. They were also a member of the Wang family. "Defeated Pei Yao with one strike," another person asked, their eyes focused on Yi Futian. Yi Futian realized that this man was someone he actually knew, Jiang Qingfeng, the cultivator from the ancient god clan of Jiang, who had fought him once. At this moment, his eyes seemed to fill with intent to battle. Yi Futian was not interested, but he stood there, locking eyes with the other man, as traces of fighting permeated from him as if to answer his challenge. Wang Teng watched quietly as this was taking place. He gave a smile and said, "Let's go and visit some other places." Only then did Yi Futian retract his aura and leave with Wang Teng. When they walked out of the armoring palace, Yi Futian asked, "Who was that man?" "Jiang Qingfeng of the ancient god clan of Jiang from the Taishang domain. Really strong. My guess is that he wanted to try it out with you." Wang Teng smiled and said, "I saw that you have a pretty strong fighting will yourself. Could Jiang Qingfeng be a threat?" "He couldn't," Yi Futian said with cold arrogance. Wang Teng laughed and said, "You are bold enough. Which top forces in the Divine Prefecture have arrived in the City Lord's office?" Yi Futian asked opportunistically. He exhibited his fighting will to pave the way to ask this question so it would not appear out of place. "Many have come." Wang Teng said, "You have seen the Haojing clan from Nantian Domain, Infinite Mountains from Boundless Domain, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and the ancient god clan of Jiang from Taishang Domain. There are also some other principalities, such as the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain. Even the domain chief's manners from Western Sea Domain and Donghua Domain have arrived." Yi Futian listened quietly but laughed coldly inside. Among these principalities, many had grievances with him in the past, such as the Shen clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, Sun God Mountain, domain chief's manners from West Sea Domain and Donghua Domain. These forces must be the ones that most wanted to see him dead, which accounted for their proactive stance. What about other forces? Why are these the only forces that are here? Yi Futian asked. Many forces have settled in Tianyan City, outside the city Lord's office. These forces came directly to the city Lord's office to discuss some other matters, Wang Teng replied. Discussing the armor competition? Yi Futian asked deliberately. No. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. You will know in a couple more days. Chapter 2553. The Armor Competition. Yi Futian followed Wang Teng, touring, inside the city, Lord's office, for a few hours, before returning to the hall where he was staying. During this time, Wang Teng had been showing off the cultivational resources of the city Lord's office, enticing him to join him as his subordinate. Wang Teng had no idea that the man in front of him had a lot of history with the Wang family and would never agree to enter the city Lord's office to cultivate. In these few hours, although Yi Futian did not get a definite answer, he had acquired a lot of information and had a vague idea of the stance employed by the city Lord's office. Taking advantage of the feast, the Wang family was very likely to use it as an opportunity to attack the Ziwei segmentum, to enhance the reputation of Tianyan City in the land of the Divine Prefecture. This probability was so high that he was forced to prepare for the worst-case scenario in advance. Yi Futian took out the mirror, and suddenly a figure appeared on the other side of it. This time it was not Shi Qiyao, but Lord Qin. Palace Lord, Lord Qin called out. Lord Qin, go to the Divine Prefecture, the land of the Shin clan, and wait for further instructions. In addition, dispatch the lords of the 3 places of Ziwei, Heavenly Mandate, and Wangshin to Fusang Domain, where Sun God Mountain is located. Tell them to await instructions. Then, They are to destroy the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain and bring their most core and key commanders back to the Ziwei Segimentum. They have to be alive, and this must be done quickly once it's underway. Yi Futian said, "Before any of you receive my instructions, do nothing, and you must be careful." "Very well," Lord Qin nodded. He did not ask any more questions, but simply took the orders. "Let's get them going then," Yi Futian said. He then put away the mirror. He knew from Wang Tung that the people in charge of these two top powers were now inside the city lord's office. And these two principalities had a long history with him. Their deep-seated dislike of each other was from a long time ago. According to Wang Tung, these two major principalities clearly wanted to form some kind of alliance. If so, once the city lord's office announced its intent to move against the Ziwei Segimentum, he would order his people on the two fronts to make their moves, taking advantage of the absence of their commanders. As for the other principalities, Yi Futian had no way of dealing with them for the time being. Ziwei Segmentum did not have such pervasive strength yet, and could only handle two forces at the same time. After making arrangements for everything here, Yi Futian continued to cultivate quietly and did not leave again. On the outside, as the armor competition was about to begin, Tianyan City was becoming busier and livelier as people continued to pour in from everywhere. There was an unknown number of cultivators that had populated this ancient city. All of this seems to have nothing to do with Yi Futian. He stayed in the city lord's office, cultivating quietly, and Wang Tung did not disturb him either. He had much preparation to make and many guests to receive now that powerful cultivators had begun to arrive inside the walls of the city lord's office. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the year 10,100 of the divine prefecture calendar, Tianyan City ushered in their centennial feast by holding the armor competition at Tianyan City. On this day, the entire Tianyan City was near the boiling point. Tens of thousands of people gathered, not on the streets in the town, but at the 9 locations of armor making as designated by the city lord's office. And inside the city lord's office, friends and guests gathered for the feast. Many of them were notable figures of the world. Top cultivators within the divine prefectures, giant-level existence, were all here in one place. The armor competition at Tianyan City was indeed one of the grandest feasts in the divine prefecture. Unless it was Donghuang the Great personally hosting a feast to gather the powers of the divine prefecture, there was not much that could surpass the grand scale of the armor competition in Tianyan City. More than half of the giant principalities in the divine prefecture have arrived. All the powers in the divine prefecture were willing to give Tianyan City this honor. There were no buildings here in the giant martial arts field inside the city lord's office, but a vast open space. At this moment, around this vast open space, there was also a sea of people with throngs of cultivators. To the north, with its back against a high platform, there were many stairs. At the top of the stairs, many top figures from Tianyan City were sitting upon it. This was the highest seat. On both the east and the west side, there were long stretches of stands for cultivators who came from all sides. Of course, only the top forces were invited to observe the ceremony inside the city lord's office. In addition, there were the direct forces under the command of the city lord's office and some other guests they had invited. And the place in the middle, as surrounded by the 3 sides, was another huge open space. Inside, there were 9 high platforms erected, and they were all prepared for armor making. To the south, there was a straight road leading out of the city lord's office. In the surrounding areas, there were many cultivators from the city lord's office to work as crowd control and maintain orders. The sight in front of everyone was a grand and sumptuous occasion, a grand feast that was even more spectacular and impressive than any feast in ordinary palaces. Almost all of the top cultivators in the divine prefecture had gathered here. At this time, from a palace above the stairs on the north side, a group of people came towards this side. The person in the lead was clad in a golden robe, very authoritative. Those that were around him were also top cultivators. Greetings to the city lord. On the left and right, many cultivators bowed to salute the man, and they were all cultivators from the city lord's office. The man who was making the appearance was the city lord of Tianyan. His eyes seemed to be golden, and his entire body seemed full of endless energy, with vigorous spirits. As he walked forward, everyone made way for him until he came to the main high seat, and he surveyed all those who were around. Many people stood up and said, "Greetings to the city lord." The city lord of Tianyan City put his hands together to the crowd and said, "Everyone has come from afar to participate in the festivities here at our Tianyan City. The Wang family is very grateful for your presence. Please take a seat." The cultivators from various forces sat down as commanded. Suddenly, 9 mirrors appeared in the sky above the city lord's office, placed in different directions. Each of the 9 mirrors aimed directly below, right on top of the 9 platforms. Instantly, images appeared in those mirrors that reflected what was happening from those 9 high platforms. That was the mirror image of the 9 major armor-making areas in Tianyan City. Each was full of people, and everyone was extremely excited, and it was all reflected here by the mirrors. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange aura that appeared in the sky above Tianyan City. Above the firmament, a mirror screen appeared as if hanging from the sky, in the middle of the void. This mirror was suspended in the sky above Tianyan City. Anyone standing below it could immediately see everything that was happening inside the city lord's office when they looked in that mirror. In that magnificent projection, they could see all the giant figures who were in attendance. Whether it was in the city lord's office of Tianyan City or outside on the 9 major armor competition platforms in the city, both inside and outside the city lord's office could be seen clearly, so all could witness this grand event together. In Tianyan City, the crowds were extremely ebullient as countless people talked and discussed those sitting on the high platform inside the city lord's office, who they were, where they came from, how many giants had arrived, and who was who in the cultivation world. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace also arrived and were sitting inside the city lord's office because they were invited. The palace lord of the West Imperial Palace and Shi Qiyao were present. Looking at the grand scene in front of them, Shi Qiyao's beautiful eyes looked towards the main high seats as if she was searching for something or someone. Yi Futian, who was invited by Wang Teng into the city lord's office, would he be here? Sure enough, she found a man among the mighty throngs of cultivators within the city lord's office. There were not many cultivators from the main branch of the city lord's office who were sitting at the main seats. Obviously, Wang Teng had a place. He took a group of people to sit in one direction, while Yi Futian was sitting behind Wang Teng, extremely inconspicuous. If no one looked carefully, they would not be able to find him at all. At this moment, he was wearing a silver mask with his aura retracted. There was no sense of his existence that could be detected, but Shi Qiyao had already inquired about Silver Spear Changkong before, so she recognized him immediately. However, Shi Qiyao only took a quick look before redirecting her attention so as not to make others notice what she was looking at and cause unnecessary trouble to Yi Futian. Congratulations to Tianyan City for holding the armor competition. Outside, there were other top forces still coming, and the mirror screen above the sky was projected high above the sky. "Who are these people?" someone asked. "The domain chief's manor from Taichu Domain. They have just arrived," someone replied. There are quite a few domain chiefs' manors that have come to attend. Many were astounded by the sheer number of people they saw. "I beg your pardon. We are a little late." Another voice was heard as groups of cultivators poured into the city lord's office, and those from the main branch of the Wang family in the city lord's office of Tianyan greeted him personally. "Chief Taishang is here as well. Hurry up and usher him in." Tianyan City, Lord said loudly, surprising many people. Even the chief of Taishang Domain Chief's Manor had come in person. This chief was known to be a mighty man. None of them had ever attended the armor competition. It seemed that it was all because representatives from the imperial palace might also be attending the feast. Distinguished guests continued to descend, and all of them were well-known figures. Tianyan City was boiling over because of the sheer excitement of it all. At this moment, divine light descended from the firmament, blinding everyone's eyes. Along with the descendants of the divine light, a group of people appeared above the city lord's office, making countless people tremble. Who dared to appear above Tianyan City's city lord's office like this? They could already guess it. Besides Donghuang Imperial Palace, who else dared to make such a bold entrance? Indeed, in the sky above the city lord's office, a beautiful figure wearing a phoenix robe was there, surrounded by a dazzling light. Who else could it be other than Princess Donghuang? The man next to her had superb comportment. It was as if he was a heavenly divine spear himself. This was none other than the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, the divine general of the imperial palace, Spear Emperor himself, too. At this moment, all the cultivators in the city lord's office stood up and bowed slightly to the void. "Greetings to your Royal Highness," they said. "Tianyan City is incredibly honored by Her Royal Highness' presence here." Tianyan City, Lord said with a smile. Princess Donghuang looked down below and nodded slightly to everyone. "Today is the Tianyan City armor competition. We are here at the city Lord's invitation to take a look. Everyone, please, as you were." "Princess, please take a seat," Tianyan City Lord said as he pointed next to him. There was a row of seats on equal setting with him, specially prepared for the guests from the imperial palace. After all, today was the feast of Tianyan City. As part of the ancient god clan, the Tianyan City Lord was held in extremely high esteem in the divine prefecture in both status and position. He was not under the command of Donghuang the Great, so he didn't need to display the subservience as a subordinate. As long as he paid enough respect to the representatives from the imperial palace, it would suffice. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. Then her group of people moved towards the space below and settled on the seats prepared for them. Princess Donghuang sat in the middle, with Diu on one side and several other strong cultivators on the other side. All of them were surrounding her. Behind the crowds, Yi Futian observed all this quietly. This kind of show of force was almost the same as the alliance that had gathered to encircle and suppress the heavenly mandate